1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And a very good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for day one of this LV Insurance County Championship Division 1 game between Somerset and Gloucestershire. Game getting underway, of course, now we're into September at 10:30, so the toss will take place at 10 o'clock. We have our usual facilities open today for you. A reminder that scorecards are available from the Somerset shop, from stragglers and all of our food concessions. If you are a member, then you have been emailed a free copy of the scorecard already for this match. But they are available from those outlets. We don't have daily newspapers available from the Somerset shop today, but I can tell you there is a 20% discount on Somerset replica shirts available from the Somerset shop. A 20% discount today on Somerset replica playing shirts. We'd like to thank our Principal County Championship partner, WPA Health Insurance. They're based very close to us here at the ground, and WPA looks after the healthcare of hundreds of thousands of people across the UK, from families to some of the UK's most well-known companies. And as always, grateful thanks to be working in partnership with our ground naming rights partner, Cooper Associates, throughout this season. Cooper Associates is an award-winning mortgage advisors and financial consultants, and they have their head office just across the road from us here in St James Street. Thank you to Cooper Associates. One other early note for you: if you are coming into the ground and you would like to while away a few minutes before taking your seat, you already have a book sale up and running just to the side of the Somerset shop, courtesy of the North Somerset Area Committee. Plenty of brilliant cricket books and more general books as well. Bargain prices, all in very, very good condition. So take a look at the book sale as you're coming into the ground. It's in the St James Street car park, just next to the Somerset shop. umpires for this game are Nigel Long and Tom Langley, and our match referee is Phil Whittercase. The two captains representing Somerset and Gloucestershire are making their way out to the middle for the toss. Representing Somerset, a warm welcome back to the side to captain number 28, Tom Abel, and he's joined by the Gloucestershire captain, number 12, Graham Van Buren. The news from the toss is that Somerset have won it, and Captain Tom Abel has elected to field first. Somerset fielding first when we get underway in around about half an hour's time. We'll confirm the two team lineups for you very shortly. Confirmation then that Somerset won the toss and will be fielding first. Here is your Somerset lineup. First of all, a very warm welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground to number 26, Imam Ul Haq. Number 15, Tom Lammonby. Captain Tom Abel, number 28. 14 is George Bartlett. 44, Lewis Goldsworthy. 55, James Rue. 24, Lewis Gregory. Number 5, Casey Aldridge. Number 38, Josh Davey. Number 70, Jack Brooks. And another warm welcome, this time to Sajid Khan. the Gloucestershire side for this game: Ben Charlesworth, Marcus Harris, Ollie Price, Miles Hammond, James Bracey, Graham Van Buren, Jack Taylor, Tom Price, David Payne, Josh Shaw, and finally Ajit Singh Dale. We have a wide selection of hot and cold food and drinks available from the following outlets today: Stragglers, the concessions in the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion. We have the Somerset Bar in Somerset Stand Block 1, and in the Lord Botham Stand we have the Fish and Chip Bar for later, and also the Botham Bar. Each of our concessions is fully stocked with a range of hot and cold options to suit all tastes. Please remember that members receive a 10% discount on concessions here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We are a cashless venue, so you will need to use your card. We do still have limited availability for walk-ins for our carvery, afternoon tea and breakfast in the county room. I did mention earlier that we already have a book sale up and running today. That's courtesy of the North Somerset Area Committee. That's just to the right of the Somerset shop. We also have a book sale during the lunch interval today, courtesy of the Somerset Cricket Museum. That will be taking place in the office. You may also like to know that the Somerset Cricket Museum will be open today during lunch and tea breaks. Admission is free, but any donation you would like to make, however small, would be gratefully appreciated. A couple of dates for your diary now. You can be a part of the unique Faulty Towers dining experience as Basil, Sybil and Manuel bring one of British television's most iconic sitcoms to life. Mayhem on a Plate is guaranteed alongside a 3-course meal and 2 hours of non-stop laughter here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Expect nothing short of outstanding fun and a brilliant night out on Saturday, October the 22nd. As you climb inside the BBC's iconic TV show and experience it from the inside. Tickets for this very special event are available for £60 and can be purchased now from our website or from reception. Reception today is in the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion, as it is on match days. We also invite you to join us for our 2022 end-of-season dinner. You can come and spend the evening with our players and staff as we reflect on the season. This is a black tie event and will be held here at the ground on Friday, September the 30th, and will feature the 2022 Player Awards. Tickets for the end of season dinner are now on sale. They cost just £50 for members and £75 for non-members. Tables of 10 are also available. That's our end of season dinner and awards taking place here at the club on Friday, September the 30th. As we welcome Imam ul-Haq and Sajid Khan here to the Cooper Associates County Ground, we are supporting efforts to raise awareness and funds for those affected.
Morning everyone, welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. The County Championship is back. Yes, it feels like absolutely ages, and well, that's because it has been. But the final throws of this 2022 summer are about to begin. Somerset versus Gloucestershire. It's the old West Country derby. Somerset took the honours down at Bristol, or up at Bristol, I should say, really. From here, earlier in the season, Jack Leach picking up wickets, Tom Abel picking up 100, Sam Dalling alongside Sophie Love. Pete Tree goes with us as well all day today. Hopefully, we'll get a decent day's cricket. It's looking a little bit cloudy, so good morning. And given the weather, given a bit of cloud overhead, a little bit of green on the pitch, any surprises in the fact that Tom Abel back in the side has won the toss and elected to field?
No, I think it's a good decision, isn't it? There's obviously going to be probably a little bit of rain around over the next few days, hopefully not too much, but yeah, I think Somerset will be chomping at the bit to get out there, get the ball in their hand with these overcast conditions, and yeah, put the Gloucestershire batters under pressure from ball one.
Yeah, under pressure they will need to be. Gloucestershire rock bottom. They've played 11 games, not picked up a win yet. Lost 8, 3 draws. They've got 62 points. Somerset in 9th currently, 99 points. A couple of wins from their 10 games. So they've got a game in hand. Somerset, unlike Gloucestershire and the two sides immediately above them, Kent and Warwickshire, will play 4 games in this September spell of county championship action. Let's have a look at the team for Somerset, because we've got a couple of debutants in. I can see Josh Davey is out in the middle as well, warming up, so there's some good news already. He is back in the side after his injury. Missed most of August, as I said. Tom Abel, hamstring injury, kept him out of most of the 100, but kept him out of all of the 100 as well, actually, a bit like last year. He is back to lead the side, and the debutants I'm talking about will see the team on screen just there it is, perfectly timed. Tom Lammonby, Emmanuel Hack comes in to make his debut. Tom Abel, George Bartlett, Lewis Goldsworthy, James Rue. What a start to his professional career James Rue has had. Lewis Gregory, fresh from skippering the Trent Rockets to the 100 victory. Look at that, thank you very much. Polly Rhodes, Somerset scorer, has just come in and popped a lovely looking coffee on my desk. That's magnificent. Lewis Gregory, Casey Aldridge, Shajid Khan, the other debutant, Pakistan international off-spinner, Josh Davey and Jack Brooks. What do you make of that, Soph?
Yeah, it looks a strong team on paper, isn't it? I'm very excited to see the debutants, and yeah, haven't seen much of James Rue play in person. I've obviously heard about his exploits over this season, but looking forward to seeing him out there today. And yeah, it looks a well-balanced team on paper, and yeah, they'll be hoping that the bowling attack, the seamers of Brooks, Davey, Aldridge and Gregory can do the damage, and you know, hopefully in the second innings Khan can come into the game. I
mentioned him a little bit. How impressed have you been with James Rue in the very formative stages of his professional career?
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of talk about him. He's being hyped up, isn't he? And he's almost living up to that expectation at the minute. Looks like he's got a long career ahead of him, and it's a great sign for Somerset as well. Hopefully he'll be able to put in performances for a long time here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. And you touched on Shajid Khan coming into the game a little bit later on. No Jack Leach for Somerset, no Craig Overton, so big misses. Peter Stiddle and Matt Renshaw have both gone back to prepare for the Australian domestic season, but in Sajid Khan and Emmanuel Hack, Somerset have signed 2 quality replacements. Yeah, they have, and I think they need to. You know, we're sitting second to bottom in the table, and they don't want to get relegated. So it's a massive 4 games for Somerset over this next month. A lot of cricket to be played, and there's a lot up for grabs. And Somerset are going to have to put in some really good performances and sort of improve on their cricket this year. Hopefully they can sort of peak at the end of this year and save themselves.
Yeah, what Somerset need is basically the reverse to what happened last September. We won't talk too much about that, but yes, I think it's slightly odd, isn't it? Because although we're assuming the bottom 2 go down, and I think actually that is the noises that are being made, is the structure won't change next year at least. I think you've got to assume that you want to be finishing outside that bottom 2, and ideally, just in case, outside that bottom 4 if they can. They've got games against teams around them, but it all starts here.
Yeah, they have got teams against them. So in front of me, it looks like we're away to Warwickshire next week. Then we've got Northants here the following week, and then we finish Kent. And those teams are all sort of around the bottom of the table, pretty close in terms of points as well. So Yeah, I guess in the next couple of weeks, the next couple of games, we'll be able to sort of tell where we really lie. But yeah, obviously today, massive game in terms of West Country derby as well. The boys will be well up for it. You don't need too much encouragement when you're playing Gloucestershire, and yeah, hopefully they can get a result this week.
Yeah, let's talk a bit about Gloucestershire, because having had to wait so long for their promotion, they got promoted and then COVID came, and so we were playing regionalised cricket. They're in Division 1. People expected them probably to do, well, yeah, they couldn't have done much worse, so people definitely did expect them to do a little bit better. Not got a win yet. Let's run through their side very quickly. They've got Ben Charlesworth, who I saw make 97 at Radlett the other week, looked very good. Marcus Harris, danger player, Australian overseas. He's been in good form. Used to play his club cricket down in Taunton as well, so he'll know a few of the boys. He'll know Tom Abel, Ollie Price, Miles Hammond, who just signed a contract extension. James Bracey will keep wicket. Graham Van Buren is back as skipper after injury. Jack Taylor, Tom Price, David Payne, left arm seamer, Josh Shaw, formerly of Yorkshire, and Ajit Dale makes up their side. Now, let's talk first about the players that aren't there. Chris Dent, out with injury. He's been one of the form players in red ball cricket over the last few years. Zafar Gohar, Pakistan spinner, he's missing with injury too. And Ryan Higgins, who signed a contract to go back to Middlesex, and actually they've expedited that, so he's on loan there for the rest of the summer. They're three big misses for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, they are, and I think they've just lacked consistency in terms of their starting 11 throughout the county championship this year. They've been plagued by injuries at the start of the season. I know when Somerset played them up at Bristol, they had 3 loanees in on that game, covering sort of their resource there. But look, they've got some exciting young players. They're going to play the Price brothers today. You know, James Bracey, I think, is a quality performer, and he'll probably be looking to put in a big performance this week for Gloucestershire. And they need players like him to step up, and that's probably what they've lacked at times this year. They've lacked those really good players stepping up at the times that they need them. Obviously being hampered by the injury of Graham Van Buren for most of the season as well. He's obviously back in towards the end of the season. And then I guess they've just been playing around with their seam attack most of the year as well. So yeah, just lack consistency in terms of their starting 11, and that's probably hampered their consistency on the pitch as well.
Yeah, just having a quick look, they've used 24 players in the county championship so far this season, which you as a skipper will know how important consistency of a starting 11. You're never going to have the same 11 every week in a season, but you always want, what, a core 7 or 8 ideally, maybe even 9 that play most of the games.
Yeah, and I think you'd be looking for your senior players to make up the core of that side, and then you can, you know, bring in those youngsters and bleed them around that sort of consistent core group of players. Yeah, Chris Dent, massive blow for them. He's obviously a great performer, and you know, scored a shed load of runs for them over a number of years, and he's a big miss at the top of the order. They've obviously got Marcus Harris, the overseas. I'm not sure his numbers this year, but you know, probably doesn't suggest that he's had the season that he would have wanted or Gloucestershire would have expected from their overseas pro. So yeah, they'll have some batters that are hungry to score runs today, no doubt about that.
Yeah, again, it's your point about inconsistency. Bracey and Harris have both got a couple of hundreds each, but they've only scored just over 500 runs, which suggests that they haven't had that consistency of scores. That, you know, you want your top 4 or 5 batters to be making kind of a 50 every 3 innings, which they haven't been doing. Miles Hammond's been in good nick, 739 runs from his 11 games so far, 5 50s, 100, but it's going to be Ben Charlesworth and Marcus Harris out there in the middle. Umpires are out there too, Tom Lungley and Nigel Long. We've got Polly Rhodes and Adrian Bull in the scorebox just next to us, and it looks like to me Josh Davey is going to take the new ball for Somerset from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Going to come around the wicket to Ben Charlesworth, and there are going to be 4 slips in place to attacking field early from Tom Abel.
Yes, it's Davey, 38 on his back, bowling the first ball of today. Charlesworth in behind that quite comfortably, just defends to backward point. Looks like Goldsworthy roaming at backward point there. Got 4 slips, backward point. Looks like Bartlett in at extra cover. He's just throwing the ball back to Davey, so hard to see where he's going to set about himself. Yeah, almost sort of a wide, shortish mid-off there. Davey in again. Left alone by Charlesworth.
It's good to see him back, isn't it? Just played the 5 games so far in this county championship. Summer, so half of Somerset's games, 8 wickets. I mean, in one of those games, he only played half of as well because he got basically floored by Jamie Overton and had to be subbed out. But he's been a quality performer for the last 4 or 5 years now for Somerset.
Yeah, he's been a very good performer as Josh Davey, and yeah, I guess when you've been out injured, you'll be even hungrier to make a contribution to a side. Fuller from Davey, again left alone by Charlesworth. Rue just having to work to his right-hand side there, a little bit of movement, but more so as it beats the batter. And field on the leg side, we've got mid-on, squarish mid-wicket, and a long leg. I think that might be Jack Brooks down there. He's jumping all over the place, probably looking to take the new ball from the other end. He's looking sprightly there for his age. Davey in, and Charlesworth not really in behind that convincingly, but enough to save the ball hitting his stumps.
I think you were in Jack Brooks's good books until you added that for his age on the end. I think he'd have taken the sprightly bit. Do you reckon he'll take the new ball? Yeah, I was just having a look and thinking about that. It's got to be Brooks, really, hasn't it? And
Yeah,
Casey and Lewis.
Yeah, I think it'll be Brooks.
To come on first and second change. Good to have them fit. They'll be fresh. And there's pros and cons, isn't there, of not playing any red ball cricket for a whole month. You are fresh. I mean, your body's perhaps not used to the weight of overs, which might be an issue.
Wide from Davey there. It's not signalled a wide, but Rue had to do a lot of work there. Almost dived in front of second slip to get that one. Bit of a loosener there from Davey.
Bit of swing, though. Bit of swing both ways. First up.
Haven't seen much of Charlesworth, but he looks a tall lad, actually. Left-hander. Davies in. Fuller and driven by Charlesworth. That's a glorious shot. Makes its way to the boundary rope there. And that's a 4 to finish the first over. Gloucestershire off and running. 4 without loss.
That's a beautiful shot, wasn't it? Well, yeah, I've not seen that much of him. I saw him play one game in the Royal London Cup. He made 97, I think, up at Radlett. Batted beautifully. It was a really difficult pitch as well. I know Middlesex, if you looked at their scorecards down there, you'd think they were very high-scoring pitches, but the pitches were misbehaving. There were a couple of batters struck on helmets across the course of the tournament and forced to retire out, and he just played beautifully. Marcus Harris actually scratched around a little bit, ended up making 50. Charlesworth unlucky, went for 97. This is his 21st first-class game. Averages a shade under 20, so not quite got going. He's got a brother as well. I think Gloucestershire got 3 sets of brothers, haven't they? Price's, who are the others? Price's, Charlesworth's, and
Taylor's.
Taylor's, that's it. That must be a first. It is going to be Jack Brooks with the new ball. Marcus Harris just going through his final warm-ups to Australian Test opener, but in a Gloucestershire shirt, facing Jack Brooks. 4 slips in again, or 3 slips, and a gully. Looks to me like Emmanuel Hack at backward point. Sadiq Khan is at mid-on. We've got Gregory, Abel, Lammonby, and Aldridge, 3 slips in the gully. No Steve Davies either in this side, so it's a relatively young side, and apart from perhaps the man you mentioned previously, but there's Josh Davies fair to say. It's a blend, isn't it? You've got Bartlett, Goldsworthy, Rue, Lammonby, Aldridge, some real young academy talent in there. Overstep from Jack Brooks. It just flicked towards mid-on. It was uppish for a second. It wasn't quite time. Maybe Harris caught his bat on the back of his pad, but Brooks just got his run up slightly wrong.
Yeah, good point, Sam. There's not too much I'll say Brooksy's experienced, but there's not too much experience on the pitch. For Somerset, there's a lot of youth, and there'll be a lot of energy, which is great to see.
Overpitched, and Harris just leans into that one. He'll feel a little bit better now, pushes that through that vacant cover area. It's a short boundary. He barely needed to hit that, did he? We'll have another look on the replay. It's just overpitched there, Brooks, perhaps worrying about his run up.
Yeah, just lent on it, didn't he? Great weight transfer there by Marcus Harris. Great example to any young batters out there.
Had a couple of seasons playing club cricket here in Somerset. Marcus Harris came over when he turned 18 over here. He spent his 18th birthday in a Taunton nightclub. Came over and played for Taunton Cricket Club. Just got at a Western Australia, they call it rookie contracts, I think they give out there. That's their equivalent of the kind of first steps on the ladder. Leaves that one alone from Brooks. Came back, didn't really score any runs that year. Yeah. Looked $1 million. The sound the ball made off his bat was gorgeous, but didn't make any. But in the final games before he went home, they were playing Western actually, Triggs' side. And there was a chap called David Stiff bowling for Western, who had a contract at Somerset for a couple of years. Big, tall, quick bowler. But his body, I mean, his name certainly suited his body, I think. Played England under-19s as Harris just pushes that one into the ground and played it. So it was promising, but just hampered by injuries. But he was quite quick, and Harris was just walking down the track and flat batting him. It was quite remarkable. But then he came back a couple of years later, and he was already established in the Western Australia side by then. And just, I think he scored nearly 1,000 runs, despite going home in mid-August. Let's have another look at that shot from the Josh Davey over, the first over, with Ben Charlesworth getting off the mark.
Davies in again then. Defended by Charlesworth.
Good. Maybe we'll have a look at that at the end of the over. Todd's starting as he means to go on. Play me buttons already.
Davey at the top of his mark, 38 on his back, so he runs away from us. Again, Fuller, edged by Charlesworth, but he's going to pick up a couple. Evades the 4 slips, soft hands there by Charlesworth, so he was never really going to carry.
You look too much at the forecast at the toss, Soph? Or do you have to try and put it out of your mind? I mean, you can't. You're human. You've got to have a look, haven't you? It's got to be in the mind.
Yeah, I think naturally you're aware of what might happen, but yeah, at the same time, you don't want it to distract you from the game at hand and the cricket at hand. But yeah, look, I mean, the overcast conditions suggest that Tom Abel's made the right call in bowling first, but yeah, he'll be wanting his opening bowlers to get a couple of poles in the first half an hour to, you know, make sure that his decision was the right one.
Puts a bit of extra pressure on, doesn't it, when you elect to bowl as opposed to the other team and want to bat?
Yeah, absolutely. Davey into Charlesworth again then. Again, Charlesworth solidly in behind this, plays it back. Not sure whether Davey got a touch on that. Just trickle into the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Harris was pretty much leaning on his back. Well in his crease there.
That's surely conscious now for bowlers. You're not trying to stop it, are you, anymore when it's hit back at you? You're trying to deflect it onto the stumps. What a way to get a wicket. It must demoralise the batting team.
Yeah, it's got to be the worst way to get out. Davey in, left alone by Charlesworth. I guess you see a lot more of it in the shorter format of the game now, where batters are trying to back up, but also these days the way that the batters hit the ball and how hard they hit it. You know, I'm not surprised. I actually am surprised, sorry, that the non-striker doesn't get hit as much because, yeah, the way they strike it now, it just comes back so quickly. Straighter in line there by Davey. Charlesworth plays that up to mid-on. So yeah, I don't know whether it is bowlers trying to deflect it or whether they just genuinely don't have the time and you are just trying to get something on it to affect something in the game.
I know what you mean, though. I wouldn't fancy umpiring anyway for many reasons. There's the matchday sponsors up on screen. Clark Wilmot, firm of solicitors, got offices in Taunton, up in Bristol, Southampton, big southwest firm. Clark Wilmot, grateful to have them sponsoring this West Country derby, Somerset versus Gloucestershire. If you're just joining us, Somerset have won the toss, elected to field. Jack Brooks is in to Marcus Harris. Yeah, I wouldn't fancy the umpiring. It must be, did I see an umpire with one of those kind of, you know, the baseball backstop style helmets, particularly in white ball cricket? There's got to be a distraction, knowing that ball could come back at you at some speed.
Yeah, I guess there's an element of like sort of fitness to being an umpire these days. You've got to be agile enough to move and I guess standing on your feet for... Ooh.
Driven back at Brooks, he gets down well.
That's what we're talking about there. He's just trying to get something on that. He's probably trying to evade it as well. He doesn't really want to stop it, how he stopped that there, Brooksy, but he's probably stopped 4.
I think he was trying to stop it hitting his knee, potentially. Big smile on his face. It was well driven. Yes, I don't think he's deliberately tried to flick that back onto the stumps. Free slips in still. Marcus Harris waits at the striker's end. Happy to leave that one alone. Through to James Rue. Got the gloves today. James Rue, no Steve Davies in this Somerset side. Full round of county championship matches going on in this division. Hampshire versus Northamptonshire down at the Rose Bowl. Northampton have won the toss, selected to bowl and picked up an early wicket. Harris turns that into the leg side, but there will be no run. Ian Holland goes first ball. Nye Donald is keeping for Hampshire. You see Ben Brown, I think he's broken his finger. Did you see the highlights of the Royal London Cup? It took him on the end of the finger. And you know when you can just see he was in absolute agony. I don't know if it dislocated it. And his teammates were urging him to go off, and he carried on keeping, which is some effort. But yeah, you know, you can tell when it's not just a whack, it's a proper break. Oh, keep keeping after that. And another overstep there from Jack Brooks. He'll have to bowl that one again.
I didn't realise that Donald was a keeper, actually.
Yeah, I don't think
very part-time.
I think it is part-time.
Sam?
Well, I think it is. Yeah, well, because they let because McManus is at Northants now.
Yeah, they let him go, didn't they?
Because they signed Brown. Yeah. And was Allsop a keeper?
I think you might be right there. Yeah, and he's at Sussex.
Scoring runs for Sussex as well. 179 or something was it in the Royal Londons? That's a shorter ball. Harris was trying to guide it away or cut it past point really, but ends up bashing it into the ground. So yeah, short of a keeper there, Hampshire, and they've not started brilliantly. Yeah, in the Roses game up at Old Trafford, Lancashire won the toss, selected to bat against Yorkshire, and down at Canterbury, Kent have put Essex into bat. No wicket in either of those games just yet. Better from Jack Brooks to end the over. 4 gone, 14 without loss. Yeah, it's fine a part-time keeper doing a bit of like a white ball game, but to do a full championship game is some ask, isn't it? I wonder how many times he's done it before, Nye Donald.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, Sam, actually. It's all right stepping in for a T20, but yeah, that's a lot of time on your feet behind the stumps. Well, he said he's got a bowling action there, Sam. On the top of his
yes, it says right arm off break. I can't see any. 44 catches in 55 first-class games doesn't suggest a lot of keeping.
Davey again then, left alone by Charlesworth. Still a little bit of movement there for Davey. Just going away from the left-handed Charlesworth, but probably starting his line just a touch too wide there to tempt Charlesworth into playing that one. Like I said earlier, just that movement's very late almost, as Charlesworth leaves that alone. It's more movement through to Rue, past the stumps as opposed to before Charlesworth. Davies in again, straighter in line this time, and Sajid Khan does the fielding at mid-ons, no run.
Just to put your mind at ease, he did keep for Glamorgan under 17, so we're in safe hands. It was 11 years ago, sure.
I was going to say, how old is he now?
But he's fine.
You spent the last week practicing his keeping then, by the sounds of
I bet
things.
he had to, yeah. Barker and a Bass as well, wobbling it around.
Driven by Charlesworth. Glorious drive through the offside. Going to trickle to the boundary, just gets there. That's to the longer side of the ground. Vacant cover region, and fuller in length by Davy, and lovely movement into the ball there by Charlesworth. Left-handers, when they drive the ball, they just look so elegant, don't they?
You said they're very different, aren't they, in terms of stature, Harris and Charlesworth. He's got that longer reach, but they've started really well, actually. They've not taken any risks at all. Charlesworth's got a couple of boundaries. Harris has got one, but they've just waited for that over pitch ball and put it away.
Defending is Charlesworth. Goldsworthy does the fielding at point. And Davies overstepped now by the looks of things. Nigel Long there, just signalling to the scorers. They're not really looking at him though. Come on, Polly.
She's flashed a light now, belatedly. I love it. She's got a desk lamp there. They use it so the umpire can see, rather than holding it. Some of them hold up a paddle, don't they? But these days it's that flashing light. It's like Morse code. She's got about 3 different things she's scoring on, Polly, as well. It's remarkable.
Davy again. Oh! Wraps Charlesworth on the pad, but a little too high there, I think. That's the line from Davy. I think he's got to try and hit that a little bit more consistently, as we're seeing the replay here.
Did it hit him on the back leg there?
Yeah, I think it might have done.
Coming really wide of the crease, isn't he, Davy? He's almost in danger of stepping outside the line.
Shorter and defended by Charlesworth. Yeah, it's been a pretty assured start here from Gloucester. Harris and Charlesworth have been very selective in their decision making, pounced on anything full. When Somerset have overpitched, they've cashed in, but apart from that, they've looked pretty steady, left the ball well, defended well. Somerset will want a breakthrough soon. Last ball, this Davy over. Fuller and again driven. Don't think he's got all of this though. Charlesworth, Goldsworthy's going to do the retrieving. Oh, a little bit of a slip there. Might be a little bit dewy. Still on the outfield with this earlier 10:30 start. Now that we're into September, they come back for 3. And that is the end of the 5th over. Gloucestershire 23 without loss.
It can get very wet out there, can't it? I'll tell you where I was last week. The first time I've been, you'd have been there. The first time I've been, it was a complete treat up at the academy at Loughborough. Have you been up there?
Yeah, I've been up there a few times.
I thought you might have. I suddenly realised the way you didn't react as if you'd been there. It's like, oh no, absolutely beautiful. It was the Disability Premier League. But yeah, the dew up there, it was absolutely soaking. But yeah, those facilities, wow. It's a nice place to go and play cricket.
Yeah, it's a nice setup. We actually played Loughborough up there at the start of our Rachel Hayhofen campaign.
Of course, that's where the Lightning play, right?
Yeah, that's where the Lightning play.
Lovely looking shot there from Charlesworth. He just leant into that. I mean, I say he pushed it, but he barely even pushed it. Just offered the bat, really, to the ball, and that raced away for another boundary. And he looks in decent touch early on, Charlesworth. Somerset do keep feeding his cover drive somewhat.
Yeah, beautiful shot by Charlesworth there, and I think that is a great example of being in full control, where you're driving the ball and you've made contact right underneath your eyes, where the ball almost bounces just in front of you. So we saw the replay there, but once he's driven the ball, he's driving it right into the ground, so that suggests that his head is right over the ball, and he's in full control, and he just has to lean on that. He just has to transfer his weight and trust that all the other processes allow the ball to go where he wants it to go. Beautiful shot there by the left-hander.
On 17 then, Ben Charlesworth leaves that one alone from Jack Brooks.
Yeah, going back to Loughborough, Sam, actually, first-class county groundsmen are probably going to hate me for saying this, but there was a lot of talk around it being one of the best outfields that we've played on this year. Just the quality of the surface and how they look up after it up there. Yeah, I'm not saying that the first-class venues aren't brilliant.
Doesn't know where that's gone at all, Charles. If it's the first one he's not been in control of. I think he was just trying to work it through mid-wicket, got an outside edge. I think it was along the floor very quickly. Hand came off bat. Can see me rather than a replay of the shot. There we go, just trying to push towards the leg side. It was wide, it was in that gap between third slip and gully. First real false shot of the morning from Charles. Brings him 4 though. That's the kind of thing when you're in good touch, that's the kind of luck that goes your way. Leaves that one alone. Yeah, we walked into Loughborough and went, no sign of a hosepipe ban up here then.
Yeah, it's a fantastic facility up there, and yeah, obviously Lightning play up there, and they play most of their games there. I think they play a little bit out at Trent Bridge and Derby, and maybe Leicester as well. They're covering all of that region, but yeah, it's a nice little setup there.
Beats the outside edge there from Brooks. Charlesworth has a wonder towards square leg. Just a couple of signs of life there for Somerset. End of the 6th over, 31 without loss. Let's have another look at that last delivery of Brooks' third over, the 6th of the game. Just plays down the inside of it. Charlesworth probably leaving it alone in the end. But encouraging, because that run rate's up at 5 and over, so they're ticking along quite nicely, Gloucestershire.
Yeah, I think there's just been a few too many loose deliveries from Davey and Brooks. They'll probably be disappointed with that. 2 senior players in the team. You know, skipper wins the toss, elects to bowl. He'll be wanting Davey and Brooks to, I guess, just be a little bit more consistent in their lines and lengths and try and put these Gloucestershire batters under a little bit more pressure. They've just been allowed to tick along quite nicely so far. A few too many loose deliveries. But I think this is going to be Harris's first delivery against Davey.
Yeah, I think you're right, Sophie.
6 overs in, and yeah, Harris to face Josh Davey. Left alone.
Like, it's difficult, isn't it? I don't know what the answer is to the schedule, but you just look at what Brooks has had to do. He's played 7 white ball games. He's bowled a maximum of 70 overs. He's had a couple of weeks off. It's just a rhythm thing potentially as well. You know, since the 19th of July, the maximum he's bowled is, I suppose that was the start of the game, wasn't it? So, but in 7-8 weeks, he's only bowled 70 overs at the height of the season, which, I don't know, maybe I'm just looking for excuses that aren't there. Maybe it is just been a bit sloppy.
Harris defends that one. Davey does the fielding off his own bowling. Bartlett at mid-off working on the ball. They've just got the 3 slips to Marcus Harris. I think Aldridge has come out and he finds himself at cover. Again, maybe just giving Davey a little bit more cover if he is going to try and go a touch fuller to Harris and nick him off. Again, Harris defends. Seen a couple of leaves from Harris, not as extravagant as 2 very well-known Australia players in Labuschagne and Smith, but he has got a little bit of a wafty leave, extravagant leave. Don't know what they're teaching them over there. Davies in then. Fuller, and Harris defends that, but not convincingly. Gets a little bit of a inside edge up to mid-on.
You know what it's like when you break in. There's always comparisons. Someone through association, spent a lot of time with Justin Langer. Basically, played club cricket with him at Scarborough. Came through that club, and then Justin Langer was coach at Western Australia for many years. Played under him in the Test side. So those were the early comparisons, and I guess size comes into it. Left-hander as well. Scored lots and lots of runs over his career.
Left alone, a little bit wider there from Davey, and doesn't tempt Harris on this occasion.
You just get the feeling he's going to be one of those that we've got 21 first-class hundreds, average just under 40. He's played 14 tests, averages 25. He's been in and out, what, 3 or 4 times. Looked good in spells, but you just wonder if he's not quite. If he gets one more opportunity, that will probably be it in terms of cementing a place in the Test side.
Down the leg side, Josh Davey, good take there by James Rood, diving to his right-hand side. End of the 7th over. Gloucestershire 31 without loss. Charlesworth is on 21. Harris just 4 to his name.
Morning to all joining us on the live stream. Brilliant to have you with us. Live stream here courtesy of WPA Health Insurance, club's principal county championship sponsors. So we're very grateful as ever to them. Sam Dowling, Sophie Luff on at the moment. Pete Trigo will be in very shortly as Jack Brooks bowls to Charlesworth, who gets right in behind that. No doubt lots of you out there will have missed the county championship. You've been waiting for this day. Well, it's here. Sun, am I being optimistic? I think the sun's trying to peek through. It's just a little bit brighter, isn't it? So it's very grey, but you can just see it brighten up for a minute. There it comes, right on order. As Brooks pulls out of his run up, not quite feeling it from that end. He's overstepped a couple of times. Maybe there's a foothold already causing him a little bit of trouble. Decent crowd in on this early September Monday morning. Gimlet's Hill back in action down to our left from where we sit up in this Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Left alone there by Charlesworth. It's a good line length from Brooks. Pretty windy out there as well. Not massively pleasant, I wouldn't imagine, to others to be out there fielding or spectating. Plenty of jumper action going on. Iman Hack doing the fielding there. Get to see him on his Somerset debut with bat in hand. Somerset fans will be hoping that is sooner rather than later. I'd imagine he will come in and open the batting for Somerset with Tom Lammonby. Looking forward to seeing him. One of 2 debutants today, him and Sajid Khan, both Pakistan internationals, here for September, as Charlesworth leaves that one alone. Gloucestershire just the one overseas. Marcus Harris, who's out there at the non-striker's end, alongside Ben Charlesworth, who's going nicely. No Chris Dent for them. No Ryan Higgins, who has gone back to Middlesex on loan ahead of a permanent departure. Zafar Gohar also missing out. No Paul Van Meeker in either, former Somerset man. As Charlesworth pushes that one out towards mid-off. Both sides in desperate need of a victory. Gloucestershire realistically probably need to win all 3 to give themselves any hope, and even then you still worry it wouldn't be enough as Charlesworth leaves that one alone to end the 8th over, 31 without loss. Yeah, even with 3 wins, I'm trying to do some mental maths in my head, but 3 wins only takes them to 130 odd, which given Somerset have got 99 already.
Yeah, I wonder who Gloucestershire play in the next few weeks as well. We were talking about Somerset having fixtures where they're playing teams in and around that bottom half of the table, but it'd be interesting to see who Gloucestershire have got towards the back end of the season. Yeah, it's going to be 3 tough games for them, no matter who they're playing, I think.
They've got a week off next week. They host Warwickshire at Bristol the following week, and then they travel to Yorkshire at the end of September. So just the 1 home game of the 3 for them. Obviously they're here.
Davey still continuing then from the Marcus Truscothic Pavilion end. Harris defends that to mid-on.
No, but they've been off and got it all booked already, yeah.
Again, Davey just the 3 slips. And Harris plays that right underneath his eyes, defends behind the wicket there into the sort of vacant gully region, but there's no run. Lammonby doing the fielding there. I think the slip cordon is Gregory, Abel and Lammonby, all donning different shades of colour of their caps. Tom Abel's, oh, it's almost brown, isn't it, in colour?
Yeah, it's Hildreth-esque, that, isn't it?
It's very Hildreth-esque. Straighter by Davey, and Harris works that one off his hip. Jack Brooks does the fielding there. It's going to be a no ball as well. Both Somerset openers here struggle to keep their front foot behind the line at times.
It's just, we've seen a couple of balls beat the bat, but nothing really, have we? There was that leading edge from Charlesworth, but otherwise, Gloucestershire have navigated this first half an hour or so with relatively little alarm. They'll be quite pleased with the way it's going so far.
Yeah, we haven't really seen too many player misses, false shots. Short start by the Gloucestershire openers. Fuller by Davey, hits him on the pad, but a pretty sedate appeal in the end. See this one again.
Bowler wasn't really that interesting, was he? He's going to do well to convince an umpire with that kind of half-hearted appeal.
Yeah. Fuller again by Davey, and again Charlesworth just leans on that one. He's going to pick up at least a couple. Bartlett doing the fielding. They stick to 2. Again, when that ball's been pitched up by Somerset, it just seems to be coming on quite nicely to the bat of both Charlesworth and Harris. They've just been able to almost lean on the ball, and Charlesworth in particular is just presenting the full face of the bat beautifully, and yeah, he looks a very stylish bat here. Davey just pulls his length back there. Charlesworth defends into the offside. Where would you go next if you were Tom Abel here, Sam? You know, who are you looking to get into the attack next if you don't think Davey and Brooks are doing the damage that you want them to do?
I think you go Gregory first, but I think Gregory and Aldridge both come into the attack pretty much at the same time, don't they? Aldridge has got that bit of extra pace, bit of extra height. Gregory, well, these could be conditions for him. Assuming he's fully fit, that's the one thing we don't know. did bowl a bit in the 100 for the Trent Rockets, but there's a maximum of 20 balls, is it, you can bowl?
Yeah, it's an interesting concept as well. These guys that have been heavily involved in the 100 competition, only bowling 20 balls a game, and then, you know, 2 days later, for example, Lewis, having played in the final on Saturday, is into a county championship game where he's probably going to need to bowl a number of overs. Yeah, interesting how those workloads are monitored over the last month or so,
Well,
when the guys go off to these other competitions, and it's the short ball format.
It's what I wondered, because it's going to be Lewis Gregory going to come into the attack, because those games came thick and fast. So you're on the road probably quite a lot. You're playing every few days. But presumably you've got to be doing some work in the net to keep that workload up, because you can't go from basically 6 weeks of nothing. You know, 20 is nothing. He's not bowling 20 balls every game either. I wouldn't have thought. I haven't followed it closely. But you can't then suddenly, you know, if you have pre-season in March and April, March these days, isn't it? You're building up towards those April championship games. Suddenly then say, right, we need to bowl 50 overs in this game is a big ask. Around the wicket then, couple of slips in. Charlesworth just pushes that into the offside, doesn't get all of it, and Sajid Khan will come round and do the fielding. So yeah, Lammonby in at first, Abel at second, Aldridge at gully.
Yeah, I'd love to know how it's managed actually, because like you say, they're on the road all the time, and the impression that I got is that actually the guys don't train that much in between their games. They want to stay pretty fresh. So yeah, where they're getting their bowling workloads in is really interesting.
Shorter one and just tickled into the leg side. I think it'll just be one. Goldsworthy will do well. Well, maybe they don't then. I just don't know. They must be having, because it'd be interesting. I wonder if we chat to Steve Kirby about it, what they actually do, how much control Somerset, for example, have over that, or someone like Craig Overton, who has probably played very little cricket at all because of being in the test squad. You know, he's in the squad for this game. Does it start Thursday? By this game, I mean the next test. Thursday or Friday, I think that begins. Oh, that's just pushed into the offside by Charlesworth. Presumably, and you never know what the logic is, but if Overton then doesn't play in that test, which starts Thursday, Friday, will he be released to play for Somerset next week? You'd hope so. Never rely on that that logic. But that would be a big boost for Somerset to have him back for the last three, potentially Leach back for the last couple. We could have two spinners, Khan and Leach, in the side. He's the outside edge there, Charlesworth. Forward about, hanging his bat into that one. And already it looks like Gregory's making a little bit more happen out there.
Yeah, I just see on the replay here of that last Gregory delivery, just Charlesworth stuck on the crease there, just prodding at that one. Probably could have left it alone in hindsight. But yeah, Gregory asking a few more questions here of the young Gloucestershire batter.
Grew up playing for Oxfordshire, Ben Charlesworth, with Ollie Price as well, who's in the side. Some good cricketers coming out of Oxfordshire. Jack Brooks famously started there playing minor counties cricket. Been on the Gloucestershire staff 5 or 6 years now, I think, Charlesworth. In and out of the team. Flicks that one into the gap between mid-on and mid-wicket. Jack Brooks will chase it. It's a long way up there towards the Colin Atkinson pavilion, so he'll keep it to 3, and that will end the 10th over. So Gloucestershire, having been put in by Tom Abel here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, have started nicely. 42 have outlost. Charlesworth's got 26 of them. Marcus Harris has 8.
Yeah, that last shot again, another example of Charlesworth's class, I guess. He's looked pretty assured at the crease, played some beautiful shots. Looks like it's going to be a double change here at the Cooper Associates County Ground with Casey Aldridge coming into the attack, and yeah, skipper Tom Abel ringing the changes after just a few overs. He's looking for this first breakthrough, and the state of Aldridge's trousers already.
Wait, mate, if he's designated ball shiner, or do you mean the...
No, he's just covered in grass stains. I can't remember him diving around too much, but he's in then, and Charlesworth defends.
Well, maybe he still lives with his parents, and he's kind of he finished the game in July, and he forgot to ask mum and dad to wash them for him.
Yeah, they've been in his bag for a
yeah,
month.
come on, we've all done that. So if new season started, oh yeah, forgot about this pair. They'll be fine.
Aldridge is in then, and Charlesworth works that off his hip, down to long leg. Again, Jack Brooks just roaming on that boundary edge in front of the river stand there. It doesn't look overly warm out there, but I think it is a little bit deceptive at the minute. It is quite muggy, and I think that's where we might see some rain showers over the next few days. Hopefully we don't. We'll see lots of cricket down the leg side by Aldridge there.
Yeah, it's not looking great for today. I mean, probably the biggest chance of rain mid-afternoon. You know, the forecast is rain all the way through. It's probably going to rain overnight, so be a bit wet in the morning. It's later in the day the forecast is worse, but it's so changeable. It's so windy out there. You know, it says 50% chance of rain most of the time, so I guess that means 50% chance it's not going to rain as well.
Defended there by Harris. Yeah, well, we can still see the Quantock Hills in the distance at the moment, Sam, so...
Good barometer.
Yeah, remaining positive.
It's interesting this. Tom Lammonby's gone in at leg slip to Marcus Harris. Just wonder if it's a Matt Renshaw-esque plan in there.
Ooh. Slight leading edge there by Marcus Harris. Yeah, they might be looking to sort of target Harris on the hip here. Aldridge obviously gets a little bit more bounce as well.
Something about him, Aldridge, I think he's going to be a very good cricketer. And just like, it's a lovely approach. It's so smooth, isn't it?
Harris just knocks that to mid-wicket. End of the 11th over here, just the one run from his first over. Gloucestershire 43 without loss.
Just a 1 wicket to fall then in the division. So far, Hampshire 21 for 1 against Northamptonshire. Northampton making the toss and elected to bowl there. Slow start up at Old Trafford for Lancashire. Have reached 15 without loss, 10.5 overs gone there. Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings are the batters at the crease, and Essex versus Ken Essex have reached 33 without loss. Nick Brown and Alistair Cook are unbeaten as Gregory comes in to Charlesworth and just gets one to lift. Gregory just been bowling back of a length. It's only his second over, but he was getting a little bit of movement against Charlesworth in the previous over, and that's probably the best ball of the morning so far. Just lifts late there. He's bowled a couple in that corridor where Charlesworth just pushed at them. Not much foot movement at a couple of those from Charlesworth, just quite static with those long legs. Pushing away from his body, encouraging signs, a couple of slips and a gully in. What's going on in Division 2? Let's have a look. Should probably get the scores up first before I say that, shouldn't I, really? Suddenly wouldn't let me on to Division 2. There we go. Worcestershire 36 for 1 against Glamorgan, having elected to bat. Derbyshire still in with a chance of promotion as well. Well, Glamorgan are well up there too. They're 31 for 2 against Durham. Charlesworth in behind that one, and Sajid Khan does the fielding. No Shan Masood for Derbyshire for this game at least. He's playing the Pakistan national T20s, but he will be back at some point in September. Brooke Guest unbeaten on 12. He's having a fine season so far. Brooke Guest batting at 3. And Notts 26 for 2 against Leicestershire at Trent Bridge. Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid both been and gone early. Chris Wright with the wickets. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 5 for Chris Wright. Pulled by Charlesworth. It's gone up in the air and over the slips. He wasn't in control of that shot at all. Tom Lammonby chased it down in front of us. Couldn't get there. But again, encouraging signs for Somerset. That back of it is just back of a length, isn't it? It's not really particularly sure. That one was a bit shorter. But he wasn't in control of that at all, Charlesworth.
Yeah, again, just lack of foot movement there from Charlesworth. Gregory seems to just be onto him a little bit quicker here. And yeah, like we said, he's a tall young man, so he's moved beautifully on the front foot, but just struggling to get onto that back foot. Plays that nicely, and great fielding there.
Emmanuel Hack in at backward point.
I thought that had gone straight up, actually. Deceptive view from up here, but
I lost it behind the pillar. I was hoping that James Rue was just going to settle underneath it. Not to be yet. But these bowling changes seem to have worked. I haven't in terms of wickets, but Gregory just has Ben Charlesworth, who looked pretty comfortable for the first 10 overs or so. A little bit of doubt as Gregory just pulls out of his run-up. Driven. Hack will give chase and does well to flick it back to Sajid Khan, his Pakistan and Somerset teammate. Come through for a couple, so Charlesworth moves on to 29. 12 overs gone, Gloucestershire 45 without loss. When are you back in action then, Sophie? Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Big gap for you, a bit like the County Championship, isn't it? Been a massive gap. You got what, 3 games left?
yeah, we've got 3 games left. We're off to Hove to play Southern Vipers at the end of this week. We actually play on Friday. Usually we play a lot of weekend fixtures, but just how the season works out, we've got to sort of try and cram 3 in the next couple of weeks before the eliminator and the final of the Rachel Hayhoe. So Aldridge is in, Harris defends that one. So yeah, off to Hove, play Friday, and then we are actually back here on the Sunday, so that's our last home fixture of the summer. We're facing Northern Diamonds here, which should be a cracking game actually. They're sitting in second, I think, at the minute. Vipers are top, so it's a tough couple of games for us this week. But yeah, we're looking to cause an upset, that's for sure. Driven back to Aldridge there by Harris.
I know you won't talk about it, so I'm going to. You had a decent month in July, didn't you? Congrats.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's nice to contribute. Probably didn't get the results that we wanted. Just weren't as consistent as what I'd hoped we would be. But yeah, we're a young side and we're still building. Yeah, we're still in the running to qualify if we have a good few games at the end of the season. But yeah, like I said, a couple of tough games to come. Harris just having a look at the wicket here. He's currently 8, faced 32 balls, so he's been very watchful. Gloucester just 1 away from that 50. 49 without loss. Harris defends. yeah, hopefully we'll get a good crowd here on Sunday. It's nice to be playing on a Sunday rather than a Saturday, actually. And, yeah, I was chatting to Ben earlier, and he said it's the last sort of weekend fixture that they've got here at Taunton. So yeah, hopefully good crowd will be in, and the weather will be okay. Haven't really looked that too far ahead at the forecast for the end of the week.
It's never accurate that far ahead, is it? It'll be wrong about today, so you can't rely on Sundays. Decent delivery that from Casey Aldridge just had. Harris pushing at it. Let's see again.
Yeah, great nut there. Still pursuing with the leg slip. Tom Lammonby in there. Harris defends that on the back foot through the gully region. Plays it down, lovely soft hands there. It's going to pick up a couple. Moves into double figures. It's the end of the 13th over here. Gloucestershire bring up their 50, move on to 51.
Yeah, Graham Van Buren will be very happy with that start. The Gloucestershire skipper. The coin fell in Tom Abel's favour. I wonder if Van Buren probably would have fielded first as well. So having been put in to reach 50 with relatively little alarm. There's been a couple of false strokes from Charlesworth against Gregory in particular. The first 8, 9, 10 overs, they looked in complete control, Gloucestershire. Somerset, Tom Abel, all of them really will be desperate for that first wicket. And I hope we'll bring a couple. Here is Gregory. Push to Khan in the covers. You know, around 10:30 start, is that on the Sunday? Sunday the 11th, is that right, dates-wise?
Yeah, all our Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy fixtures are 10:30 starts, have been right the way through the year. I'm not sure why. It's quite an early start, actually. I mean, I'm all right because I'm a morning person, but some of the girls,
Oh, really?
they absolutely hate it.
What time do you have to report for a 10:30 start?
Usually we get there a couple hours before the game, especially if we're at an away game and we've got the coach. You know, if the first person's in at 8:30, we're all in at 8:30. So.
Flicked away on the leg side, they'll pick up a couple. Josh Davey is down at fine leg, and he will do the fielding. There's a few grumpy faces at 8:30, are there? Real mix. Who's the work one? Who's the worst?
We've got a few girls that are at uni, and I think,
yes.
yeah, on a non-training day, I'm not sure they surface before midday.
I say they've got a nice 3 o'clock start. They like day-night cricket.
Yeah, and a lot of us have coming out of the 100 where we've been used to playing in the afternoon, where you probably can sleep until midday and then rock up at the ground. So yeah, it'll be a shock to the system for a few of them.
Gets in behind that one. Charlesworth. A good shock though, and down at Hove as well. First game, lovely afternoon by the beach. No weekend by the seaside though, sadly, if you've got a game on Sunday.
No, we're straight back, I think. So yeah, not too much time chilling down there, but yeah, it's a lovely ground. I've got some good memories at Hove as well. We played two KSL finals there, and yeah, won them both. So yeah, great memories.
Again, Charlesworth defends that back to Lewis Gregory.
Looks like a change in the field here. Gregory wants a deep point to Charlesworth. And the offside field just moving a touch squarer.
Gets in behind that one. Charlesworth, it's just him and Gregory playing at the moment. Finals at Lord's this year as well, isn't it? On TV, I think. Is that right? I think it is.
I don't know the details. I know the final was definitely at Lord's because...
You're home ground these days.
Yeah, it was oh God, it was an amazing place to play.
How was that?
Yeah, unbelievable.
Pinch yourself kind of moment.
Like I talk about that I love Taunton. And
it's all right.
Taunton is still my favourite ground. But Lord's, there was just an awe around it. And yeah, being there sort of day in, day out, just, you know, walking around the place, it's just a bit surreal, to be honest. And then, yeah, that first game that I played there, yeah, the crowd were unbelievable. Yeah, just a very special place to play cricket, and the fact that we were able to play sort of 3 games there on the bounce, yeah, it was brilliant.
That was that Casey Aldridge ball to Marcus Harris in slow-mo there, previous over. Harris just pushing it that one. Yes, where were you staying when you were did you get somewhere for a couple of weeks, or were you in the hotels across the road?
We were in a Hilton, probably about 20 minutes away from the ground, which actually was lovely in terms of just a, you know, 20-minute walk into work. It was ideal, really. Full by Aldridge and left alone by Harris. But yeah, I found myself in the city for around about a month.
How was that? 'Cause, so I live in London now. When I used to go and used to visit, it's very tiring because it's just a bit too much. But I find once you spend a little bit more time there, like I don't notice it now. So how was it for the month? Did you kind of ease into it?
Aldridge is in. Harris drives, but only as far as Bartlett at mid-off. Yeah, I really enjoyed it, actually. The first week probably took it out of me. I think it was a combination of sort of being in a new location, being in the city, but also being around people the whole time.
Yeah.
So obviously, like day to day, I'm in training and playing with Western Storm, but then you go home and you sort of have a break, and then you come back in and then you see everyone. Whereas, yeah, in the 100, you're just spending time with people all the time, even in the evenings, you're out for dinner. And yeah, I was pretty knackered after the first week, to be honest, and the competition hadn't even started. Left alone there by Harris. But yeah, nice to be back in the country. Nice to be back home. Like, really looking forward to Sunday and playing here. Yeah, it's felt like a while since we've played here. I think it was in May we played a T20 here for Storm, so it'd be nice to be back. Off the inside edge of the bat there from Harris. Jack Brooks does the fielding. Gregory and Aldridge just asking a few more questions here of the Gloucestershire batters. Still no breakthrough from Somerset into the 15th over. Just going to have to stay patient here. So I think they'll know that if they can get one, they'll be able to sort of try and make inroads on that Gloucestershire top order. Flirted with that one, did Charlesworth, outside the off stump.
Yeah, they're getting plenty of encouragement from Tractor down there. I can hear he's in. Yeah, they'd have looked at the top order and gone, no Chris Dent. All right, and get one early. And perhaps get into Gloucestershire. It hasn't to be yet.
Attempted Yorker there by Aldridge. End of his 3rd over, just gone for the 4 runs. There he is.
Positioned by Skip, I think. Just using that as a...
Just marking his guard there, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Lives and breathes every ball. No cider in hand just yet. It's that a half-hour earlier start, isn't it? It's a brave human who starts on the cider at 10:30 on a Monday morning. Gregory then around the wicket to Harris, who pushes to mid-off for no run. He just takes that little shuffle before the bowler lets go the ball, Harris. It's almost like an attempt to get his footwork going at times.
Yeah, when the camera was side on earlier, I was noticing he's quite narrow in his stance, actually.
Yeah.
But that's the beauty of this game, the beauty of batting, is everyone's got their own individual way. Yeah, just see, like, I mean, the camera angle there almost suggests that his feet are really close together. They're not actually touch him, but he is narrow in his stance.
It's a methodology that has certainly worked for him. 21 first-class hundreds. Yeah, you're right. Compared to someone like Peterson, and even his bants is similar, isn't he? Tom Banton, very wide. He could almost fit Marcus Harris's stance in between them. He definitely could between Peterson's legs. That's exactly it, isn't it? It's slightly different ways of achieving the same end result.
Yeah, great camera angle there of his stance.
Again, pushed out to mid-off. Still no breakthrough for Somerset here at the Cooper Associates County Ground on day 1. County Championship back up and running today. Not many wickets in Division 1 at all, just the one. Still just the one up at Hampshire. Everyone ticking along nicely. Short and pulled away. Despairing dive from Goldsworthy at mid-wicket, trying to get a hand on it. It bounced before and he was in control of that shot. Harris, he's been watchful and just waiting for that kind of delivery. And he was very quickly onto that. Pulls off the front foot. Moves on to 15.
Yeah, really showing his worth there, Harris. You know, shorter from Gregory, and yeah, quality players make the most of those run-scoring opportunities, and he cashed in there. It was a valiant effort, actually, at mid-wicket by Goldsworthy. It would have been an outstanding stop there if he'd got anything on it.
Better ball from Gregory. Harris just kind of cut him up slightly, nip back. Keeps it out, though.
Looks fairly quiet out there, doesn't it, from the
Bit flat.
the Somerset side. I guess they've got two new players in there. Sajid Khan and Mamal Haq will be finding their feet as well and trying to settle into things.
Yeah, I wonder how long it'll be before we see a bit of Sajid Khan with the ball. Broke into the Pakistan side as an off-spinner a year or so ago. 7 tests so far, 22 wickets for him. Played all 3 games of that series of Australia, which was absolutely fantastic back in March. It's not that recent now, is it?
So you played any white ball cricket for Pakistan or just test?
I think just test cricket. Not played an awful lot of white ball cricket, full stop. Emmanuel Hack has obviously played both white and red ball cricket, but Khan seems to be so far more of a red ball specialist, just the 16 this day games.
Aldridge in, and great stop there by Ammonby in the gully region. Charlesworth just fends that one off. Hammer's hair gets longer every time I see him.
He doesn't frequent the barbers too often, does he? Maybe he's growing it until he gets 100. Hopefully it'll be this game. Does have 100 against Gloucestershire. It's his first one.
Left alone by Charlesworth. Yeah, finds himself in a gully today in the red ball format, but in the short ball format, I've actually only noticed it the last week or so watching him play out on the boundary, the position that he gets into, and he was actually on one of the player mics during a recent game and was talking about how he'd worked with or come across Chris Jordan and had a conversation about his starting position in the deep. And I thought it was very interesting, actually. sort of sets him up sort of side on. I never noticed it here in the Vitality Blast. So whether it's something very recently that he's added to his game. But almost doesn't walk in. He's almost set on the boundary.
It's someone to listen to. It's Chris Jordan. What a fielder he is.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Both in the deep and in that gully.
Sajid Khan does the work there at cover. Didn't know too much about it. He's fielding just behind 2 covered wickets. Mats on both of those. I'm hoping that one of those is a fresh one for us on Sunday, actually. But yeah, never easy fielding in the ring where you've got mats in front of you. It's never nice. Aldridge in, Fuller driven by Charlesworth, but only as far as mid-off. Sliding stop there. Not sure if that's Banton on the pitch.
Oh, even better.
Yeah, I think that might be Tom Banton, just trying to figure out who he's on for. It was George Bartlett fielding at mid-off there, so whether it's just a straight swap. Looks like it might be.
Delighted to see he's penned a new 2-year deal, Tom Banton.
Defended by Charlesworth. Really good stuff from Aldridge. End of the 17th over, Gloucestershire, 58 without loss.
Yeah, just not quite been like as good as they've wanted to be, basically, for Somerset so far. They've just not had enough balls that have tested Harris and Charlesworth. 17 overs gone, 58 without loss. There's been that one top edge from Charlesworth that went over the wicketkeeper and slips for 4. Now, it looks to me as if we're going to see Sajid Khan ball in hand. He's certainly taken his jumper off, marking out his run-up, so we're going to see the off-spin of Sajid Khan for the very first time in a Somerset shirt. 190 first-class wickets at a touch under 27 in his career today. I mean, we talk about there being a break in the county championship. He hasn't played any cricket since April, or no professional cricket. A couple of list A games on the 1st of April, so it's been a long time without cricket for Sajid Khan. Before that, it was 3 tests against Australia. Come around the wicket to Marcus Harris. Tom Abel's in at first, slip. Short leg in. Fizzes it through there, that first ball.
Yeah, we see George Bartlett back on the pitch now. It's just a substitute to make sure that he could get his kit on ready for the short leg duties.
Would they do any harm to the pigs?
Flicked in to the leg side. He certainly fires it in. Looks to be a little bit of turn. Goldworthy does well to keep it to 1. The arm's quite low. Coming around the wicket to the 2 left-handers. Won't be many footholds really for him to aim for this early in the game, and in any event, the seamers have been coming around the wicket to the left-handers, so I don't think there's been anything from over the wicket from the right-handers yet. Certainly not from this end. The Marcus Trescothic brilliant ends. That's pushed into the covers. It's Tom Abel in there at cover, and it's Gregory at first slip.
Yeah, I'm not a spin bowling expert, but looks like an interesting action, actually.
There's a lot happening, and it happens quite quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's quite front on at release.
Imagine he gets through his overs quite quickly. There's no time to settle, is there?
Rapid, isn't he? Back to his mark and straight into it.
Starts with a decent over then, just the one off it so far. 59 without loss. Warm round of applause from the Cooper Associates County Ground. Sajid Khan just bowling his first over for Somerset. 1 of 4 games he will play during this stint. Five bowlers then used so far. by Tom Abel. Could still turn to himself if his hamstring is up to it. Tom Lammonby as well, potential option.
Yeah, you got Goldsworthy, I guess, that could offer a little bit of left arm spin. But yeah, we haven't seen much of Abel all summer with the ball. In recent years, we've seen him really come into his own as that all-rounder, but not too much this year. Aldridge in and wide outside the off stump there, left alone by Harris. Yeah, has Tom Abel bowled any overs this year in the county championship?
If he has, it's only a handful.
Aldridge again then. Full and driven, beautiful shot from the Australian overseas from Gloucestershire. I'm not sure it's going to go. Is it going to go?
Just.
Oh, Bartlett does well, but not well enough. He signals 4. He had to chase that all the way in his pads there.
I say without the pads, maybe he's making that. Only just one of those teasers. Tom Abel has bowled 31 overs in the county championship so far, 3 wickets. So not much really.
Defended into the onside there by Harris. Yeah, I thought it's unlikely that we'll see Tom Abel with the ball, recovered from a hamstring injury. That was in the last county championship game, wasn't it, up at Essex? That
He was on 90 odd, I think, wasn't
that.
he?
Yeah.
To retire.
Fuller and carved away through point. Evades a diving Lewis Goldsworthy there. Slightly uppish from Harris, but Aldridge offered him the width and he leant into that one. Just see the replay here. Yeah, width offered, but Harris just used opening the face of the bat actually to get that one through the point region. Straighter by Aldridge and tucks it to mid-wicket. No run though. Yeah, it does just seem a little bit flat out there from Somerset. I don't think they've put the ball in the right areas often enough, but that's where you need your fielders to really get behind you. And yeah, no breakthrough. You've got to keep plugging away out there and find something. Aldridge, Fuller, driven, sort of a false drive there. Goes to the third man boundary and Harris finding his touch now. He moves to 28. Gloucestershire up to 73 and yeah, looking very positive out there for the away team.
Yeah, it was in the air, wasn't it? But there wasn't that much risk because there was no one in that area. That third gap has now been plugged.
Down the leg side there by Aldridge.
There he is.
End of the 19th over.
Wondered where he'd been. Yeah, I'm going to dip out. Mr. Trigo's here. I heard the noise at the back of the press box for the first time in this game. Hopefully, change up here will bring a bit of a change in luck for Somerset.
Just having a look at Sajid Khan. I think we've got a slow-mo of his action. Did well to catch a slow-mo of his action. He was rapid through his first 6 balls. He's into the attack again. Dreeks.
Cheers, Sam, for the intro.
How are
Morning,
you?
Soph. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. You all good?
Yeah, awesome. Awesome. Just been in the stands, having a little watch.
What's the temperature like out there?
It's fresh.
Okay.
It's freshening. You know, there's 10:30 starts. You know, as a cricketer, you've got to pack the jumper and the under t-shirt. Be interested to see the new overseas signing get into his work. Probably not used to bowling on wickets quite as green. He drops a little bit short there and gets punched through the covers for 4. Somerset need to get this run rate down, start controlling the run rate a little bit. Creeping up to 4 and over is not where you want to be. Day 1 of the championship game, is it, Soph?
No, it's not. It's not been the best start from Somerset. Conversation happening now between bowler and skipper. Talking about field sets, I'm sure. Need to be talking about how they're going to get a wicket.
Yeah, I think as a overseas spinner bowling in the 20th over, day 1 of a championship match probably isn't a plan, but unfortunately the Somerset bowlers haven't got control of the rate and haven't looked that threatening. It looks a good pitch from up here. I haven't been out there this morning. Maybe nip out at lunchtime and have a little look. There's another one that's dropped short from Sajid Khan and appropriately punished through the offside.
Yeah, I think Tom A will be hoping that Sajid Khan can just offer a little bit of control from one end, but just been a touch too short on occasions, and Charlesworth is quick on his feet. He's played nicely off the back foot there.
Yeah, both Gloucester left-handers, pains me to say it, playing rather nicely this morning. It's important that Somerset just stick in. Like I said, sometimes the focus is on the run rate. You know, you try and bowl the magic delivery, don't you, as a bowler sometimes, trying to, you know, pitch leg, hit the top of off, trying to create a breakthrough. But I think if you sometimes turn the focus to just trying to go for 2.5 and over for your spell, that often brings the wicket. Bit of frustration. Need to get the run rate down. As we have a look, we've got the Somerset Wyvern, the reverse Somerset Wyvern, as we've talked about a few times this season. Charlie Taylor always gets quite triggered about that up on the Pegasus building. Yeah, some snazzy socks by the gentleman sat there in the middle. What a great place to spend your retirement overlooking the Cooper Associates county ground. As we've got a change of ends for young Jack Brooks, popping the headband on as he's so famous for. 4 overs for 16 so far, so hopefully a change of ends, a change of fortune. Those things with you, so fresh back from playing the 100. Are we allowed to mention the 100 on a county championship live stream?
Probably not, Trees.
Yeah, we are. We can talk. We can talk
yeah,
about.
It was a great experience.
Excellent. I saw a lot of social media pictures about with yourself playing at Lord's. That's a very special occasion, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it was really special. I was thinking, like, yeah, I knew it would be special, but yeah, it was just an unbelievable experience. And yeah, I was thinking if you're a county cricketer, you'd probably want to be drawing Middlesex away.
How good's the food?
Especially in a 4-dayer, wouldn't you? Because the food was unbelievable. Yeah, I'm a proper foodie as well, so it was great.
Yeah, there is the cuisine at Lord's Cricket Ground is something to
a lot of ice cream.
Lots of anything you want.
Like you can just and like by the end I knew what I was asking for, because I knew the tricks of the trade, how to get more ice cream, who to ask, you know. A little bit sneaky, but
very wily. I wonder if there's a statistical analysis of bowlers' spells post-lunch and how they go. Could be very interesting. As Jack Brooks gets a little bit of nibble off the pitch there, looking to shape it back into Harris there, trying to look for that LBW. Both left-handers look very strong through the offside, so that line that Brooks is bowling, or all the bowlers are bowling, has got to be very, very tight to that off stump. Anything outside seems to have disappeared for 4 all morning. Somerset need to respond here. 81 for naught in the 21st over here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, day 1. Yeah, the food. Yeah, it's luckily being an all-rounder, I was kind of always a bit mindful of going for the second courses and this, that, and the other. But I have to admit, I reckon a few cricketers have moved to Middlesex and put on a few pounds and changed shirt size. Not the modern way, though. I'm assuming the food was still being pretty good through a short format game.
Yeah, it was lovely. Better on a, I think you can enjoy it more on a training day, can't you?
I'm loving how much. Can we have the camera on in here? I'm loving how much you're smiling talking about this. I've never seen your eyes
I
light
know,
up.
I'm so animated when I'm talking about food treats. But yeah, training day, like we'd get in, we'd train, and then you're going to have lunch, so you can just fill your boots, can't you, basically? On a match day, I'm a little bit nervous, haven't really got the appetite, so you can't really cash in.
Fill your boots and cash in. Maybe there's a restaurant. There should have been a restaurant.
And the bread rolls as well.
Oh.
Warm bread rolls. Oh. Is it lunchtime yet?
Yeah, I don't think the delights we get up here in the commentary box are quite up to that same standard. But nice, tidy over from Jack Brooks there, looking to get into his work. Sajid Khan. He'd probably be not particularly used to a Duke cricket ball. Spoke to a number of overseas spinners that come to England for the first time or bowl with the Duke ball for the first time, and they always describe it as quite waxy and slippery to hold. You know, the Kookaburra ball, the shape of it, I know they're round, but they are subtly slightly different. The seams are more abrasive and a bit flatter, so you can get your fingers on the ball and spin the ball harder. Number of Somerset spinners that have come over. I remember a Jentham Mendes who came and played for us, who used to flick the ball out of his fingers, bowled a lot of carom balls. He used to find it really difficult to control. Hopefully Sajid Khan finds his feet quickly as he looks to bowl a nice tight line of length there to Charlesworth, who blocks away. No spin on show at the moment.
What do you make of his action, Triggs?
Well, it's got a little bit of Dan Lawrence about it, hasn't it? A little bit off the wrong foot, sort of very sort of shoulder dominant, I'd have said. Got quite a quick arm. I'd imagine if there was spin to be had with the pacey bowls, I think he'd be an awkward customer. But you know, spin in a 4-day game is more synonymous to days 3 and 4. So day 1, you think. You know, if he got a wicket, it would almost be viewed as a bit of a bonus this morning. It's more controlling the run rate spell at the moment, but I'm sure he will aspire to take his first Somerset wicket this morning, which would be fantastic, as Gloucester have kind of got away a little bit this morning. Another short ball belted out into the offside. There's a little bit of drizzle in the air. There's a rustling in the stands here at the Cooper Associates. I'm looking over to the Colin Atkinson and the River stand. There's some umbrellas coming up. There's some Macs being pulled out of bags. Are Macs still things? They are Macs, aren't they? Little rain Macs.
Yeah, there's a lot of movement in there. Bit of venturing inside as well, by the looks. 22 overs gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Gloucester 84 without loss. Charlesworth has played nicely. He's 44 not out, and Marcus Harris, the Australian overseas, 30 not out.
Our wonderful score here at Polly has just informed me that it is raining. Maybe she thinks the window that we're sat in front is not as see-through as hers, but we can see Polly, don't worry. It's just drizzling as I look into the dark trees in the distance. Hopefully it won't be around too long, but I think the forecast is for a little bit. Hopefully that will juice up the pitch as Charlesworth plays another glorious cover drive. What a great name. Ben Charlesworth. Great name. Equally great shot as Brooksy again strays outside off stump. You can see there's nothing for that line at the moment. Got to be really pitching on that angle, sort of middle and off. Once it gets to the batsman, it'll be just maybe sort of off stump, fourth stump. Brooksy's going to have to use his experience here and Just tidy his lines up a little bit. Not an ideal scenario on day one to be bowling with a deep point. Who's in action straight away? And Goldsworthy out there. Always a bit of an ominous sign, isn't it, when you start having side sweepers on the first morning of a championship match. Just shows that the disciplines aren't quite there at the moment with the Somerset bowling attack. They need to get together quickly and just have a little discussion about the lines to bowl. Certainly these two batters look very strong outside their off stump, don't they, Sophie?
They do, yeah. That's Charlesworth's 50 that he's just brought up there with a couple. He's played really nicely. Leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Yeah, he's deserved 50 here, actually, Charlesworth. He's played really nicely. He's latched onto anything full in particular. Played very nicely through the offside. Some beautiful cover drives, as you almost expect from left-handers, don't you? They just always look so elegant.
Yeah, just that angle across creates that little bit of width, doesn't it? I mean, we're used to watching Steve Davis hit those beautiful left-handed cover drives, as you say. I think if a right-arm bowler to a left-arm batter isn't getting that shape back in, it does create a lot of opportunities to drive. I mean, it always made me laugh when the pundits used to critique Sir Alistair Cook about nicking off occasionally to balls going across him, whereas they seem to forget to focus on the 13,000 runs he also scored through the offside. Your strength is often your downfall in cricket as a batter.
Driven
Bartlett there at mid-off doing the fielding, back into James Rue. One of those mornings here at the Cooper Associates. Some grey cloud looming.
Yeah, the sun sort of evaded us, but it's not looking too miserable out there. It's just slightly overcast. Still see the Quantox in the distance, which is good.
Because we've both got our legs out, so isn't it?
Yeah, well,
we've
shorts.
scared the sun away.
Oh, shorts all year round for me.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Here we go, slow-mo of Sajid Khan here. That arm coming through. Very round arm, very sort of shoulder heavy. Looks like he's putting a fair bit of revs on that ball. But the wicket day one here at Taunton, especially in these conditions, isn't particularly conducive to spin. So we'll see how that develops over the next few days and hours.
Yeah, field spread here, isn't it? It's looking pretty defensive from Somerset.
Yeah, it's not the ideal scenario because you get into milking mode. I would have said that I think having the mid on so deep and the mid off so deep wasn't a great option because none of the boundaries have gone back over his head. So I'd be encouraging the batters to take that risk on day one. Personally, it's the short. Well, let's face it, long hops he's bowled that have been punished for boundaries, and you can't set a field for bad bowling, which is a bit of an old school cricket saying, isn't it, Soph?
Yeah, absolutely right. What's your mindset? Tom Abel won the toss, bowling first, you haven't got a wicket. What was always your mindset, Triggs, on a day like today?
Well, as the all-rounder, I mean, my job would have been very, very obvious. I think that the older and more experienced and better I got as a bowler, I just focused on bowling my good areas and not going for runs. And you kind of learn as a cricketer that if you don't go for runs, you create opportunities. The ball doesn't have to do great things, but if you can frustrate a batsman into a mistake or a big shot, I think that's the way it would go. I would definitely, as a bowler, really not like this field that's set at the moment. It seems too easy to get singles. I was always really frustrated if a batter got an easy single off of a good ball. I always personally like to put myself under pressure to bowl well rather than defend average bowling. That was definitely a Justin Langer thing that was drummed into me, that he'd refuse to protect a junk ball, as he used to say.
Yeah, and how often do you have conversations? I know I have them as captain at Western Storm, and the girls sometimes say, oh, like I want to have like a deep square leg, and I'm like, oh, why do you want to have that? Oh, well, just in case. Well, no. Like, what's your best ball? Where are you looking to bowl the ball? You're not looking to bowl a ball that gets whacked out there, are you? So back yourself and be more attacking. And
yeah, I think in limited overs cricket, you know, there is an argument at certain passages of play to protect certain areas of the ground, especially if you've done the research on where the batter likes to score runs. That's relevant. But like I said, you know, you've got to put yourself under pressure to bowl well rather than protect average bowling. That was always my philosophy, and I always trusted that, you know, wickets would come if I landed the ball in the right area. I suppose, you know, like that ball that Brooksy's just bowled there. You know, the challenge is that if every 3 overs, every 18 balls, I'd probably want 16 of them in that area. And I think if I was there or thereabouts, you know, the wickets would fall. I mean, Charles Willoughby always used to say that he would hit his areas, as in I think a top quality bowler has a stock ball, a stock length, which Brooksy's just executed beautifully twice there. And Charles always used to say that he'd like to get 3 or 4 overs of under 2 and over in the bank before he would let himself search for a wicket. And I always, you know, I took that on board. I thought that was a good philosophy. So, you know, if you think about that in terms of a captain, if your bowler is, you know, eventually gets hit for 4, but he's bowled, you know, 4 overs for 7, it doesn't stress you. But if he's leaking a boundary ball every over, it starts to stress you out, doesn't it? So
yeah,
I think there's a lot more than just bowling the ball. You know, you have to, you know, you can't just run up and bowl. You have to have a plan about what you're trying to achieve and where you're trying to bowl. Sometimes comes from experience, but often your coaches, your captains can drum that into you early.
And in terms of that precision, sort of like that area you're looking to hit, like how small is that area?
Well, that can be a bit pitch dependent. You know, if there's movement swing, that area gets quite big. You could miss by, you know, maybe 12 inches either way. So if I suppose an average sort of 2-seater dinner table, I suppose, would be your sort of landing area. You know, in practice, we used to put a lot of cones out on the floor, and then we just used to try and hit over and over again, just to try and, again, get your muscle memory to remember the feeling of hitting that area. A lot of bowlers say, you know, or captains say, hit your straps, which is, you know, top of the knee roll, off stump. You know, some wickets that might be really full. Some wickets you can come back a little bit. Charlesworth 51, Harris 33, ticking along nicely, but Brooksy looks like he's read the script. Bowled a very, very tidy over there, sniffing around that outer edge. Certainly put the Gloucester batters under pressure that over. Much better.
Yeah, end of the 25th over there, Gloucestershire. 94 without loss. Triggs, you had a pretty good weekend, didn't you?
Well, it was a weekend personally that I didn't think was still in the locker, but Weston-super-Mare were in a bit of trouble in the league situation, and I had to come up with the goods. I even had to bowl like seam up again, which was incredibly painful, and it's still incredibly painful 2 days later.
So have you not bowled much this year at all?
I haven't bowled any seam up at all. So, and I bowled 10 overs straight through, which was, I don't know how I did it actually, because running to the end of the road's a challenge at the moment. As Sajid Khan has a peel there, that looked, it's not spinning away. That looks pretty decent. A good shout, but maybe outside the line. Hard to tell. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that as soon as possible. A lot of armchair umpires will have an opinion on the replay, but it didn't look like he got a stride in big enough to get outside the line, so it'd be very interesting to see.
Yeah, it did look tight there.
Maybe we'll have a look at that at the end of this over. Yeah, he didn't get a massive stride in, so possibly going down would have been the issue with that kind of it needs to straighten really from the angle that he's bowling. He bowls very wide of the crease. You know, you think about that, his arm action is quite low as well, you know, it's coming from almost off the strip. Interesting to see. Anyway, I'd have given it 8. Get the game moving forward. Oh, that would have been one of those James Taylor-esque wonder catches there from George Bartlett. Clipped off the middle of the bat straight into the middle region of George Bartlett. Unable to carry that. That would have been an incredibly unlucky way to go. Mark Harris clipping it to the offside. Imam Ul-Haq there doing the fielding. Sajid Khan's countryman, teammate. Combining there, I'm sure we'll get a little look at that LBW shout at some stage.
Just finding a little bit more control now, isn't he? Sajid Khan, 5 overs, just the 12 runs.
Yeah, now he's into his work. I'd like to see the field start to maybe squeeze a little bit more now that he's settled in, as we've got a replay here of that LBW shout. Come on, armchair umpires, what are we saying? Not out.
Sliding.
That's hitting leg stump on another set, I think. Fair to say that's sliding down the leg side.
Still Jack Brooks then from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Harris drives that one. Brooks gets a hand on it, just going to be a single.
Yeah, the old bowling seam on the weekend got the competitive juices flowing as well. I think, you know, little bit of niggle, bit of chat with the opposition. It was like rolling them back. So,
Well, good end to the season, Triggs. That you done and dusted now this year?
yeah, I think so. I'll pop the old bats back into storage. Might send them back to Grey Nichols for a little bit of a refurbish. Yeah, it's been quite a successful season, really. I've enjoyed it. Nice playing with my boys, and my brother played the last couple of games, which was great to play with Sam again. Far too good a club cricketer to not be playing. I know he does the ground, but Sam's still a very, very tidy off-spinner batter. He made some really useful contributions towards the back end, which was nice. Brooks hit to bowl again to Charlesworth, who leaves well alone.
Yeah, it must be nice playing with your boys as well.
Yeah, I mean, well, there is a chance that if Sam plays a bit next year, myself, my 2 sons, Sam's son, who will be hovering around the first team as well, there could be 5 Trigos on the card, which will be very Froome-esque in the Dredge era. So we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, shame when there's still a month of good weather left. The club season is over in the Whipple. I know the club will be playing a 6-a-side competition. There'll be some sort of days at the club like that, I suppose, in all clubs around the southwest.
Yeah, it's crazy to think we're near the end of the season, isn't it?
Isn't it just? It's flown by, especially from a Somerset perspective. I suppose that is the chat on the streets, isn't it, now with the 100, you know, and, you know, if you're from the southwest, you've virtually had no professional cricket for the last month, bar a spattering of Royal London games. So I do think that, you know, we had a great month of weather as well, and very little cricket to show here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, which is a shame, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a real shame.
Even if the 100 food at Lord's is great, it has been a little bit of a shame for, you know, counties like Somerset, Bristol, Gloucester. Haven't got their fair share, unfortunately, due to the franchise model that's been presented. Be interesting to see when that report comes out about next year as well. See if it's been amended in any way. I believe it has, actually. I think it's going to be shifted around because of the 50 over World Cup. So all of a sudden that become more of a priority for the England players. So interested to see if that will be shifted in the calendar. Hot topic, I'm sure, at the moment. Andrew Strauss's high performance review. I'll have to wait until I've got a bit of time on my hands to go through that and have a little read. Nighttime reading, that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be, yeah. Yeah, I can't imagine it's too exciting. But yeah, it will be interesting to see what they come up with.
Yeah, always, I don't know. You'd like to assume that there's a big influence from players that actually played a lot of county cricket. You know, Andrew Strauss played the majority of the last 10 years of his career solely for England. You know, is his perception of county cricket, you know, accurate? You know, that's always a slight concern. It's always England players and people that are, you know, working at that level that seem to be determining the futures of county cricket and cricketers, which you'd like to think that the chairmen, CEOs of the clubs and players that actually play county cricket are consulted as well when these decisions are made, because it does affect us all. At the end of the day, you don't have England players unless you have county players, do you? You don't just grow international cricketers on trees. They've got to develop somewhere. So county cricket is a huge part of the landscape in this country.
Great footwork there by Marcus Harris. Again, that's just too easy though for the left-hander to milk that one up to, well, sort of like a 3/4 of the way long on. Sajid Khan has settled into his work nicely though. Gloucester just one away now from bringing up that 100. These two have played brilliantly.
Just in time for a bit of Josh Davey. He has the knack of getting the ball to nip on relatively flat pitches. He's replacing Jack Brooks, who did a reasonable job there. Looks like he hit a nice little rhythm, but looks like it's going to be Khan from one end and rotate the seamers, short spells. I think it's fair to say at this stage it looks like a long fielding day in store for the Somerset team. So Captain Tom Abel will be using his bowlers sparingly because they have to keep them fresh somehow. It's always the benefit if you can have a spinner bowl at a good economy rate. You can keep your seam bowlers a little bit fresher and bowl them from the conducive end. It looks like the wind is going to be sort of helping the seamers bowling from the Trescothick stand end down the ground. Josh Davey just a little bit too straight on that first delivery. Marcus Harris tucking into the offside, bringing up Gloucester's 100 in the 29th over. A little bit too quick from a Somerset perspective, but the Gloucester pair have played well.
Yeah, just the two slips for Davey. Back into the attack, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and he's got deep square and long leg. Left alone by Charlesworth there. Still pretty overcast here in Taunton. A fair few in watching though. The Somerset faithful will be glad to see the return of county championship cricket here.
They certainly will. I think we've got on the forecast I'm seeing at the moment there's a little bit of rain around. Oh no, that's in Weston-super-Mare. Let's change to Taunton. Let's have a little look what we've got. Got a little bit of rain here, 30% from now until 1 o'clock, and then it looks like the afternoon's set relatively fair. So hopefully it's just one of those overcasty southwest English days and nothing worse than that. Josh Davey, top of his long run, bowling to Charlesworth, looking like he's just trying to get one to nip away. Looks like he's landing it sort of around about off stump, bowling those wobble seams. If he can just get one to hold its line bring those 2 slips into play. Yeah, it gets a bit head scratchy when you have 28 overs of a county championship game without a wicket as a captain. You're probably trying to make that magic decision that brings a wicket, but you know, you can also feel quite hand-tied in a lot of ways. You know, five bowlers used already. No one really looking like making the breakthrough as yet.
Yeah, and just looking at scores across the country in Division 1, it's actually still only 1 wicket fallen, and that was in the Hampshire Northants game. I think they're off for rain there. They've only bowled 15 overs, so looks like it might be raining down in Southampton. Essex 74 without loss against Kent down at Canterbury, and Lancashire 84 without loss in the Roses clash up at Old Trafford.
Yeah, that month of dry weather just sapped the moisture out of the grounds, maybe, making them a little bit flatter. Probably hence the signing of Sajid Khan, I would have thought. You know, it looked like, I think the distance forecast is that, you know, September's going to be a pretty dry month. Can we get that wicket turning? Be a challenge. We don't want it spinning too much, I guess, but you know, it does seem to be a formula that worked really well for Somerset a few years back. What's the availability of Jack Leach in the coming weeks? You know, he'd make a huge difference on a turning wicket, as he did so many times for the club the last 5-6 years. Incredible amount of wickets Leach has taken.
Yeah, will he be available for the last few games, hopefully? Be nice to see Leach and Khan bowl in tandem, wouldn't it?
Certainly would. I'm assuming he'd be in the test squad. He'll be starting on Thursday. Come on, Leachy, come down, have a couple of days bowling, mate, before, you know, don't worry about those nets with the England boys, come and have a bowl. And just travel up and get the old England strip on.
Just had a tweet, Triggs, from Colin Golland. Great to see you and Trigo on the commentary, watching along from Western. Hoping to come to the game tomorrow, depending on weather.
Yeah, I think Colin was actually at Western-super-Mare Cricket Club on Saturday. I met him briefly in the bar afterwards, but to be fair, after the day I had, I probably wasn't making much sense. To be fair, I had a couple of celebratory ones. Always nice. We had a bit of impromptu karaoke as well, which was good.
Oh, what's your go-to on the karaoke, Triggs?
All I'm going to say is the word on the street in Western-super-Mare is Elvis is not dead. Yeah, I had a lovely moment as well. I sung "Shallow" with my daughter. My daughter's got a really good singing voice, and I did the bloke bit, she did the girl bit. It was absolutely. And
are you claiming that she gets that from you?
Little daddy's dream, that was. Bit of karaoke with a nipper. Oh, JD bowls an absolute beauty there to Marcus Harris. Head in hands. How did that not clip a stump or an edge? Beautiful piece of bowling there. Oh wow, that's an absolute beauty. That's that bit of away nip that I was talking about the previous over. Just keep putting the ball in that danger area. JD does have a canny knack of getting a bit of movement even when the wicket looks pretty flat. Hopefully that can happen sooner rather than later. A quarter of an hour here left in this session. Obviously 10:30 is the new start time now that we're in September. That was always a bit of a shock to the system when you had to get up half an hour early to do your preparation, your warm-up, your throwdowns.
Do you think that earlier start, I know it's only by half an hour, but do you think that affects your decision at the toss a little bit?
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, this time of the year, I mean, that half an hour earlier, there's normally a little bit more moisture, the dews on the ground. Not that England's a particularly dewy place, but that little bit of movement, you know, can often be found that first half an hour, which I think would have certainly been part of the decision making. I think the forecast as well, you know, it's a bit of a famous cricket thing, is you make your decision by looking up, not down, a lot of the times in England, and you know, you have to say that these look like perfect sort of swinging conditions, to be fair, but I suppose the caveat to that is I don't think there's what you'd call a natural swing bowler on display. Lewis Gregory would probably be the one that you would say was a big swinger of the ball. The other guys are more nip bowlers. Jack Brooks gets a little bit of swing. But yeah, you expect to see a lot more movement and troubling times for the batters with overhead conditions like they are, but not to be so far. So it's going to be a consolidation sort of period, I think, for the Somerset bowling attack. Get that run rate into the low threes, and hopefully a few decent balls. Mistakes from the Gloucester batters will be on the way soon.
Did you feel more pressure if you win the toss, you bowl first, and the conditions are in your favour?
No, it's just you enjoy it, don't you? I think you know you should enjoy your work.
Oh, great fielding!
Brilliant fielding. Oh, is that the moment? Oh, great bit of fielding.
Well.
Diving one-handed stop by Sajid Khan. Popped up through the stumps down. Marcus Harris just made his ground. That was a phenomenal piece of fielding there by Sajid Khan. Very athletic.
Yeah, appreciated by the fielders that were around him. Goldsworthy, Bartlett, and I think it was the skipper, Tom Abel, giving him a high five for that. I've been watching him the whole game, actually. When he's fielded the ball from the boundary, it looked like he's got a rocket arm. He hasn't thrown it in easy once. Yeah, great bit of fielding there.
Yeah, you can sense even by the way he's sort of prowling at extra cover. He's one of those motivated fielders, isn't he? You can almost tell by the body language if someone's a good fielder or not. He looks like he's, you know, like a cat looking to pounce on something.
The state of his shirt and trousers would probably suggest that as well, Triggs. Looks like he's been diving around a fair bit within the first 30-odd overs today.
Just the sort of character we need here at Somerset County Cricket Club. Backs to the wall, you know, staving off relegation, some big performances needed, and guys that are willing to put in the hard yards, and Sajid Khan looks like one of those. I think it's fair to say that you can't expect too much of him day one as an off-spinner, but he's doing a grand job so far. Going at 2 and over, so he's doing a really good job for his captain and team so far. Hopefully, as the pitch wears, the game develops, he'll come into it from a wicket point of view at some stage.
Yeah, Harris just milks that one up to long on. Moves to 42. This Gloucestershire partnership is building. Oh, well fielded in there at short leg by George Bartlett. Did you ever field in there, Triggs?
No interest.
Not even when you were a youngster on the scene and you just got forced in there?
I think either Sam or Harry did ask me that earlier on in the season. I did field in there once, but my left bowling boot has the toe cut out, and I had a ball swept and it hit straight on the hole, so straight onto my front toe, and took my big toenail clean off. That was, and obviously couldn't bowl them for the rest of the day, and it was in agony for weeks bowling with it. So that was my first and last. You don't normally get sort of frontline bowlers going in there really.
No, very true.
You know, you normally pick either short guys, young guys, or the batter that doesn't bowl. I mean, that's normally the choice. I don't know why on earth I said yes to going in there, to be honest. There's not too many roles or jobs that I wasn't given, but that was certainly one that I was not that interested in, to be fair.
Just a change in the field there. Long on has come up to mid on. You'll be happy with that, won't you, Triggs?
Yeah, well, it's just, for me, it says, you know, you got yourself a nice 40, 50. Do you want to gamble and go over the top? I think it's a real positive move to keep those up. Just give them a little bit of a, you know, dangle the carrot. Because they'll know in the back of their heads that if they do try and do it and get out that way in a 4-day game, in the context of where the game is, it will look pretty dumb, so they might not fully commit to it. So I actually think it's a real sort of wicket forcing or potential wicket taking move to have those two up. Not one ball has been hit back over Sajid Khan's head. So, yeah, block that option. You don't want them just dabbing ones. And now that he's stopped bowling those the drag downs, you know, he's into his work now. He hasn't bowled one short ball, has he? So that seems to be the 4 ball, the short wide one, as JD's drifted onto the thigh pad there. Charlesworth onto 56, 55. 107 for no wicket here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. 33rd over.
Marcus Harris just doing a little bit of gardening there. Again, just the 2 slips. Davey in. Defended by Harris. Nammonby does the fielding at mid-wicket. Yeah, it doesn't look overly warm out there. A lot of jumpers being worn by the Somerset fielders.
Yeah, it's a little bit fresh. Josh Davey won't be feeling the cold though, charging in, bowling. That'll keep him nice and warm. It's an incentive to put a long spell in.
Or finds the edge, but played down there by Harris, and I think that's going to run away to the 3rd man boundary. Tom Abel, the skipper, in pursuit, but not quick enough on this occasion.
Just a reminder to everyone, in light of the terrible issues, the flooding in Pakistan, we have a special online auction to support those affected by that situation. Signed shirts, a canvas print signed by Lord Botham, signed Somerset shirts. I believe already donations and silent bids are up to around about £2,000, which will be fantastic as a club if we can put a sizable amount of money towards helping the people affected over there. There's a QR code on your screen right now. Don't ask me what a QR code is or anything like that, but I think you put your phone camera on it and Google or your iPhone will do the rest. I know we're all facing some tricky times with the cost of living crisis and various things like that, but any pennies or pounds you can spend would be, or spare, would be greatly appreciated. Josh Davey into Charlesworth here. Can he find the outside edge? Not this time. Bunted out to Sajid Khan. Dot ball, but JD seems to have found a nice little rhythm. Just needs that magic ball that he bowled a couple of overs ago to happen a little bit more frequent and hopefully catch the edge. We're with Sophie Love today and Sam Dalling, who's probably writing some manuscript in the back there. He's always working, never stops typing, Sam. Always a busy bee. ESPN, Telegraph, he writes for everyone. I still haven't evolved from crayons. Primary colour crayons is still what I write in, unfortunately. Yeah, bit the handbook, the almanac. Oh, you do. Oh, Sam's doing a bit of spell check at the moment for the members booklet next year. So if you need Sam, if you need anything grammatically checked, just hand it over, mate. I got a D in my GCSE English, I think. 50 for Dunce. Yeah, Sam's amazed. 32 overs in a session, but it does help that 8 of them have been bowled by a spinner, who certainly gets through his overs quickly. We're obviously playing to the digital clock that's on the scoreboard, not the one on the top of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, 12:30, and it is lunch. Gloucester have made it to 115 for no wicket off the 33 overs. We are going to enjoy in the interval a Life in Cricket by Josh Davey. So that could be a dreary affair, because Josh Davey's always moaning about something. No, I'm only kidding. Josh Davey's he's a cracking character, is JD. He's just one of them half-empty kind of guys, but most seam bowlers are a bit that way, so be a real interesting watch. We'll be back, myself, Sam Dalling, Sophie Luff, in about 40 minutes' time. Enjoy a spot of lunch yourselves, and we'll welcome you back to the Cooper Associates ground and day one action here of Somerset versus Gloucestershire. We'll see you later.
So Josh Davey, we're here to talk about your life in cricket, so it would make sense to start at the start. Obviously, you've been making headlines recently at World Cups with Scotland, so that's where it all began. Born in Aberdeen, is that right?
Yes, born in Aberdeen. Didn't have a long stay there though, so I moved away when I was 9 months old. Moved to America with my family. My dad worked in the oil industry, so that's why we're moving around quite a lot. Moved to America for a couple of years and then settled in Bury St Edmunds, Suffolk. So that's where I grew up and spent the majority of my young life.
And I understand that, given where you were born, you're the only Scottish member of your family, is that right?
Only Scottish member, that's right, yeah, the only one.
What were your first experiences of cricket? Was it dad and the bat and ball in the garden or at school?
I think it's through school. Family not really cricket orientated at all. I sort of fell into cricket through friends, I think one of my friends was saying, I'm going down the local cricket club, which was opposite my school, so literally across the road. And he said, you should just come along. And I was like, I'll do it, because I wanted to just spend time with my friends. So I went down there and played, and remembered, I quite enjoy this, I quite like this, so I experienced it more, went a few more times, and sort of, I guess, got the snowball rolling, really. So
yes, that's the beauty of cricket clubs, isn't it? They are such hubs of the local communities, and it's about families going down there and spending time with your friends, and the game does produce these great stories such as this.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I mean that was it. That's what got me going. I think it was more the social side of it. Just being with your friends, playing, having fun, and it was so close to us. Literally, it felt like quite a safe environment as well, because it was so close to what I was familiar with school just being on the other side of the road. So quite an easy sort of transition, I guess, into cricket. When
did you get an inkling that actually, oh my goodness, this could be a potential career path rather than just spending the afternoon hanging around with your friends?
I don't know. I'm not sure I still think that at all anyway. But I don't know. I think that's probably what drew me into going back. I think the first go I had, I thought, I'm all right at this. I can hit the ball, I can bowl, I can run, I can catch all right. So I think if you enjoy something, or you're quite successful at something, you tend to enjoy it more. So I think probably I picked it up quite quickly. Had a few. It's hard to remember, but I probably had a few good memories of doing something well, maybe won a award or something like that, and that sort of drew me back into going again.
What were the next steps then? Obviously you said Bury St Edmunds and at school, and what was your journey into the pathway of first class cricket? What was your first sort of step into that world?
So my first step was, I went into Suffolk age groups. So I worked my way up through age groups, school, played from Suffolk under 11s to under 17s, and I think when you're sort of getting towards the end of school and around that sort of age, I was like, actually I would like to pursue, maybe look into playing cricket professionally. So I actually Suffolk's a little bit out of the catchment. You've got Essex that's close by, but there's not that many teams close to where I was from. So I went off to Gary Palmer's academy, and I spent the early Sunday morning trips, probably 350-mile round trips going to Gary's academy. And fortunately enough, at one of the training sessions, Toby Radford came down and he watched me train and offered me an invitation to come train and trial in the academy at Middlesex, which I was over the moon about. Get that opportunity, that's what I was looking for. So I'd have probably been 17 at this time, I'd say. So I went down for a trial at Finchley in North London, and I think the trial must have gone quite well, because at the end of the first trial they said, we'd like to offer you a spot to come and join and train with the academy. So from there I never looked back, really, I guess. And every Tuesday and Thursdays I'd go down to Finchley and train with the Middlesex Academy, and that's how it sort of kicked off from the youth to the academy sort of level.
What did it feel like when you were offered that position, to think, actually I could make a living at it?
I think it's quite surreal, actually, because it all happened quite quickly. I think I went from being in Suffolk under-17s to making my first class debut at 19. It was 18 months to 2 years, so it was actually quite like a quick spiral, like to get into the first class game. But I remember like the feeling of I'm going to a professional club, and I'm potentially going to be in the academy, was something I'll always remember. I mean, I was so happy. Didn't even bother me that I had to travel 3 hours a day to go and train. It was just so nice to have that opportunity to go and do it.
And then obviously the next steps from the academy into the Middlesex side. How was that transition for you?
It was quick. I made my debut at 19, and it was tough. It was a tough learning curve, I guess. I don't think I was ready, but luckily I was given the opportunity to see what it was about, first class cricket, and I just really enjoyed the experience of getting to see where I was at. I mean, I wasn't that successful, but I did manage to make a 50 on my first game, so I was very pleasing. It kind of like relaxed you a little bit and say, I can perform at this level. But yeah, looking back, it all happened so quickly, so it's quite hard to put it into words, I guess.
Were you always a bowling all-rounder?
No. So, growing up, I was bowling off spin when I was 15, 16, so I started as a batter, and I think that was Middlesex saw me as a top order batter that had the ability to bowl seamers, but I was put onto the academy as a batter and made my debuts as a batter, and I guess slowly I bowled a little bit, but at times when I was playing for Middlesex I wouldn't even bowl in the second team, so it's been, well, if I look where I am now and look where I am there, it's been an interesting path so far, but we can go over that in a little bit.
It's kind of the journey, isn't it? Usually you find that pace bowlers become spinners because they realise they don't have to do quite as much running, but you know.
Yeah, obviously wasn't the smart one there, was I? So, I don't know how. I just think opportunities came. I mean, I did develop my bowling as I played for Middlesex, and as I was there over the 4 years, bowling sort of started to develop when I had opportunities, and then I guess they saw me more as, towards the end of my time at Middlesex, was more of an all-rounder, sort of 50-50. So I did develop that up and started bowling more, but at my time there I was primarily seen as a batter.
Just before we come on to you joining Somerset, it was Angus Fraser, wasn't it, whilst at Middlesex, that turned your eyes onto the potential of being an international cricketer? Is that right?
Yes, I think we handed our passports in, medical or something like that, and he caught wind that obviously birthplace Aberdeen, so he was like, you know, you can play for Scotland. And I was like, no, I didn't. I had no idea. And that was a quick turnaround, because I ended up looking at the qualification process, and yeah, I could play. So I went off when I was that same year. I made my debut for Middlesex. Went off to play in Holland and made my debut for Scotland.
We'll talk about Scotland a little bit more in just a few moments. Let's talk about Somerset. Obviously, you were sort of a batting all-rounder at this point at Middlesex, maybe not making the breakthroughs that you'd hoped for, and then you were offered a summer contract here at Somerset in 2014, is that right?
So I was offered, so I got released by Middlesex in 2013, just I wasn't producing the performances I would like. I think that's fair enough at the time, really. And I think quite naively I thought, there'll be other opportunities, there'll be counties that will be interested. So I messaged around the county coaches and trying to find an opportunity, and nothing came back. So I eventually I kept pursuing, and I got a response from David Nosworthy. So he said, "Josh, yes, we've got an opportunity for you to come and trial with us if you like through the winter. You can train with the squad. I don't know much about you as a player. I haven't seen you play much, so I'm happy for you to come and train. It's unpaid, so make the most of it how you want to." And I thought, well, at that time, that's the opportunity that I had. So came down on trial through the winter, managed to make some good friends, fit into the environment quite well, and in pre-season, I believe I had a couple of good pre-seasons games, and I think then he offered a 1-year summer contract. So that was what I had, and I thought, great, like I've managed to sort of wiggle my way back in a little bit here, and I've got an opportunity. So I thought, yeah, I'm going to take that.
Did that make you try all the more harder? Almost having dipped out of the game, did it make you try that extra bit harder to make sure that you stayed in it?
I think so. I think it definitely taught me that playing cricket and having a career as a professional cricketer is so easy to take for granted. So I didn't want to ever get back into that mindset. I thought, looking back at my time at Middlesex, there's so much that I would have changed, but I didn't know because I was so young and I took so much for granted. But this next time round, almost my second lifeline, really, I knew that I wouldn't fall into those mistakes again. So just to have that opportunity, I was like, I want to give it everything I've got here and have no regrets this time around.
Obviously, it's an opportunity you grasped with both hands. Then 2015, big year for yourself, your first class debut here for Somerset against New Zealand, and then the small matter of making headlines at a World Cup. Yeah,
that was a good year. I guess that was almost. I guess that's when I could start to turn people's heads and they could believe that I could be a bowler at the top level, or I could perform and succeed at that level. And I think the World Cup and the opportunities to have with Scotland helped no end, because they actually, the elements of that, getting to bowl more in their sides, developed my bowling quite quickly. So those opportunities were brilliant looking back on, and to play in a World Cup was fantastic, really, to go to Australia and experience that. I loved every second of it. And get those experiences of playing at that level and bring them back to Somerset was really good.
Do you think your experiences with Scotland made you a better player here for Somerset?
Definitely, I think so. I think playing against the best players in the world gives you a perspective at where they're at, what their level's like, how they go about their game, what they do, what works for them. It teaches you what works for you, what are your strengths in the game, what are your weaknesses in the game, and you can come back and work on those. So playing in those and having those opportunities, as well as just playing in different countries, different environments, it does grow your game quickly.
As you say, it's been an amazing journey, having been released from Middlesex, brought here by Dave Nosworthy, establishing yourself as a first team regular under Matt Maynard, and now one of the first names on the team sheet under Jason Kerr. 3 different types of management, I guess, but you've been a constant throughout that time.
I guess there's been a lot of I guess hard yards I've had to put in at the second team to sort of change people's opinions and I guess to get the backing, and because of where I've come from, being a batter to then change to a bowler, guess you have to really cement your place and really have to almost be more consistent, I think is probably the word. So, but now to get the backing and the belief that the club have, it just feels fantastic that I can go out there and have their full support behind me.
You probably didn't think things could get better, but they did. Obviously, 2019 Somerset winning a trophy, and also more recently captaining the side. You know, huge honours for the club, getting a county cap as well. You know, you're part of furniture now. How does it feel to be, you know, such an integral part of what is a pretty successful side?
Yeah, I mean, that's, if I look back to that moment when I came here on trial and had that opportunity, they're all the things that I wanted to happen. I wanted to become a regular member of the first team. I wanted to become a cap player. I wanted to do all those things. So if I look back at it, I'm very proud of what I've managed to achieve and where I've got to in the game so far. Hopefully there's more to come. Hopefully more trophies and more successes coming my way, hopefully. But yeah, I'm very pleased with how it's gone in my time here. But that's got to be credit to the staff and the players that are around me and the environment that Somerset creates that allows you to become the best player that you can be.
What do you like most about playing for Somerset? What is so special about this club? And what does it mean to you to wear that white badge?
I think it's the passion that the Southwest has for cricket and the supporters and the members. I don't think I've ever, well, the two clubs that I played at, the passion and I guess the support we get here is just unmatched, I think. And it really makes you, I guess it feels like a big family in a way. And we're all pushing for that one, hopefully for that one, what do we want to call it, the holy grail at the end of it. So, no, I love playing here and hopefully it will be the place that I finish my career.
That'll age him.
in on the radio there. That's all what silence is.
Yeah, Ken told me that. I think that's why you see all these
Somalians in there. And it's only bloke in there. Now the Whitford Manor Hotel, they just take a sucky in there. 70 in there. They're all up in arms.
Because you do see all these walls.
Will was driving down through Radio there. Chap walking across, right in front of him, the cat box on. He had to slow up for him. Across the foot, suicidal, and Will says, "What are you doing?" Straight across the front of him. Anyway, chap came over towards him like his fist, clenching his fist. Will drove on, banging the side of the cattle box, the Land Rover.
Have you ever seen that character Phillips? It's when they kind of smiling and they smiling
They reckon they've got it 6 months. They're here for, well, with the Manor one, they're here for 6 months, minimum term. All being looked after by us, yeah. They said,
every weekend there is.
Where's their partners to? All these blokes are coming there. Where's the women to? Where's their... Are women going to feel... If you're a woman, though, are you really going to feel safe?
I look good on Renault. But it is like they got Thomas and the fire where they set fire to places to put and he said some of it is they just pieces of glass all over the walls and everything. Some of it he said it's absolutely John is pinching on them. Yeah.
How many probably have gone, taken them in over the country? So yeah, the whole chain, like different areas.
They got to get paid.
Oh yeah.
They got to be doing that. They won't have trash from any hotels.
You'd have thought they're right by the airport. Probably would really want to do it.
No.
They get a good trade there anyway.
That's true.
It's not as though they're off the beaten track.
No, that's right. But they don't do any of the nurses.
I've
never been to Wimbledon Manor, but I would imagine that's quite tidy.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Somerset for all business.
Yeah, yeah.
I never went there with them. The two lots get fighting with each other.
Because Johnny came out that day and he heard him. Hello there.
Just to let you know, people are starting to look at the way to counter.
Would you mind bringing the food back up?
That's you tell him as it is.
In a second, you'll politely put that.
Thank you very much. Would you like to just turn over?
And dangle.
Yeah, so if you
Take
like...
a running lead there.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, you will. Are you serving us round there as well? Are you serving us round there as well?
No, she's up there. She's going to have a fag and a feed up when we've gone.
She's off to America tomorrow.
Are you? Yeah, I'm off to do music school at night.
Oh, right. That's enough for you already then.
Back next week. Yeah, I need a break.
I hope it's a fact of you.
Are you still here this afternoon?
Yeah, I'm here all day. Got me all day. Yeah, so if you just go to the counter room, I'm sure you know where it is.
Thank you.
But, it's on the list.
15. Okay, thanks very much. Thank you. Brilliant. Yeah.
Cheers.
Please welcome back our match umpires, Nigel Long and Tom Lumley. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Gloucestershire resuming after lunch on 115 without loss. Please welcome back Marcus Harris on 47 and Ben Charlesworth on 56. And the Somerset team are led out by Captain Tom Abel.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Day 1 here of this county championship clash. The West Country derby between Somerset and Gloucestershire. Players and umpires back out in the middle. It's been a good morning for Gloucestershire fans. 115 without loss they'd reached by lunchtime. Remember, having been put into bat by Tom Abel. We're in September now, so slightly adjusted start times. 10:30 till 12:30 was the first session. Miraculously, they bowled 33 overs in that first session, but no wicket. So it's just gone 1 o'clock. Ben Charlesworth's going to resume unbeaten on 56. Marcus Harris is on 47. Pete Trigo has just arrived next door, unloading his hula hoops and Rio. Well, that takes me back a little bit, Triggs.
The queue to get me sandwich was so long, Sam.
Did you nip out of the ground to wickets?
It means I had to run up the stairs, which is why I'm struggling to catch breath at the moment.
No one would ever have known. You're fine.
Phew.
Casey Aldridge then going to start us off after lunch from the River End. 5 bowlers used by Somerset so far. Brooks, Davey, Aldridge, Gregory and Khan. And this time it's Aldridge who starts with a no ball to Charlesworth. We saw Jack Brooks.
Free hit? Is it free hit? No.
It'd be interesting
September
that
now, isn't it?
in Championship cricket. I think that would be, you know, all this, we're talking about the Strauss Review and or whatever it's called. One thing I would be for is just to add the odd free hit into County Championship cricket. I'd be pro that.
No, come on.
Wouldn't it just be... 'cause it
2
might,
runs is enough of a penalty, I think.
It might just disrupt things a little bit. Around the wicket then Aldridge is in. A couple of slips to Charlesworth and a gully tucked in to the leg side. Not the morning Tom and the boys would have been hoping for, really.
No, I think 10:30 start September. Tinge of green on the pitch. Yeah, 115 without loss at lunchtime is probably not what the doctor ordered, but it's early days. It's first session, 4 days of cricket. There's a lot to be played for. Casey Aldridge, I think, is a very exciting young cricketer. He's got that natural sort of snappy length, and if he finds it, he'll be a handful on any wicket. So really excited to see him bowl. I think he's bowled really well in patches this season. I think he's maturing very quickly as a cricketer. So it'd be great to see him get a breakthrough early on in this second session.
Short one, which I think there's a wide. I wondered if Charlesworth had just got a tickle on it because of how wide it went, but it swang. It started wide, swang late, and James Rue had no chance, and he'll be, I suppose, quite pleased that doesn't go against him.
Swung.
It's past tense.
It's got to be swung.
That's swung. That's swung. Yeah.
I don't think swang's a word.
I like it. It sounds better though, don't you think?
No.
Well, you were saying earlier on, if it's grammar or anything to do with the English language, I've got to come to you.
Yeah,
so
I'm going to pick you up on swang.
Yeah, that's
and
fine.
urge you to use swung.
Urge me to.
Yeah, there's definitely a swung situation.
I don't have to, but you'll be disappointed if I don't.
Like I said, my Wyvern Comprehensive School, D grade in English language, carries a lot of weight these days.
It's still carrying weight up here. Let's not go down the Wyvern route again.
I'm a big encourager of you being you. I mean, you know, you've got to make your mark as a commentator these days, having a catchphrase, a persona.
So swang's mine, is it?
And in the modern world, you've got to have a certain pitch of shrill as well, I've found out during the 100. So, you know, I'm yet to find mine, but maybe swang is yours.
Swang. I think it's a pretty low bar. It's not saying much for me. If my unique selling point is the fact I say swang rather than swung, I don't think I'm going to get much work out of that. But yes, everything has to be the best you've ever seen, I fear, when you're commentating these days.
Yeah, well, that's just... let's stick with how we do things. We like our Somerset live stream tempo, don't we, Sam?
It's lovely to have the championship back, isn't it? Actually, I do enjoy these days. I enjoy the white ball stuff as well. The T20, I mean, you and I experienced that. It's a much faster tempo. Everything's happening so quickly, whereas this has got time to unfold. And
Yeah, I think in the championship you've got time to digress to other subjects, matters of weather. You know, so far this season, our first season together as a team. You know, Harry, Sophie, Stephen, the two of us, Charlie Taylor. You know, we've gone scientific, haven't we, into cloud formulation and which hills are the Black Downs and the Mendips, all this kind of stuff.
A bit of ornithology as well. The Taunton with gulls, seagulls.
Yeah, unfortunately, you don't get many varieties of birds at Taunton. Unfortunately, the seagull seems to be the dominant species here.
We did have, what were the, I've completely lost the name. Stephen Lamb was very interested. We've got the Peregrine Falcons were up on the floodlights the other game, and they had their own Twitter account. They had more Twitter followers than Harry and I.
Were they after Brian?
I don't know, maybe.
Imagine
Brian would fancy himself against them, though.
Do you imagine getting Brian being swooped on by a falcon and taken away into the distance? That would,
as we
said, send Twitter into an absolute meltdown. Lewis Gregory here at the Marcus Trescothic end is taking off the old school woolen jumper and capped player's cap, ready to go. Hopefully he can inspire the team as he did the Trent Rockets through the 100 period. Captain, hit the winning runs, played a couple of vital knocks towards the back end of an innings in the 100, so he must be feeling pretty buoyant on the back of that performance. Hopefully it can bring a couple of wickets this afternoon. Straight on the money, as you expect from Lewis.
Such a magical operator when he's on song, he's got the ball in his hand. I spoke to him about it and a few of the boys about it as well, and they just say he's got the ball on a string to put it where he wants. Was it 2019? I think he had a ridiculous season where he just took wicket after wicket.
Yeah, I think, you know, for someone like Lewis that plays, you know, the limited formats and travels around the world in the winters and stuff, you do slightly fear the workload takes its toll and lessens the magic spells in 4-day cricket. You know, I know the 100 and T20 and T10, which he plays in as well, are short formats, but that travel, play, a lot of hotel sort of surfing, it can actually be very, very tiring. It's the travel involved. So, you know, in terms of overs and runs scored, wickets taken, he probably hasn't done a huge amount in the last month of the 100. But, you know, for me, he looked a little bit tired in his first spell. Hopefully he will pick up those heels, as he's just been sort of guided away down to third man, nearly all the way. But a smart bit of fielding down there by Lewis Goldsworthy. Saves a run. Yeah, you just sense that Lewis just looks a little bit tired. Like I said, you know, not a slight on him really. He's had a tough month, but that is the challenge of county cricket, isn't it? You're always on the back of something. You know, we get, you know, Craigo back from England, Leachy back from England after bowling a lot of overs. You know, it's hard for these players to keep switching formats. Marcus Harris with that 3 runs down to third man completes a very, very well-made 50. Gloucester 125 for no wicket.
For Craigo, it's almost the opposite, isn't it? He won't have played much cricket at all for a month. He'd have been travelling around a lot and been kind of mentally preparing himself to play cricket and then not playing cricket.
Yeah, I'm not convinced like energy levels would be any less sapped. He'd still do a lot of the preparation, a lot of the net bowling, the travelling, the watching of the game. You know, I'm not being funny. Even, you know, sitting here commentating, you know, it's tiring, isn't it? You know, you're always watching, concentrating. You know, from my side of things or our side of things now, you know, trying to pick up on something that, you know, we can hopefully convey to the audience. You know, it does. You know, that switching on of the mind is quite tiring as well. I know the one thing that I do at the moment that tires me out more than anything is driving long distances. I mean, it's so, you know, it does take a toll. You know, back in the day on the team bus when you can have a little snooze in the chair, it's not so bad. But You know, when you've got the responsibility of driving around, and as I'm sure many of the 100 boys do, they probably come from different parts of the country, take their own cars. Hopefully that won't affect Lewis as he gets a nice one to nip back there. Those first 3 balls looked a bit rusty, but the second 3 were right on the money. Hopefully Lewis can bowl a real big spell here. It's certainly needed. Need a breakthrough here. Otherwise, this game will slip out of control. I mean, very, I think you go into the stats, if the first innings, you know, the first team batting first, if they get anywhere near 350, 400, their chance of losing the game are very, very slim. So real important middle session here on day 1.
Yeah, wins invaluable. The thing going for Somerset is that Gloucestershire have to push to win the game regardless, because of their Somerset are not in a great position, and Gloucestershire even worse, winless, and even if they take maximum points from all 3 games, that still might not be enough. So they'll have to push for a victory as Aldridge comes in to Harris and squares him up. This is a good start from Casey Aldridge.
That's a beautiful
after lunch.
Ball. Beautiful delivery. That's that little point of difference that Casey can bring with his height and extra pace. That is an absolute beauty. Yeah, a little bit of seam away from Marcus Harris there. Done well not to catch the outside edge. Nice piece of bowling there from Casey. It's about more deliveries in that area, as many as we can get. Try and crack this partnership.
Won't bother Harris too much. I watched him, he's an experienced cricketer. I watched him up at Radlett playing in the Royal London Cup, and I think he got 50 odd, but he played against Umesh Yadav, had him in all kinds of trouble. For 7 or 8 overs off the reel he bowled, and Yadav bowled magnificently. Harris could not lay a bat on it, but he just, every ball just turned around, stayed in his own little bubble, kept going. Oh, as he gets an inside edge there, that could have gone anywhere. James Rue does the fielding, they scramble through for a single. It's just a few signs of life for Somerset. They desperately need that first wicket though. They really do. Both opening batters reached 50. No Chris Dent for Gloucestershire either. So Somerset, having seen that, would have been thinking, okay, we can get into this Gloucestershire lineup. Maybe have them a couple down early. Hasn't transpired.
Yeah, dramatically changing squad at Gloucester over this close season. A lot of outs from what I've seen in the media. A number of players moving on that have been regular fixtures in the first team. So they're looking to build, develop, give experience to other players.
Well, and you wonder what budgets have to do as well. Howe and Cobain, both white ball players predominantly, really. Ryan Higgins is a massive loss for them. Poole just gone up in the air. There's a fielder underneath it. Josh Davies steadies himself, and Somerset do have their first wicket of the day. It's taken a long, long time to come, almost 36 overs. But finally, Somerset and Casey Aldridge have won. It's Ben Charlesworth who batted beautifully. We saw him slightly susceptible to the short ball. We topped Edgewand very early in his innings. He tried to pull that short ball from Casey Aldridge away, and he just found the safe hands of Josh Davey at fine leg.
Yeah, that's that point of difference I mentioned. Casey Aldridge, 6'5", bowls in the high 80s, just forcing that mistake from Charlesworth. He played beautifully up till now for his 56. So excellent for Casey Aldridge, for his confidence, and to get Somerset on the board. The door is ajar.
It is. They've just got to keep pushing at it, though, Somerset, as Pete was saying. It was a lovely, lovely innings from Ben Charlesworth. Some of the cover drives in the opening 4 or 5 overs of the innings in particular. Davey twice went through there, as did Jack Brooks. He just leant into them. Looked like a man very, very much in form, but he's been and gone, 56, and he's being replaced by Ollie Price, a fellow Oxford. Oh, what do you call someone from Oxford? Oxfordonian? No, you're the language expert here. He's from Oxford, a fellow Ox. Yeah, it's very. I like that. A fellow Ox in Ollie Price, who's coming out.
Or posh kid. That's what I call him down in Wales. One of them posh kids.
I don't know if he's necessarily from the uni. I think he's just from the county. Whoever he is, he's in at free. He's going to be on strike to Casey Aldridge. Somerset have their first wicket of the game, and they've just, that door is ajar, as Pete Trigo was saying. Can they bang it down? Couple of slips in still. Gregory and Tom Abel in there next to James Rue. Tom Lammonby is at gully. I'm just peering at Pete Trigo's sandwich choice. Looks like he's got a big beef roll there as he just watches that one through to James Rue. End of the over. 36 overs gone. Gloucestershire 126 for 1.
Yeah, a little roast beef sandwich. Absolutely delightful from Wickets just down the road. Very interesting little view around the ground. You don't often see this. 3 of the Gloucester players doing an old school lap of the ground inside the perimeter fence, but just outside the boundary. I suppose the one thing you could do to make it more of a club cricket vibe is they were playing that little game of balls around the side, jacks or whatever they call it.
Did you have a superstition? Some people, Everett will, Harry Everett.
Right for runs, left for wickets or something?
Is that the way around, right? You weren't a lapper then, by the sounds of it.
No, I was too busy doing the work on the pitch. You know, I don't have energy for pointless laps. Go on, Georgie Bartlett. Can he get there? No, he can't. A nice straight drive there from Marcus Harris. Lewis just over pitching there. A bit greedy on that length. Needs to drag it back and just hone in on that area he bowled for the last 3 balls of his first over.
Nice to see a few spectators out on the pitch as well. Scott Hawkins gave the thumbs up. That's how it always used to be. There used to be scores of people inspecting the pitch during lunchtime.
Yeah, it always amazes me how many people are fascinated with coming onto the ground and looking at the wicket. Just looking at a shorn rectangle of earth, you know, as if they knew something that someone didn't.
Yes, all nodding along as if they knew what it was going to look like from the way the ball was playing. Bit of rain over the hills in the distance, I can see.
Lewis looks like he's sort of coming in and out of rhythm a little bit there. Looks like those first few balls of an over are carrying a little bit of fatigue and stiffness, and then, you know, the second half of the over really starts to get that zip through. There is noticeably a bit of drizzle here in the air, so might just freshen up the pitch a little bit. Give that red Duke ball a little bit of skid, maybe a little bit of seam movement. Be nice if we could make a nice couple of inroads into this Gloucester middle order. A couple of untried players in the lineup as Lewis bowls an absolute beauty to Marcus Harris. Really unlucky not to pick up his first wicket of the day.
Just followed that almost, didn't he, Harris, as it lifted?
Looked an absolute beauty of a delivery from round the wicket, Lewis Gregory. Oh, yes. Keep it there. A little bit of drizzle in the air. You can see the umpires from under their Panama hats looking at each other, looking up to the skies.
See the brollies going up.
Nigel Long's walking towards Tom Lungley, the senior of the 2 umpires. Probably going to have the final say on if this leads to a little bit of a break.
Did Tom Lungley used to play?
Yeah, he played for Derbyshire.
That's the
yeah,
he's
good seam bowler. Hit the deck. Bowled a lot of overs. Good county bowler, in fairness. Tom Lungley.
Going to keep going by the looks of things. Not heavy enough to force them off yet. Problem is, once you go off in this, then you set the standard, don't you? If you go off right now, it's very difficult to come back until it's stopped. Yeah,
I think if the umpires feel like this will persist for the next half an hour, I think they will come off. They'll probably give it a couple of minutes, but it is coming down pretty steady. I don't think we'll start the next over if my gut and experience or anything to go by. I think they'll just try and get this one ball out the way. Nigel Long's just intimated to his partner that we'll be heading off. Yeah, a nod towards the Andy Caddick Pavilion. And the players are going to leave the field. 36.5 overs bowled, Gloucestershire 130. But the promising thing from a Somerset perspective, 1 wicket in the first few overs of the second session on day 1 here.
Yeah, a short session so far. Somerset did pick up the wicket they much needed. Ben Charlesworth, the one to go. Casey Aldridge, the man to pick it up. We just see the full covers coming on
Might
there.
just buy me a bit of time, Sam, to get through me beef roll before the rain starts. I don't think it's going to be a long break, but I said that in the last championship game, and I think we were off for about 5 hours. So
yeah, I don't think we got
I'll
back
say
on
nothing,
that day.
but if my weather app on my phone is correct, we'll just have a little bit of drizzle for the next half an hour.
Must be frustrating though, if you're a fielder now, you don't really know where to go off. So you desperately want to go and eat, don't you? You need me to fill this bit. Right, I'm going to quiz you, keep you away from your beef sandwich.
No, mate, you know, part of the team. You know, I can graze through my sandwich. It would probably take me 3 or 4 hours to eat it. But
Are they hanging around down there? Because as a fielder, you don't really want to go all the way back up and sit down.
as a bowler as well, you've just literally, you know, Casey in particular just picked up a wicket. They've both bowled 2 overs, so the blood's pumping. You're into your spell. You know, if you go off, you sit down for 10 minutes, you'll stiffen up, and you've got to start that sort of process again. And you know, even though it's a 2-over spell, accumulative fatigue every time you bowl, stiffen up, bowl, stiffen up, bowl, stiffen up. The body does suffer over the course of a season. So yeah, once you get the old Castrol GTX through the system, you want to bowl your 6-7 over spell.
For someone like Lewis as well, I expect that's even more important with his back and just getting it loosened up. And
yeah, definitely. He needs at least a rub down and a shiatsu and an oil change every sort of 10 or 15 overs.
Steve Kirby just jumping on his back to try and manipulate it.
Yeah, you have certain bowlers, you know, like a Jack Brooks. Jack Brooks is more of a Land Rover defender, you know, one pint of oil and crack on. Whereas Lewis is more sort of Ferrari Alfa Romeo. Need regular oil changes, services, spark plugs, just to keep him going. But the players are making their way back onto the field.
There we go. Yeah, Jack Brooks, I mean, at one point in Bob Willis Trophy season, he was trying to bowl in the final, basically with just one working limb. He'd cracked his thumb because Alistair Cook had hit one back at him, and both his Achilles were in agony. I think he did that winter, had 3 operations at the same time, so he literally did have one working limb. Just ploughs on through like your Land Rover would.
Sounds like his rehab would have been swimming in circles.
I don't think he was
those injuries.
I don't think he was moving for a while. There we go.
One scary thing as a recently retired bowler. Whenever I see a retired bowler that had a relatively long career, by the time they get to about 45, 50, they're not moving very well. So we'll see.
What's your warm-up routine like on a Saturday these days? Then do you have to actually? I know you're doing it for a bit of fun and playing with the lads, but you probably have to go for a pretty decent warm-up routine.
Do you know what? I actually thought this for a long time. That no matter what you do in your warm-up, your first ball always hurts and then you're fine. So I've actually gone down the very low-key warm-up, a little bit of a stretch. For me, it's about getting the eyes going. I like to take a few slip catches, take a few catches off the nick boards. At Weston-super-Mare, I sort of hit the catches for the other lads, so I feel like that's my throwdowns.
Yeah.
And then the first ball, I'll sort of run up with sort of absolute fear in the mind of what's going to happen when I release that ball. Is anything going to snap off? And then when it doesn't, I have a little bit of a grimace, and then you crack on.
Right, so the theory is going to hurt anyway, so why bother with the theatrics beforehand?
Why add an extra session to the day? There's many seam bowlers in county cricket that have said the same thing. Why do you want to go out there 2 hours before the start of play to make it a 4th session?
It's interesting, isn't it? Everyone has their own unique take, because Lewis Gregory has to finish that over off, which again is not ideal for him, just to bowl that one ball. Some players, who were the ones here, who were the earliest? There must be some badgers that were here kind of 7 o'clock. You know, Mark Church in the commentary box, right? I think he sleeps with the ground overnight. He's there so early.
Well, he's looking to get every ounce of sunshine, isn't it, to keep that tan going. To be fair, I was always one of the earliest, but just because of my drive from Weston-super-Mare, I was always a bit nervy about, you know, potential traffic being the cow drive from Pern Farm to the milking sheds. Occasionally, if you got that wrong, you'd end up with about 70 full to the brim milking cows waddling down the A38. So that was always a concern of mine. But
here's Casey Aldridge. Tries the short ball to Price, who follows it. He was through it a little bit too quickly there in the end.
It's always one way to get yourself back into spell. Bowl a bouncer early on. He's had a flap at it though, so good signs. Bit of ill discipline there, I would have said, from the batter. James Hildreth was always a very early man to the ground. Errol Sapaya, because he liked to get as many throwdowns in as possible. Yeah, and then you had like the other end of the spectrum, Max Waller. If you could picture a sprinter ducking their nose to get over the line in a 100-metre race, that's how Max would get through the door. Because we normally had like a 20 quid fine if anyone was late.
Right.
You know, 8:59, Waller's nose would just appear through the door at high speed. And he would, style it out. Morning, everybody. Like he wasn't really close to being late. And that was, Max was always the last minute man. If Max was not there, if Max was there, say 5 minutes before the official time, you'd normally have to go, is everything okay, mate? Is something going wrong? Casey Aldridge looking to back up that short ball. A little bit of sawdust being popped down on the ground, shifting the field. Real nice piece of bowling there. Nice to get that breakthrough early on in this session. If the Gloucester pair would have gone on for 10 overs this first or second session, it would have been quite a dour feeling out there in the middle, I'd imagine. So a little bit for the Somerset captain and the rest of the fielders to latch onto there.
It's play shots, isn't it,
again.
Price?
Oliver Price looking like he wants to play a few shots, which is absolutely fine. He's entitled to do that, but I think it will keep the Somerset bowlers a little bit interested here. He's not started very confidently, to be fair. Flapped at a pull shot and a big booming back foot drive, played and missed. Can Casey find the edge? He's bowled a very short length so far.
Plenty of starts in the Royal London Cup for Ollie Price, 45, 37, 31. No big scores, just his 10th first-class game. A couple of half-centuries. One of those was at the Cheltenham Festival back in July. Feels like ages ago now. Last playing red ball cricket.
Yeah, it's has been a strange old summer, really. I mean, I think jumping over the ropes and not playing. I think if I was playing, you kind of wouldn't notice this lull of 4-day cricket, but commentating now and sort of watching from a close distance, I mean, you just almost felt like it was the end of the season, wasn't it? It's almost like a restart of the season again. It is quite strange.
Because we were at home, the last Somerset red ball game was away, wasn't it? So it was the home the week before was that Yorkshire game. Then Somerset went to Chelmsford. So probably in, 7 weeks of the summer, there's 4 home games, 4 days, which is nothing at all, really. Yeah, so it feels a bit alien, really.
I wonder if attendances to test matches popped up in that South Africa series because people were craving a bit of, as the old guard would say, proper cricket.
Yeah, because there was all the noise around New Zealand, particularly at Lord's, where the ticket price is set so high to remortgage your house. As Gregory comes around the wicket, Harris pushes him into the covers, where Sajid Khan does the fielding. Yeah, some of the asking prices were eye-popping for those.
Yeah, I think even some of the cheaper seats were sort of in excess of £100, weren't they? It's difficult, really. I mean, you go and watch go to the cinema. You watch a. I'm trying to make sense of how you justify that amount of money. So you look at it, 6 hours entertainment. So what was the bottom price? 100 and.
Yeah, and they would make the argument there were a few cheaper ones. But
so if we say if the bottom price ticket was £100 to watch a day's Test match cricket, you're getting 6 hours, good entertainment for your money. You watch a film, it's going to cost you 20 quid, probably, isn't it?
It was. I think you're talking more 130, 140 quid. My issue was they hadn't. They should have done something. I think they did do something about it. If there was going to be empty seats, you're talking about making a sport inclusive, and that price bar just shut so many people out. It's a difficult balance, and they just built the new stands at Lords, which they have to pay for.
But then, I suppose you've got to. There are only X amount of test matches in a season, and the ECB are allowed to try and make money, and so are the grounds.
Yeah.
What's the average price of a Premier League football match? £35 to £50 probably 90 minutes
at best. Yeah.
So when do you sort of, in terms of time, entertainment equals pounds? I wouldn't say it was outlandish, but I totally agree. I mean, there'd be lots of families and youngsters that can't afford to go and watch rugby, football, or cricket. I mean, it is a difficult one because all sports need to make some money, unfortunately. Be interesting to see what happens if there are any floodlit games later on in the season with the energy prices they are.
Well, they talk. I mean, we're going on a different track, but there'll be sports clubs, and it might apply to county cricket next year. There's lower league football teams now already talking about, well, can we bring the kickoffs forward on a Saturday? Because actually, we don't want to stick the floodlight. Why? An hour of floodlights between 4 and 5 is actually quite a lot of money these days. I mean, there's social media.
Got to go off peak. We'd have to start a floodlit game at 1 in the morning.
Social media is kind of awash with these stories of businesses going, well, actually, it's not viable. So that might creep into county cricket next year.
Well, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen of Somerset County Cricket Club. The chief executive has followed the advice of Boris the buffoon, and he's bought new kettles for every building in the ground. We will be fine. We will survive. I'm assuming by that look of confusion on your face, you didn't see that clip of Boris Johnson on Sky News.
No, I didn't.
Quite remarkable, really. He'd suggested that to negate the £4,000 rise in your utility bills, that everyone should go out and spend £20 on a kettle, which will save you £10 a year, every year, on the year, or some waffle like that.
On the year.
Hence why we're in a bit of a state.
I think I'm going to disappear because we've got, we've got two special people at the back of the box. Sophie Laff was already here. Well, there's a new one that just wandered in. Listening to, he was obviously attracted by your
beautiful back foot drive there from Price. Lewis Gregory did bowl a bad delivery there, but really, really well played. Right on cue here as a 6'5" fast bowler's bowling from the Ian Botham stand. I'm going to be joined by our 6'5" other fast bowler that's going to be preparing to join up with the England squad in a couple of days' time, but he's very kindly offered him his time to us on the live stream. Sponsored by WPA Health Insurance here at Cooper Associates County Ground. Good afternoon, Craig Overton.
Hello, Peter. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. I mean, I'm slightly better this session. Seeing Casey pick up that wicket has given us a little bit of a door ajar. Ollie Price seems to be coming in playing a lot of expansive shots, so he might give an opportunity as Marcus Harris nicks Casey Aldridge in between second slip and gully, races away for 4. He moves on to 60 now. Looking in really good touch. But yeah, it was not the first session that Tom Abel and the troops were hoping for, I can't imagine.
No, I don't think it was. Obviously, we probably didn't bowl as well as we would have liked, but credit to their batters. They looked like they played nicely, and I think the wicket's probably a little bit slower than we thought it would be. We thought there might be a little bit more life in it, but credit to them, they've played well, and we haven't quite been at our best, but that sometimes happens, and now it's all about coming back this session and trying to get a couple early ones and trying to be a bit under pressure again.
Yeah, it looked like the lines were, especially to the left-handers, a lot of the seam bowlers were bowling that 5th, 6th stump outside, off stump, almost a free drive at the ball. You're right, credit the Gloucester players, they played some nice shots, but there's spells where we've bowled well, including Sajid Khan, is where we've bowled just inside of the stumps.
Yeah, no, it's obviously, for me, always in 4-day cricket, you want to be trying to hit the stumps. Like, probably when you bowl as well, if you're not hitting the stumps, you're not going to get many wickets unless batters are going to make a mistake. So you want to bring in the stumps into play, especially in Taunton, because it's so quick square of the wicket anyway. So any width batters can get hold of very quickly. So you've got to try and make the batters play as much as possible, but also hitting the stumps and not getting too full, which you can do sometimes.
Yeah, hitting the stumps, that front knee roll of a batter is where you want to be targeting. I think even more so on a flat pitch, you want to try and get that run rate down. Any width on a good pitch is punishable, and you know, when the lads have strung a number of dot balls together, there's a common theme. The ball's somewhere near the top of off, like that one there from Casey Aldridge, Oliver Pope. Yeah, looking like Price, or he's looking like he's gonna play a few shots, so it could be exciting, but hopefully will offer some opportunities. Were you out there this morning warming up?
No, so I've actually got a little bit, not a niggle, but 3 or 4 weeks ago I had a back spasm in the Lions game, so we thought the back feels good, but we've had a few sort of niggles with the hamstring, just sort of sciatica from it a little bit. So last week I tried bowling and I couldn't bowl, so it's a frustrating one that's sort of just niggled on a little bit, but hopefully this week it's making sure it's right and ready to go for Warwickshire next week.
Yeah, sure. So you obviously won't be joined up with England
no,
squad.
No, yeah. So that was after Thursday last week when I couldn't even bowl. We sort of made the decision that it's probably not best for me to travel up there, as they've got 2 extra bowlers there anyway. So it's making sure that my body's right for the back end of the summer and go from there.
So I know a lot of specialists, you know, that deal with back complaints often say that, you know, there's often a little bit of not necessarily conflicting science, but theories that tight hamstrings lead to back trouble, and some people think that lower back leads to tight hamstrings. I'm not sure that if there is a definitive right or wrong, because everyone's different. But do you think that, you know, all the travelling you have obviously been doing up and down the country in your car, tight, you know, when you sit on your seat bone, obviously you're sitting on where your hamstrings attached to, you know, the top of your buttocks. I know from experience, you know, at the moment, 'cause I'm doing a lot of driving, I find that my back's got sore because my hamstrings have got really stiff because I'm sitting on them all the time. Do you think there's any truth in that?
Oh yeah, potentially. I've had this. Well, I've had a disc problem for probably 4 or 5 years now, and it occasionally flares up, and I know it can flare up. And but yeah, I'm not sure. Driving, I think I had a new car in May, and I've done 9,000 miles in it already. So it soon.
That's a lot of donuts around Lidl car park,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, need a few extra tyres in there as well. So no, but it certainly wouldn't help. I wouldn't have thought, especially being 6'5", 6'6". It's going to take its toll on you sat down for a long period of time. So yeah, it's not ideal, but that's part and parcel of the job. Sometimes you sort of have to get up and get ready and get used to driving those miles.
Yeah, it's been sorely missed in the Somerset lineup. I remember I think the last time I saw you bowl was that Essex game where you took, what, 15 odd wickets?
Yeah,
15.
My first game, yeah. So yeah, 13. So that was a nice game. Obviously, didn't quite get over the line, which was frustrating. Obviously, it's nice to get those wickets, but it means more in a winning cause. So it was disappointing to lose that game, but we feel like we've been close this year. We just haven't been consistent enough to be able to win games of cricket like we have in the last 3 or 4 years. So we've got a big run in with this back end of the season to hopefully get it right. And I think 2 wins out of the 4 will probably see us safe, and that's the main thing coming into next year.
Yeah, they might be hard to get hold of. Lewis there has gone from a big searchy away swinging half volley, trying to catch that outside edge, but has found nothing but the middle of Oliver Price's bat. He moves on to 11. Like I said, looks like he wants to play his shots, this lad.
A little bit of shape there as well, so hopefully Lewis can get one in the right area, and with a big drive he might nick it to one of those slip catches.
Well, it is a difficult thing. I was mentioning, you know, Lewis fresh back from captaining a victorious 100 team, the Trent Rockets. You know, there's no doubt about it that he's going to be not probably ticking on 100% in terms of energy levels. Like I said, travelling all over the place isn't easy. You just hope that he can somehow pick his legs up a little bit. It looks a little bit sort of flat at the moment, Lewis. You know, big smack on the backside from the captain. A bit of a G up from someone. Looks like it might be the order of the day.
So it's the difficult thing that we as bowlers definitely find in coming from a white ball competition straight into a 4-day game with very little prep. the lengths tend to be a little bit different, especially in T20 cricket where you're trying to hit. You're not generally sometimes trying to hit the stumps. You're trying to find the hard bits where to get hit, which is just above sort of the knees, mid thigh. Whereas in 4-day cricket, that's probably a little bit too short. So he's obviously done a lot of practice in sort of T20 100 period where you're trying to bowl a little bit shorter so batters can't get under you, whereas here you need to be that fraction fuller to be able to bring that forward defensive in and get those nicks.
Yeah, also, I wasn't a massive fan. I don't think you can bowl as a seam bowler without a point. You know, he's bowled a beautiful ball there. It's been dabbed to point and he's got to run. If you're going to put a man out, put the cover out, at least make him play a shot. Do you know what I mean? You want your point protecting the ones. I've never quite agreed with that, as he bowls an absolute beauty to Marcus Harris. He's bowled really, really nicely in patches, Lewis. Just that release ball every time he strays. I mean, I said it a number of times in the previous county championship games. I think you actually got rewarded with, you know, some decent amount of wickets for your bowling, but I saw a couple of spells. Siddle, Lewis, Josh Davey, obviously self-proclaimed unluckiest bowler in the history of cricket. But in fairness, I've seen those three bowlers skirt the outside edge so many times this season as Lewis again finds the middle of Marcus Harris's bat and he moves on to 65. 41 overs gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Gloucester 152 for 1 wicket. Joined here by Craig Overton, chewing the fat, talking all things red ball cricket, test match opportunities. I mean, you know, you've been in the squads for a number of years now. Obviously, I'm sure it was a very proud moment for your family, you know, to watch Jamie play in the test match where he scored 90 and got a few scalps. But you know, does it get to the stage where it gets frustrating, sort of being that man that misses out time and time again? What's the communication like from Mr. Key and the main man Baz?
Yeah, it's obviously you get a little bit frustrated. Obviously, you feel like you're doing pretty well for here anyway for Somerset, and you're getting into their squads and end up not playing. And luckily this year we've actually been able to come out and play a little bit. Obviously, it's not been ideal because sometimes, especially in the 1 day when the 1 day block was on, we couldn't come out and play any T20 cricket because obviously there's just games everywhere and a few 4-day stuff in there. But yeah, it's obviously frustrating, but I've just got to bide my time. We've got 2 world-class bowlers in Brody and Jimmy playing at the minute, and it's almost tough to get in front of them, and that's just the way it is at the minute. I've just got to keep banging the door down, keep doing what I'm doing for Somerset, and when I get my chance, I've got to make sure I take it this time. And I'm probably a little bit guilty of it that I haven't performed how I'd want to, how I have for Somerset with an England shirt. So that's one thing that I've got to try and make sure that I do next time. And but then also you don't want to put too much pressure on yourself, because you know, when you put too much pressure on yourself, then you get a bit tight and it doesn't quite come out how you want it to. So you've got to relax into those games. And obviously being in the squads for so long now, it feels a bit more natural, feels more comfortable in that environment. And hopefully this time when I do get the chance, I can take it.
Well, in fairness, when you have had an opportunity, there have been quite docile pitches, haven't they? And you've done the lion's share of what I'd call the dirty work. You know, bowling in flat periods, and you've done yourself no harm, in my opinion, whatsoever. Nice to see you on an English green top with a Duke ball in your hand at some stage. You know, for me, you're a natural replacement for Broad. You know, being more of a hit the deck bowler. You've got your other bowlers, you know, Potts and Robinson, that probably fit more into the Jimmy mould. But at the end of the day, those blokes, they deserve to see their time out, and they're still performing at the end of the day. So good to see you have that pragmatic attitude to, you know, bide your time and keep doing the good things, and certainly are needed here when you pull on the Somerset shirt, even though it's still very difficult to see someone else running in with number 7 on their back, mate. But I'm glad it's you. I'm glad.
I made sure I got it after once you sort of left.
My seat wasn't even cold. You were straight in.
Well, I wasn't even going to get it. Obviously, Lewis Goldsworthy had just signed. We just signed his first contract, and I think because your number was available, he took it straight away. And I went up to Sarge and said, "Oh, what's going on here? I've been here 6-7 years now, and I've wanted that 7 shirt since Triggs had it, so can I have it? And he was like, yeah, you can have it. So
that was the reason I got
yeah.
released, wasn't it? Gee, I knew there was something. I knew it couldn't have been just on the back of my performances. Jeez. No, nice to see it being.
It's been as lucky as for me as it was for you. So.
Yeah, mate, you'll certainly get more wickets out of it, but you know, I think you've got a bit of work to do for the runs still.
Yeah,
you'll get there.
To get a few more hundreds and contribute with the bat a bit more. This year's been a bit. I felt good at the start of the year, just kept finding ways of getting out, which you can sometimes do early season, and hasn't quite clicked this year. But I've changed a little bit, sort of mid-season, and it seems to feel a bit better now. But obviously, I haven't played much cricket in the last 3 or 4 weeks, so it's.
Yeah, that's the tough thing, though, as an all-rounder. I mean, I'm sure you won't mind me saying you're a bowler that bats. I mean, that's your all-rounder status at the moment, but that's fluid. That can change as your runs and wickets dictate. But I always found that, you know, for you as a frontline bowler, and at times in my career when I was a frontline bowler, you know, as in one of the first 3. You know, when you bowl your 25 overs and you lose a couple of wickets and you're in all of a sudden, and your legs are still heavy from bowling, it's so difficult to get your feet moving. And you know, was definitely a correlation between you know, higher run scoring seasons, least wickets. It was very, very difficult to always get the combination of two, and because you always take a lot of wickets. You know, it's a lot to ask for you to be peeling off 50s and 100s left, right and centre, but we keep struggling along, don't we?
Yeah, we sure do. And I think my role in the side is just to contribute down the lower order. I know I've got the ability to bat, and it's making sure that I make the most of that, and that's the plan when I go out there. Obviously, it sometimes doesn't work, but it's making sure that I'm contributing to the team with the bat and trying to put the bowlers under pressure, because I know as a bowler, if a batter's coming at me, it's going to be harder to bowl at them. So quite a tall batter, so I can impose myself a little bit more, and sometimes it doesn't come off, but it's making sure that I'm imposing myself as much as I can on the bowlers to make it as hard as possible.
Jack Brooks finding that length. There's going to be a lot of rotation of seam bowlers. I would imagine that when Casey finishes his spell at the bottom end, Sajid Khan will probably be asked to do another grand job. He went about 2 runs and over for his first spell in a Somerset shirt, which is very respectable on day 1 of a championship game. Probably didn't expect to get the ball quite so shiny. So it'd be interesting to see how that plays out through the middle period of this day. Jack Brooks looking to carry on from where he left off in his spell before lunch. Started hitting a really good, consistent area. You've almost got to be a bit boring, haven't you, in these situations? You know, over to you to make a mistake. Just try and dry it up a little bit.
Yeah, I think you can be a bit boring, but also sometimes you still need to look for wickets, and that's sort of the motto that we've had with the test team a little bit, is runs necessarily aren't the be-all and end-all of going for them. It's making sure that you're still trying to take wickets, and sometimes bowlers, we can sometimes get stuck in. Banton just looks like he's falling.
Tom Banton, there's a lot of carry on down here. I think it looks like he's saved the ball and he's rolled on top of it into an uncomfortable area for a man. Sajid Khan is doing some very peculiar bit of physiotherapy, obviously.
I'm not sure what Thorpe's going to be doing here, but
in Pakistan, an injury to the nether regions is treated as such. I've never seen that position there. Physio Jamie Thorpe is scratching his head. Tom Banton, and little Tom Banton has survived by the looks of it.
So back to where we were after Banton's unfortunate injury. But yeah, so it's
any physios want to tweet in as to what the hell Sajid Khan was doing to Tom Banton there. Obviously, they're just trying to make friends.
The bowler, like for us, the bowler's job is to take wickets. That's what we're there to do. We're not there to just bowl and try not to go for any runs. And there's obviously certain situations where you do have to bowl like that. But for us, it's making sure that we're making the most of the ball that we've got to take wickets, and then go from there. Really, it's not. You're never always going to take wickets. You might go for a few runs, but it's trying to make sure that you take those 20 wickets, because that's what's going to win you a game.
Yeah, there is a balancing point there, isn't there? Often slowing the run rate down creates that tension in the batter, creates a mistake.
And I think that's probably more, especially in 4-day cricket, because batters tend to come they're a little bit more positive than they are in Test cricket, because obviously you've got that extra day in Test cricket where the pitch is probably a little bit better, so batters can actually play through the line probably a little bit more than in 4-day cricket. So it's you've got to get batters out really in Test cricket, whereas here you can sometimes batters might play a few loose shots because they're trying to push the game on a few times. And there was a game this year where we were at Surrey and we looked in a dominating position and came out after tee trying to impose ourselves and try and score a few quick runs, and you lose a few wickets and then all of a sudden you have a bit of a collapse and they're in the ascendancy and they end up winning the game. And it's getting that right balance, and we probably haven't quite got that right this year, but we're quite a young batting lineup really compared to what we probably thought we would have at the start of the year. So it's that happens, and you've just hope that we've got to learn and improve from it.
Yeah, as predicted, Sajid Khan coming back into the wicket. Looked like that might have offered a little bit of spin. It's very interesting. I mean, it's a great topic of conversation, really. I'm sure you've been involved in most of the meetings. You know, a phrase that we've come accustomed to hearing in the media, Bazball. I mean, I think a lot of people, you know, the way that Bazball gets talked about is normally off the back end of Stoke slogging one up in the air or something like that. You know, Johnny Bairstow had a phenomenal summer up until his golfing incident, which who knows what happened there. But Bazball, give us a little overview of what Bazball means to you.
Well, for me, it's basically batters going out looking to be positive, not slogging, but absorbing pressure when it needs to be absorbed, because bowler's going to bowl well at you at some point, and you can't just go out and try and whack it, because those guys are good enough to just get you out at the click of the hand sometimes. So you need to be able to absorb that pressure, and then when you can get on top, that's when you get really on top of a bowling side and you really put the foot down. And that's probably batting wise. Bowling wise that was a lovely ball. Looked like it turned a little bit.
Yeah, because it kind of, I think people get the principles behind it. You know, obviously New Zealand series went so well, Bazballing. You know, everyone was up and, you know, flying about it. And then the performance at Lords against South Africa, where we were destroyed by South Africa. And then all of a sudden, you know, the next test when we did the same back to them, playing very aggressive cricket. I think it is going to bring a lot of results like that. You're going to get a lot of highs and lows, aren't you?
Yeah, I think so. And as long as we keep it as a group, but like as long as we're happy playing that way, and which we all are, and we know we're not going to win every single game. We're going to have bad days and bad weeks and we're going to lose a game. But as long as we keep buying into that motto, like a little bit like the whiteboard guys did, building up to that 2019 World Cup. If you're going to do it for long enough, you're going to end up getting better and better at doing it. And as a test side, that's where we are at the minute. We're going to have good weeks where we're going to win games. We're going to have a bad week like we did against South Africa at Lords. And credit to them, they bowled well at us and bowled a few good balls, and we couldn't quite absorb the pressure like we wanted to, and couldn't quite put it back onto them, because that's just the way it was that week. But then obviously the Manchester Test, we did that in tricky conditions. They got it reversing after 10 overs and got it reversing for the rest of the innings, which is when you got Rabada and Norkie bowling 90 mile an hour, reversing ball, as you know, is very difficult to face, and you can't always just play slugs to those balls, because it's just physically impossible. So the way that test probably was the best performance we had as a group this summer, I would have said. Obviously the 3 tests against New Zealand and 1 against India went really well, but to come back how we did after that first loss at Lords, to win that game how we did, was probably our best win.
Yeah, I think from my viewpoint of what Bazball means, and I do get the absorbing pressure side of it, but Bazball looks like there's only 2, maybe 3 players that can Bazball. Stokes, Bairstow, maybe Pope. The rest of the lineup, I don't think have Bazball shots in them as players.
No,
Like
it's not really Bazball. Like
Crawley.
it's that intent. Like Zach, the way he bats, he likes to play the big drives. He's very strong on the pull, and it's more the intent of actually trying to look to score. You don't have to go out and play these slugs like sometimes like Johnny and Stokesy do, or Popey
can
like
do. It's
do.
working at the top of the England order though. Yeah.
But they've got starts. It's just not consistent. Which batting at the top of the order. That's well fielded by Casey up the deep backward point boundary.
Fielding out there by Casey Aldridge. She's dropping a bit short there outside off stump.
But you saw they're actually probably their biggest partnership was against India when they put on 100 in the second innings at 5 and over, and they wasn't really any slogs in there. It was just good, strong, proper cricket shots, which they're both very capable of.
Yeah, I suppose is it more? It's more the mentality.
More the mentality rather than
it's more the play
shot,
on the front foot mentality.
And actually looking to be assertive in what you do, wherever if it's a lead, or if it's a blocker, or if it's a strong attacking shot, it's being assertive with that. It's not just going out and trying to hack it over mid wicket like we probably did. But they're all good enough players. You've seen the way Ruti's played this year. He's got this scoop over third man out in the Test matches, and that would never happen really in Test match cricket, would you think? So there's certain ways of playing it, and that's how they want to play it at the minute, and it seems to have worked so far. So it's something that we want to carry on playing, and we're all enjoy playing it.
Yeah, I mean my brief dealings with Brendan McCullum, I played in a couple of franchise tournaments with him as captain, and he does have a remarkable talent actually. I mean, a lot of coaches are very much sort of. I think even if you watch England, you can see it from the demeanour on the balcony and the way that various players gravitate sit next to him, willingly as well. And there's lots of laughs and smiles, and he looks like one of those characters that he doesn't make himself an island as a coach. He doesn't separate himself from the playing group because he's the coach. He's very much part of, he's part of the team, isn't he? I do sense that is one of his real talents as a person. Because he's such a good bloke, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, he gets that trust, he gets that belief in the environment, which I think is a real underrated asset from a coach as well. To be in and around the group and have the players at ease with your company, I think that's one of his major talents.
And he's also brought in a little bit of like calmness, especially when we're batting. Obviously, you can sometimes when you're on top of it, the dressing room is a very calm place anyway. But you know what it's like when you lose 3 or 4 quick wickets and everyone's scrambling around trying to get their pads on. It ends up not. You go out there, you're a bit frazzled, you're a bit frantic, and then you play another bad shot, and it just keeps adding to it. Whereas he's quite a calming character, and to see the group evolve how we have from Lords against New Zealand to where we were at Old Trafford last week, it's been a very calming place in that dressing room, and boys are getting on really well, and actually it's a really good dressing room to be a part of at the minute. So I'm very fortunate and very privileged that I feel that I can be part of that group.
Sounds exciting. It's calm in the England dressing room. It doesn't look very calm out there. Marcus Harris had his own little bit of Bazball there, dancing down, bopping Sajid Khan into the Lord Ian Botham stand, and then probably the longest to follow through from an off-spinner I've ever seen. A lot of words exchanged there, I'm sure. Their paths have crossed in international cricket. Definitely a little bit of chirp going on there. Good to see. We like a bit of chirp. You're not shy of a little bit of a word here and there. I got a little bit vocal this weekend.
On a Saturday.
Oh, you can't.
Normally it's the opposition getting stuck into you because you're ex-pro player or a pro player, and it's. It
only happens when I run in and bowl a bit of seam, mate. Yeah. The heart rate gets up, the blood's pumping, and all of a sudden the old Street Fighter mode comes out. Just can't help yourself, can you?
I find it more just to get myself into a battle. I generally bowl better when I'm I feel like I'm in a battle with someone, and I normally do it to get myself going. It's not meant in any bad way. It's meant to just get myself into a competition and generally when my buds flowing, I bowl better. And that's just, and obviously with experience, I've got better at dealing with it and know when I need to go and when not to go. So Probably when I was younger, I was a bit more exuberant and got a few things wrong. But as I've got older, I've matured, and it's gone in the right direction rather than the wrong direction.
Yeah, not a few things wrong, mate. They're just experiences, aren't they?
Lovely shot.
I'm not just saying this, mate, because you sat next to me and you're bigger than me and you could knock me out, but you were, you always knew that when you had, either of you or your brother in the team with you, you were down for the scrap, and that's always something that's respected. That's why you're one of the favourites, and why I don't mind you wearing the number 7 shirt. So we're absolutely all gravy, aren't we, mate?
Yep.
No, it's been good. I did make Somerset past wicketkeeper Rob Turner laugh. I was in a bit of a battle with one of their lads on the weekend, and I said, "Hey pal, you're about to find out where on the food chain you are." And Rob Turner he was like, "What are you on about? You've gone full Zlatan on the."
I saw Rob dive for a catch off you. Was it in front of your brother? And Sam wasn't even facing the right way.
Well, we had a combined average between myself and Noddy of 96 years of age. Yeah, I don't mind. So yeah, nice little away wobble seam across the left hand, and nicked it, and it was probably going to the right boot of second slip. And Rob dived one-handed, scooped it up, barely an inch off the ground. I was just. My son was playing. He was like, he's my son's maths teacher as well at Western College. He was like, oh my God, how good is he? 54 years of age. Absolutely brilliant.
Just shows how good some wicketkeepers can be, and how good they are still when they have to hang up their boots. Just short one from Brooksy, which is pulled away for 4. Very quick onto that. Looks like the wicket's a little bit slow, so I'm not sure there's probably much in it for banging it in. It's hanging around that top of the off stump and going from there at the minute.
Yeah, he looks very strong on that pull shot, in fairness.
So how many runs did you get at the weekend, Peter?
I got a few, mate.
You got a few?
Got a few. Well, we were in a terrible... I even had a net this week.
It's unlike you.
I haven't had a net because it was an important week. We had to stay up. We were playing a very good team, actually. Golden Hill, they finished second in the league. We were languishing near the relegation, and in the Whipple we had this bizarre scenario where if certain teams if Lansdowne would have lost and Lansdowne went down, they'd have gone into the Wiltshire something. So when we started the game, 2 could have gone down, or it could have been changed to 3, depending on who went down from the other league. It was one of those weird scenarios.
So I did see something. Taunton Dean stayed up, which meant that North Petherton stayed up, which doesn't really make sense to me. But
yeah, it's absolute madness, and so yeah, we knew that we needed. I think we needed 18 points of guarantee staying up. So the way we'd been playing in the previous month as well didn't look that was likely, so I thought I'd better have a net and get my eye in again. So yeah, peeled off 125, mate. Not too bad for the old man.
A few dings in there.
Yeah, I clothed a few over the ropes. My brother, the groundsman, did a nice little short leg side boundary for me one side, which is nice. Then. Sajid Khan into his work here. Marcus Harris, he's known for getting big scores once he gets in. He's on 72 now. He's batted beautifully so far, but hopefully this little contest that's brewing here between Khan and Harris can force a little bit of mistake in some way, shape or form. Have you met Sajid in the dressing room?
I saw him briefly before they went out this morning. I arrived at about 10:20 and they were all getting ready, said hello and off he went. But it looks like he loves bowling, which is a good thing for us. He could end up bowling a few overs these last 4 games. So and hopefully he gets a few wickets. That was a close OW shout there, probably just too far down the wicket for the umpire to be certain that it was hitting the stumps.
Here's the replay. Looked.
It's just probably too far down for the umpire to be certain that it's hitting the stumps, but it's looks like he's got a little bit of something going here. So hopefully he can grab 1 wicket and get us an opening.
Yeah, I think it would be a bit of a guess if he'd have given that out. Oh, Goldsworthy throwing at the wrong end, I think there. So complete 2 runs think Sajid's having a little chat with umpire Tom Longley, saying exactly the same thing, just a bit too far down. But he's making something happen. It doesn't always have to be, you know, we talk about the chirp and, you know, these little contests you get into. Sometimes it doesn't have to be good bowling. Just taking someone out of their sort of mental sort of zone that they're in can sometimes lead to a wicket. You know, I've heard some outrageous comments and sledges on cricket fields in my time. I'm sure you have. In fact, some of them actually came from you. So,
yeah.
I mean, it's
the best ones are
the
funniest ones, aren't they? Yeah, but yeah, you have to get into a battle as a bowler, and especially as a seamer, because it generally hurts so much, as you know. So to make anything more enjoyable, you've got to make sure you make it into a battle, because that's when you actually get up for anything. So that looked like a good ball, but it's an easy one to backward point, which is going back to your point before. Whereas
see, that's where I'd like you have your point in place, so that is a dot ball, and if he's going to get a single, he's got to actually hit it in front of square. So if he's trying to hit the ball, that brings the edge into play more for me. At least make him play a better cricket shot. That would drive me up the wall, a simple run being scored to point off of a good delivery.
I'm with you 100%. I always like to have my point in, because my best ball is hits the top of the bat and squirts the point. So
you know, a thick edge drive, you know, point can actually be a catching position as well. I think it's criminal not to bowl with a point. And let's face it, if he bowls a bad ball and it gets hit, it's not going to go to point. It'll go to cover anyway. So I think that's yeah, it wouldn't be a field that I'd be happy to
it's
bowl.
more often you have a deep backward point to try and stop that run down to third man through gully, isn't it? That's probably why you've got the field of this. You're sort of trying to cover two options at once, but it ends up just being an easy one sometimes, and the batters just get off strike, and you end as a bowler, you want to be bowling 6 balls at a batter for that over, rather than 2, and then you end up bowling another 2, and then you've got to bowl another 2 at the other batter. So it's
I think if I was bowling for a captain that was desperate to have a deep point, at least I'd have Tom Lamon be 5 yards straighter, so he's only just behind square in a very straight gully. Yeah. So we can stop that dab for one. Anyway, we all have our own different opinions. I suppose the important thing is, as a bowler, you know what you want to bowl. It's important that the bowler takes ownership of the field, don't you think?
100% the bowler should be setting the field. He obviously in the chats with the captain, but the bowler has to be happy with the field that they're bowling with, and that's probably one thing that as a younger bowler I probably didn't do that as much as I probably should have. And obviously we had senior players in the group with yourself, Tomo, and Trez, and obviously Hildy was around then, and you obviously have to pull on those guys a lot more than what you are as a youngster. So it's but now as a senior player you have to be setting your own fields, because you've played for long enough that you should know what you're trying to do. And generally as a bowler you're trying to work a batter out, and if you're going to go across a batter you want to set a field for that rather than trying to swing it in, say, or whatever. So you've got to make sure that you've got the right field for the ball that you're trying to get him out with. It's a wide half volley which is slashed away through backward point, and Golders has missed it at deep backward point. It's a 4 for Marcus Harris.
Yeah, Marcus Harris just seems to have that knack of peeling off boundaries. You know, every 2 overs, just to keep his score ticking along. Yeah, it's a bit of a concern. Not only the lack of wickets today, but the run rate. And I think that's partly the bowling, but partly the field settings. I mean, it's a very milkable field placing that we've put in place today. I mean, you know, throw into the fact that Sajid Khan has bowled 11 overs for 24. So that's what. So that's 150 off of 38 overs have gone for 150 50 runs from seam, which is not ideal. Can happen here at Taunton, as we all know, but in a game of such high tariff, we need to come up with some answers, and some answers pretty quickly. Sajid Khan in the attack doing a pretty good job. Josh Davey at mid-off just swinging his arms round, looking or intimating that he's going to warm up and come on soon. Yep, the old glute stretch. I think he'll be replacing Jack Brooks very shortly. As bowled 12 overs for 42, which is very unusual for Jack Brooks. He's normally pretty miserly with his run rate. Not quite got it right today. Same for Lewis.
It's just that inconsistency, isn't it? Obviously, haven't played much red ball cricket in the last 3 or 4 weeks, where it's just been that bad ball every couple of overs, isn't there? Which just lets the opposition. You can't really build pressure for a long period of time, and that's one of our mottos. Really, it's how many dot balls we can string together. And if you're bowling a bad ball every 8 or 9 balls, then you're not going to be able to build that pressure like you want to. And obviously, batters, when there's no pressure, they can just bat.
It does look like that is going to be the future of cricket, though. You know, bowlers are going to have to, if you're going to be multi-format player, you're going to have to come to the party with multi-format skills that you can turn on and off. Sajid Khan bowling a real nice tidy line here. Oliver Price has started his innings brightly, gave a few sort of, I wouldn't say, well, he obviously didn't give any chances early on, but he looked very loose early on, but he's played some very eye-catching shots for his 21. Gloucester 171. It's obviously 4 for 1, sorry, 50 overs here on day 1. As I thought, those stretches did mean something. Josh Davey is going to replace Jack Brooks. That's the Marcus Truscothic stand end. Hopefully, JD, who we did watch his life in cricket. Josh Davies story. I haven't seen it myself, but I'm sure it's a fascinating watch of how unlucky he is.
Yeah, player miss after player miss goes on
best
about.
Best bowler or highest wicket taker in the World Cup a few years back.
Group stages.
Group stages,
which is quite a good effort for us for Scotland. So he's
quite a feather in the cap for a Scotsman that's been to Scotland twice.
Born there, and I think he left straight away, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he's visited St Andrews once. Yeah. That's fine. Has a knack, JD, doesn't he, of just getting a little bit of seam movement,
especially to left-handers, which is obviously Harris is the big wicket now, really. So hopefully he can nip one away from him and go straight to either Lewis or Abe's that's in the slips. Catch, just wide of Tom Abel in the slips off a back foot edge. It's gone for 4, unfortunately, but that's probably what Josh is trying to do. Probably needs to be a little bit fraction fuller, but that's the sort of plan that he's trying to do here.
50 partnership between Marcus Harris and Ollie Price.
Tucking that one off his thigh pad into the leg side. It's all looking a little bit too easy. I mean, that is the thing with a player of his quality and hunger for runs. They get in and you get that sort of ominous feeling, don't you? Like reminds me a little bit, not quite as flamboyant and unconventional as Chris Rogers, who played here, finished his first-class career for Somerset. It was his entire first-class career with 100 in both innings, which is something very special. But you always got a sense with Chris Rogers that once he got in, you were going to have to do something pretty special to dislodge him. And Marcus Harris has certainly got that sort of vibe about him. Somerset bowlers are going to have to work hard this session.
He's got a lot of runs for Gloucester this year, and just showing again today how good a player he is, and hopefully we can get him out sooner rather than later.
Again, I really hate it. Makes my eyes bleed watching that be a run. He bowled a brilliant ball, exactly what you're asked to do, and it goes for a run because you haven't got a point. I can't cope. I'm going to have to go in a minute. 3 balls time. Sophie Luff is going to come and replace me. Talk to Craigo for a bit before he disappears off and goes down and sees the physio, gets some more rehabilitation. I'm going to follow him in because I've hurt my knee. See if Jamie Thorpe, the physio here, can do his magic on my little old man knee that I've got now. Got good timing. I can't cope. Can't cope with the lack of point.
Lovely shot through extra cover. George is shuffling after it with his pads on.
Yeah, that's for those without a keen eye. George Bartler's not fleet of foot at the moment, but he does have enormous short leg pads on under his white, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt for his lack of leg speed there, won't we, Craigo?
Yeah, it's not the easiest fielding with short leg pads on. I've done it a couple of times and don't really like going in there, so
it's a long way down for you.
Yeah, I don't mind it when there's 15 around the bat or 7 or 8, but I wouldn't be doing it on my own in there, put it that way. Luckily we had Trez to do it in our time, didn't we? And
yeah, he was a good stopper, wasn't he?
He was a good stopper, so and luckily enjoyed doing it, which is the main thing when you're in there, because if you don't enjoy doing it, you're not going to get many catches.
Well, that on top of the fact that he'd somehow talked people into him kneeling down. So he spent 2 seasons kneeling down, which yielded 1 catch, I believe, in the whole time that he knelt down.
Well, it was a good one though. Cause
it was a very good one.
It was the one against Middlesex, wasn't it? Which ended up the game where we needed to win to stay up. And
wonder how you'd sell that in any other walk of. You know what, boss? I'm just going to lie down for the next year and a half, and it will bring us 1 bit of good luck. To be fair, he could do what he wants. The amount of runs he scored. Bush Davey round the wicket to Marcus Harris. Come on, JD, just a little bit. Marcus Harris has played beautifully this morning, as he leaves well alone. 51 overs. Gloucester playing, it has to be said, very, very well here. 182 for 1. I'm going to take a little break for a moment and actually start my lunch, because I haven't quite got round to it yet. I see Craigo eyeing up my beef sandwich, so I've better run.
I've had my cottage pie already,
see
so
you
I'm
all
pretty
later.
happy. He's making a racket with his wrappers as he walks off. Driggs has messed up the headphones, so Sophie's trying to get them on slowly. I think she's almost there now, and she's here.
I'm here, sorry. I don't know what Driggs has done to them. He's got a massive
He normally
Swede.
breaks something when he's around, so luckily,
how are you, Craig? You
not
alright?
bad, how are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. If you were out there now, what would you be thinking? What would the plan be?
I think it was obviously we're sort of going at almost over 3.5 now at the minute, so it's trying to reduce that rate, but still trying to look to take wickets and trying to stop them get those easy ones. They're obviously going to get those boundaries at some point, but it's trying to stop them, but also making sure that they can't rotate the strike as easy as probably what they have done. So it just looks like he's doing a really good job here, going at under 2s, and that's what you want as a spinner sometimes in the first innings. It's not your time to be able to get those wickets. It's making sure that you don't go for any runs, and you might pick up the odd wicket, but as long as you're not going for any runs, then you're doing a good job for the side, and it's up to the seamers to sort of try and create something. And it feels like we're being a little bit off it today, but that sometimes happens, and we've got to make sure we bounce back when we do get the chance with the ball next time.
Yeah, end of the 52nd over here. Gloucester 182 for 1. Harris well set on 85. Price doing a good job at the other end as well in support, 22 not out. Still going to be Josh Davey from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. The sun's out now, it's actually looking a little bit brighter.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd get much play this afternoon, but it seems to have stayed a bit bright. We've obviously missed a few. The hills have probably blown it away to a different direction, which we're very lucky around here, and hopefully get a bit more play than we would have expected.
Might have heard tractor there on the live stream, giving the boys a little bit of support down there. Josh Davey, and then Harris defends that one back up to him. So you'll be available next week, is that right,
That's
Craig?
the aim, yes. Obviously, as long as this hamstring pulls up how we want to this week, then yeah, that's the aim for next week, to play at Warwickshire and be fit for those last 3 games. And it could end up being 3 very big games for us, so we need to be at our best for them. And so yeah, that's the main target for me really now.
Driven by Harris. Davey does well to get a hand on that. What's the vibe in camp like? I know you probably haven't been around too much, but looking ahead to these last sort of 4 games, big push at the end of the season. What's the talk been all about?
We actually had a Jace sorted out Michael Barber to come in to chat to us on Friday afternoon, as almost a sort of get back together and get everyone sort of in a meeting and sort of just try and get everyone back together as a group. And he spoke to us about how certain who he's dealt with and his sort of the characters you need sometimes in team environments to sort of go through challenges like this. And these last 4 games are sort of towards the end. It almost came to, have you ever watched 13 Peaks?
I haven't.
On
no.
Netflix. So it's basically that there's 13 8,000 meter mountains, I think, and he called it our Annapurna, which is one of the big mountains, which is notoriously difficult to climb. And we're on about these 4 games for us being our chance to build a base camp ready for next year. So then it's when we take our assault on the championship next year. So these 4 big games are our chance to be able to set ourselves the standards and make sure that for when we come next year that we're ready to go. And we need to make sure these 4 games are ready. And getting to base camp is almost is the necessary bit to do anything. So these 4 games are really important for us, and to make sure that we're ready to go ready to go again next year. And then we had a little get together at mine in the evening just to sort of get everyone back together, because everyone's been here and there and everywhere with 100. So it's to get that group together again, and had a bit of a barbecue just to actually have a bit of downtime and just actually get to see how each other are again. And so obviously when you're all here and there and everywhere, you can get a bit distant. So it's making sure that we're quite a close knit unit and having the chance to be able to see each other and actually have chats, and that's how you get closer as a team. And it seemed to be a good night as well, so that was good.
Davey in again. Harris.
Nick back inside.
Expansive drive there, and
unluckiest man ever has had another player miss off him. So he'll be chuntering himself down there somehow probably, and thinking how has he not got another wicket. But he's hitting the right areas here, and hopefully we can get a nick at some point, or a drag on, or a bowled, and we go from there.
Gloucester 182 for 1 then. Yeah, Harris has had a little bit of luck, a couple player misses that just been unplayable balls by Davey, but Davey hasn't found the edge or got much luck today. See Ollie Sale. Who's with him there? Over that Banton?
Looked like Banch, yeah. So obviously chatting through a few things. They both love going for laps around an outfield, so I'm sure you'll see a few more laps from them if you keep hanging on to them. Probably chatting through. They both love playing PlayStation and Call of Duty, so they're probably chatting about that.
Are you a good watcher of the game, Craig?
I wouldn't say I'm a big watcher. I don't mind watching it, but I couldn't watch it for a whole day, especially a test match 4-day stuff. Obviously, when you're playing and you're involved in it, it's a little bit easier, but I wouldn't be able to go sit and watch a test match if I'm not playing in it, that's for certain. I get too bored. I want to be out there playing. So,
how do you occupy your time in the changing rooms? If
normally it's in international games, obviously we hand our phones in and stuff. So you generally try and take word searches in or crosswords, and when like this summer we've got a team masseuse with England, and he normally organises a few quizzes and stuff, and it's normally just to pass the time and keeps this team spirit up and stuff like that. So they're quite good. It's just quite basic stuff really, but they can be long days sometimes, and you're trying to make sure you give as much energy to the boys on the field, because sometimes it can be a bit challenging out there, so you need to be giving everything you can for them.
Sajid Khan's got through another over there. So we're just seeing Banton and Sell go for a little stroll around the ground. Last home game we had Banton up here quite a bit actually.
Yeah.
I think he was itching to get on comms and out of his drinks duty,
Yeah.
get the bib off for a little while.
Get run out of running drinks. It's one of the more tedious of jobs as a professional sportsman, but it's necessary to help the boys out there playing. So we're very grateful for the boys that do it when they are on shift.
Yeah, it's quite an important job, really, isn't it? It probably goes under the radar, but yeah. You got any particular requirements?
Not massively. As long as I've not just getting straight water in my water bottle, I'm pretty happy. I like a little bit of flavour in mine, and whatever it is. But it is very crucial. And the more I've played with England, obviously we've got all the nutritionists and stuff, and the amount of food that you have to consume and the amount of water that you've got to consume during a day's play it's almost, you would never think how much you've got to consume. So it's those guys do a massive job to make sure that everyone is fit and hydrated enough to be able to perform at their best, because that is massively important.
Yeah, I was trying to pick Triggs' brain about this a while ago in terms of how much you guys have to sort of fuel if it's a bowling day, or what's the difference between a bowling day and a batting day in terms of the nutrition that you guys would take on board and the fluids and the food that you're putting into your body. It probably is a lot of things that people probably don't consider. I guess it's all the stuff that goes on in the background, isn't it? But that stuff can, affect your performance.
Yeah, massively. Yeah, and I was probably guilty of it when I first joined to the sort of the international scene. I was never eating enough breakfast. I wasn't having enough lunch, and I wasn't having enough dinner, basically. And if you do that for long enough, you're not going to be able to perform anywhere near you want to. And now I'm eating, especially if I'm bowling, it's a bowling day, 2 meals for breakfast, basically a massive lunch, and then you're still snacking in between during the drinks breaks. And then for dinner you have 2 meals again, basically. So that's 5 meals throughout the day, and then you're still topping up with carb drinks and stuff throughout the day. So you're burning a lot, as you probably. I wear these root bands to make sure that I know what I'm doing, but it's. I'm probably burning during a day's play of if I'm bowling. I'm probably burning almost 6,000 calories.
And how many calories are you looking to put in your
probably
body?
Probably very similar, maybe more.
Yeah.
You don't want to be too much of a deficit, because that's when you become tired and stuff. So you're probably eating more than probably that. So we do consume a large amounts of meals, but it's what's required. And normally throughout the season you're generally losing weight because you just can't get the amount of food in. So especially if you're bowling 25, 30 overs a day, near enough.
Davies in and driven down the ground by Price, but only finds Bartlett at mid-on. Yeah, 6,000 calories in a day, though. That is a lot of food.
Yeah, it is a lot of food, but obviously you get those main meals in, then you can sort of snack a little bit throughout the day, and that's the key bits, right? You have a banana at drinks, and then you have they give us these carb drinks, which I don't really know what they are, but you have one of them, and that's probably got 30-40 grams of carbs in, but it makes a massive difference towards your energy levels towards the back end of the day.
Defending is Price. Good little stint this by Davey. 1 ball to go in what will be his 11th over.
So what games have you got coming up, Soph?
We're back into Rachel Hayho Flint, which is the 50 over comp. So yeah, I'm off to Hove at the back end of this week, play Friday, and then we come back here to play on Sunday against Northern Diamonds, and finish a week on Saturday up at Old Trafford. So yeah, 3 games in the space of a week really to finish our season. But yeah, it should be a good finish. We still potentially can qualify for sort of the eliminator game. So yeah, there's something on the last few games for us, which there wasn't at this point last year. So yeah, hopefully the girls have had some good cricket under their belt. Some have been at the 100, some back into sort of academy regional fixtures. So yeah, I'm sure they'll be chomping at the bit to put in some performances.
tracked us off to get another pint of cider probably somewhere. He's a phenomenal supporter for us. He travels everywhere with a 4-day side, and he's always cheering us. Never says a bad word about us. It's always in support, and you really do notice when you're sometimes having a bad session or a bad couple of hours. He's always there supporting you no matter what, and it does really make its difference for us.
Sajid Khan continuing. Harris just knocks that to Abel at cover. Uses his feet particularly nicely as Harris against the spin of Khan.
It's almost the Aussie way. They try and look to attack spinners as much as possible. Obviously, in Australia, it generally doesn't spin very much just because the wickets are so hard and they're not really dry, so they just almost the ball just slides on. So they look to put spin under as much pressure as possible. So he's obviously playing in a similar role here. That's a lovely back foot punch through cover point. Looks like 2, maybe 3. Taking one on the arm.
Yeah, it's good running there by the Gloucestershire batters. Again, great footwork. That time off the back foot from Price.
And that's what makes it hard, especially for spinners. It's if you've got batters coming down towards you and then another batter playing you off the back foot, you've really got to be really nail your lengths as much as possible, and otherwise it's very easy to milk the strike. So they're playing him very well at the minute. Obviously, Saj is doing a good job going at under 2, so that's the main thing. But they're playing him very well, which is not ideal really as you're hunting wickets as well.
Yeah, the challenge when they're rotating strike as well as the left-right hand combination as well. You're always changing your field, changing your lines, your lengths to each individual batter. They've looked to be a little bit busier against Khan this over. Defending is Price. That finishes the 56th over. Gloucestershire 188 for 1 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Sun is still shining. The sun's actually shining a little bit more on the Quantocks in the distance as we look out over the ground. It's a pretty good view from up here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not bad. I haven't been up here very often, so yeah, you don't really see the hills from the pitch because obviously the Lordie and both of them stand and the Colin Axon's generally in the way, but you can see the top end of it. So yeah, we're very lucky where we live around here, and obviously you have the Quantocks and what are the other hills? I can't remember what they are. Not a local, so I'll claim that. But yeah, we're very lucky with where we live, and yeah, so it's a really special place to live.
Davies going to continue.
So that's
guided away through that third man region by Harris. He moves into the 90s and is playing very nicely here. Just talk to me a little bit about the Somerset Gloucestershire rivalry, Craig, and do the boys get a little bit more up for it because of that derby nature, or is it just
obviously there's probably a little bit, but I'd like to think that we're up for most games.
Yeah.
There's probably more on it from the fans and the crowd point of view than what we as players both. Obviously you want to win every game, but this game probably means a little bit more. We know where we've got to be and we've got to perform against each side, and there's probably a little bit more on it against Gloucester, but it's still a game of cricket at the end of the day, and you've still got to be able to perform and win the game.
Harris defending into the
There's probably also
offside
more on
there.
it in the T20s and sort of the 4-day stuff, I would have said. Obviously T20s you both get sellouts here and at Gloucester and Bristol, so you normally get a little bit of abuse when we go up there, and I'm sure the Gloucester boys say they get a little bit of abuse when they come down here. So it's all part and parcel of it, and I'm sure it's taken in good spirit. And I really enjoy playing at Bristol. They get stuck into us, but we really enjoy playing there, and it's not the most ideal sort of pitch for us that we want to be playing T20 cricket on, but it's a good challenge for us, and that's where we need to sometimes get better. And we like to feel that we play better here when we play against them, and that's just home advantage and things like that. So we enjoy playing them, and I'm sure they enjoy playing us.
Yeah, well, what a finish it was in that T20 at Bristol.
Yeah, I was
Roller
watching.
found him over the hero of the hour there.
Yeah, I was watching it on the stream, and I actually watched it about 6 overs, and I thought, oh, we're in trouble here. And then Roloff does his somehow miracle thing and end up winning with two balls to spare or something. And that was probably the defining moment of our T20 sort of campaign. It sort of propelled us to get through to sort of the quarterfinals and then finals day, obviously. But it was that was a sort of a massive win for us. We don't normally win up at Gloucester, so to win that was a massive 2 points for us to sort of propel us to sort of finish in second in the group.
Another couple there to Harris's name. Punches that through the cover region. He moves on to 94. Just 6 away from bringing up those 3 figures.
Looks like he's batting in a good rhythm. That's one thing that you speak to the batters. They want to feel like they're in a good rhythm of how they're moving and almost scoring at a fluent pace. They're not like batting for a long period of time and not scoring, then they sort of squirt a few away. They're always looking to score, and their score's always ticking over. That's when you notice that a batter's playing well, because you look at the scoreboard and all of a sudden they've got 20 or 30 runs more than you think they have. And Harry looked like he was struggling to start with. He was 15 off 20 overs or something, but he just from then it's almost looked like he's just been able to rotate the strike how he wanted to, and he's looked almost really fluent and at his best almost.
Yeah, I think he's done a lot of the hard yards in that first session, and then after lunch has sort of found that fluency a little bit more. Obviously lost his partner Charlesworth, who was going well at the other end, but has been ably assisted by Price in this partnership that Davey is currently looking to break. Looked like a little bit of a slower delivery there from Davey.
No, I think it's just might have nipped back into him. The job as an opener is to see off the new ball. Obviously, we found this year when you get to sort of 35, 40 overs old, the ball gets really old, and obviously it's old, but it gets really soft. And more so this year than previous years, and I think a lot of teams have struggled to take wickets from 40 to 80 overs, and obviously as an opener, once you get to that 40 overs old, you feel like you can cash in a little bit, because that's you've got through the tricky bit, and now you're batting almost just in the old terms of getting G100 almost, and he's done that really well today, and hopefully we can nip him out before he gets to his 100, but he's batted really well today, and credit to him.
Yeah, just a little bit of a drink there for some of the Somerset players. Sajid Khan's going to continue, and I'm pretty sure I saw Lammonby
looked like he was
warming up there, wasn't he? Yeah, so we might see some left arm seam into the attack shortly.
Lammers has worked really hard on his bowling this summer. He had a little bit of a niggle last summer with his ankle, so he seems to have come good this year, and he's got a few. He bowled really well at Essex on probably the flattest wicket I've ever played on. He got 500, but he got 600, and that was about it really. So it was. And Lammer's I think he got 3 first in our innings and bowled really well actually. So he seems to have a knack of taking wickets. So hopefully he gets one today, and we can get another one before tea, and then who knows what you can do after tea. We've seen sessions here before. You can get 4 or 5 quick wickets. So hopefully that's what happens today, and we can keep him below 300. But that might be a big ask if I'm being honest. Catch.
Oh,
that's a good catch. Not off the bat though.
I'm sure we can see that replay.
It's a very good catch from George Bartlett at short leg, but obviously didn't quite get the off the nick, or the umpire didn't think that was any bat on it, so obviously it was going down leg. So
shorter and quicker from Sajid there. Yeah, I guess Lammonby adds a little bit of variation into the attack as well. Different angle, being a left arm seamer. And he took the new ball quite a lot in the T20 for you guys as well.
Yeah, he's obviously he's our only left armer in the attack, but he has the ability. has the ability to be able to swing it, which is massive. He's obviously not going to be as consistent as what the out and out seam bowlers are, but any left armer that can swing it is a vital part of a bowling attack. So he probably hasn't bowled as much as he wanted this year, but he's certainly contributed when he has the chance to.
Put away by Price there, cutting through cover. Question is, will we see Lammonby now? He's just had to fetch the ball from the boundary.
Looks like he's running in. Maybe he's having a bit of a run in to get warm and ready to bowl.
Yeah, I think it is going to be him. By the looks, the Gloucestershire batter's just taking a drink. You all right to stay on for a couple more overs, Craig, and then we'll get
need to get back in and see
Sam
Thorpe
back
in a
in
bit.
if he's about. I know no idea where Treeks disappears to. He just disappears all the time.
He's probably around the other side talking to a few of his favourite supporters. Generally can't miss Trude with the gears that he wears. See if you can spot him somewhere.
Come on then, let me into the Somerset dressing room. Who's the best dressed and who's the worst dressed?
Worst dressed would probably be either Bartlett or Banton.
Okay, yeah, I can see why you said Banton. I've seen a few pics on social media.
Banton's got these awful shoes called Salomons at the minute, and they look like hiking shoes, but he claims they're trainers, casual trainers, but they're hiking shoes for certain. So I can't let him get away with that. But there's a few boys at the minute that have got these Salomons, and I'm just not convinced about them.
Okay.
Best dressed, Abe's is normally pretty smart. Bit old, but he's he's normally fairly well dressed. I'd say. Most of the time we're in sports kit anyway, so we don't really see the casual side of stuff anyway. It's a little bit of shape from Lammers there, so hopefully he can find the edge. That's well fielded from Sajid as well, chasing down just to keep it to the one.
So what's wrong with Bartlett's gears, or does he just copy? They're quite good friends, aren't they? Banton and Bartlett. Do they just copy one another?
Like these flowered shirts and all sorts, and I'm just not convinced. Each to their own, but it's not my style. Put it that way.
Just a few changes in the field as the right-handed Price comes on strike. So I know Treeks was going on about the deep point.
Yeah.
And I've just finished the 100 at London Spirit. We actually had Chris Liddell come in as our bowling coach, and every meeting he was like, "Girls, you need a deep point. You need a deep point."
Yeah.
And it's not something you see often.
I think it's
in the women's game.
Yeah.
But what is the thinking around that position?
I think in one-day cricket, it's if you're gonna, we feel anyway, if it's gonna nick, it's gonna go fine, and your third man's not gonna stop it. Whereas a little bit of width generally goes to sort of deep backward point. So in T20s, you're obviously trying to stop the boundaries. So we would have a deep backward point and probably a deep square, because you want to bowl hard lengths, and that's if you're bowling the best ball, that's probably where you're going to get hit the majority. If they're going to nick it, they're going to nick it, and you can't really do much about that, if I'm being honest. So it's trying to stop where your best ball's going to go, and we tend to think it's deep third or deep backward point and deep square. Some grounds are obviously different than others, but here we feel that's a good plan to go with. Looks like there's a little bit of shape coming back in, but then also with the angle going with a left armer going across him, he's finding sort of the outside half of the bat at the minute, which is what you want as a left armer. Sometimes you got to use that angle that you've got as a left arm over option.
Doesn't look to be moving great, Lammonby.
No, he looks
walking
like
back
he's
to his mark
hobbling
there.
a little bit, which is probably just his ankle playing up a little bit. I think he's still got it, so it's fine. But it's just that sometimes it's just, as a bowler, you just know it's going to hurt a little bit, and you just got to battle through it. That's a little bit of shape there, though.
Gets down to fine leg.
If he gets that line right, he can really trouble a right-hander.
So you mentioned that you've got a little bit of a niggle. There's obviously a few niggles in and around the squad. Jamie Thorpe, pretty busy man?
Fairly busy, yeah. Obviously, it's coming to the back end of the summer, so there's a few boys that have just sort of... They're not injuries, but they're sort of just war wounds almost that you sort of just... You get used to as a bowling group, and everyone sort of ends up getting sort of sore backs this time of year, and the main job of the physio is just to make sure that they get us to the best possible shape that we can be for a championship game. So I think everyone, all the seamers are out there are probably not quite 100%, but that's part and parcel of playing county championship cricket, that you're never always going to have bowlers that are fully fit unless it's the first game of the year. So it's we know that as bowlers, and that's what our job is to do. It's to go out there and try and perform to the best we can on that day. So yeah, that's the tricky bit about cricket, is you're never normally 100% fully fit all the time. There's always something that's sort of not stopping you, but it's almost like it's just a little bit sore, or you're just fighting a little bit sometimes.
3 dots so far in this Sajid Khan over. He's into his 17th over. He's doing a brilliant holding role for his skipper Tom Abel here. Just gone for the 35 runs. Again, Price just defending that one. So obviously got 2 newbies into the squad, into the team. Any initiations for them? Like, how does it, how do you guys go from, you've obviously had Reyners and Siddle for the majority of the season, then you've got sort of 2 fresh faces for the back end of the county championship. How does that sort of work in the team dynamics? It's
obviously, I've only been around this sort of week, but they both seem to fit it in really well. They're both good characters. I didn't really see the team football this morning, but I've heard that they're probably not either of them the best at football, but it's the taking part that counts, and making sure that everyone loves their football with us, and we love playing those warm-up games. It sometimes gets a little bit feisty in the mornings, but it's important for us because it gets the energy going for the start of the day, and over a long season, if you're not having fun doing the warm-ups, then it can be quite lethargic, and it gets quite samey. So having that football gives us that energy, and just gets us going for the day, and we can then go out and try and perform at our best.
Do you have set teams for that, or does it mix about each
It varies really. So at the start of the year, there was it's normally youngies, oldies generally, but because of the start of the year, the oldies were so much better than the youngies. They had to sort of change the sides a little bit, so it sort of got mixed from there. And the last couple of weeks, I think it's changed back to youngies and oldies again, and it's been a bit more even. But
and staff get involved as well, do I see?
A couple of the staff get involved. Yeah, they'd like to think they're good footballers, but I'm not sure any of us are really. So the only good one is Golders. Golders is very good.
Yeah, you call him Messi, do you?
Messi, yeah, little Messi. He's too quick for all of us, really. He's got too many skills. But yeah, he's very good at football. But the rest of us are sort of triers, really, rather than putting it politely. So it's good. It's probably good fun to watch and see some terrible football in there as well.
Lammonby in and Harris driving, but only to Abel, extra cover.
Lammers looks like he's in a good area with a bit of shape, so that's promising. Hopefully he can find the edge of Harris's bat, and we can get our second wicket just before tea.
Yeah, it'd be ideal if Somerset can get a breakthrough just before tea here. Harris defending. Abel very busy at extra cover. Good energy from the Somerset skipper.
And that's where Abe's from the front, really. He's phenomenal in the field. He's always in the hot spots for us, especially in 4-day cricket. Probably T20, obviously being skipper, he has to be sort of confined to the ring a little bit, as you know. But it's during the 4-day he gets himself into the best positions to sort of make sure that he has the biggest say in the games. So yeah, he's sort of our best fielder, and we need to make sure that he's in our best spots for that.
Yeah, you guys really pride yourself on your fielding here, don't you? Work really hard at it.
Yeah,
I think people probably just think that it happens, but there's a lot of work that goes in behind the scenes.
Yeah, we're always practicing. Obviously, we've got Paul Tweddle's our fielding coach, that's assistant coach, and he gets us working really hard, especially in the T20. That's where we know here if we can save 10, 15 runs, that's the difference between winning and losing a game, especially here. So we pride ourselves on that, and we feel like we're one of the best fielding counties on the circuit, and obviously we can always do more and we can always be improving, but we feel like we can be one of the best, or even if the best, so that's why we work so hard on it.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that you can control as well. Your attitude and the way that you apply yourself in the field can make a massive difference in the game. And we talk a lot about, yes, trying to save as many runs as possible, but someone stick their hand up and do something game-changing in the field. That spectacular catch, that run out, be the one that creates something.
And for us, I've always thought it's not always about trying to stop the ball as well. It's like sometimes you get hit for 4 and you see a fielder just dawdle after it. It's like they're not actually looking like they want to be part of the game, whereas if they're still chasing after it, and they might not ever get it, but it's actually looking like they're trying to change something in the game. You saw Leachy in the Test match at Lords when he got concussed. It's that enthusiasm to try and stop the ball, trying to change. You might only save 1 run, but you're creating a bit of energy for the bowler to then run in and try and get your wicket. That's the big thing. It's trying to chase everything you can, trying and just create something for the bowling side so you can get a wicket for the team, and then obviously one step closer into getting those 10 wickets.
And do you try and have that same mindset in 4-day Champo cricket as well?
I think you've got to try to. Yeah, it's probably a lot easier in T20 cricket with the crowd and stuff, but we try and replicate it as much as possible in 4-day cricket as possible. Obviously, it's a lot more challenging when you're in the field for a lot longer, but it's still the basics of chasing the ball as hard as you can, trying to stop every ball and taking every catch. That's what fielding is. You don't have to overcomplicate it really. It's just doing the basics really well.
End of the 62nd over here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, Taunton. Gloucestershire 204 for 1. Harris 98 not out. Price 31 not out. Lammonby's going to continue. He's bowled tidily his first couple of overs, which is good to see.
2 overs left till tea, so hopefully we can get one in the next and feel like we've almost won the session a little bit. It looks like a very good wicket out there.
What was the thinking with Tom winning the toss and having a bowl first this morning?
Well, I'll have to say I wasn't here, so I don't really know. But I think obviously with the weather around it being a 10:30 start, you generally, if you probably look at across the whole country, I reckon a lot of the teams that would have won the toss would have bowled. You generally do in September just because of the weather around. It's almost sometimes easier to win games if you're bowling first. So yeah, I would have thought that was the scenario of there's a little bit of grass on it, and obviously with the weather around today, you thought you might get a few early ones, but probably the wickets played better than we thought it would. And it looks like it's a good wicket, to be fair, as well for Taunton. So it's been a tricky challenge for the seamers.
Harris moves on to 99 with that single through mid-wicket. Price is driving, but again, Abel very good in there, extra cover.
And that's actually a very hard pickup because he's on 4 wicket ends there and could easily get one that just doesn't quite bounce, or it bounces up and hits you on the shoulder. So to pick it up as cleanly as he did, he makes it look very easy, but it's not as easy as it looks, put it that way.
Yeah, other scores in Division 1, Lancashire 175 without loss against Yorkshire in the Roses clash.
I saw a dolly over drop there as well after Don Bess had been hit for 6. There was one hit straight to mid-on, and it was waist high, and I don't think Bessie was best pleased.
Oh, really? Essex 163 for 2. Brown and Cook, the men out against
So
Kent.
It looks like there's not been many wickets in Division 1 so far, which is generally been the way this year. For some reason, there hasn't been many wickets taken. It looks like it's been a batting year for some reason.
Almonby in. Price drives to Abel. Hampshire looks like they're back on in Southampton. There was a bit of rain around down there. Hampshire 68 for 2 against Northants.
It's a big game for Hampshire because they need to win every one, don't they? Obviously, with Surrey going so well in the championship, it's Hampshire need to try and win as much as they can to try and keep the pressure on Surrey as well.
Again, another really good over from Tom Lammonby there. Just the 3 runs conceded from his 3 overs so far.
And I'm pretty lucky that I get to know what, obviously speaking to Jamie, I know what the teams that they've sort of played twice and once.
BBC Points West doing a little bit of filming down there, as you can see on screen.
Hopefully that water blotter doesn't get much use this week and we get 4 days of play. But looking at the forecast, I think it might be required at some point. But yeah, obviously, speaking to Jamie, Surrey have only played Hampshire and Essex once this year, which is for a championship, you feel like you want to be playing the best sides twice. And obviously for Hampshire, they lost at Surrey, so they don't get the chance to then play Surrey again to try and get that win back. And then Surrey haven't played Essex away, which is one of the toughest places to go generally.
Oh, he's nicked that. And that is going to be his 100. The ball trickles away to the boundary. Marcus Harris raises his bat, salutes the pavilion. Acknowledgement from his partner, Ollie Price then. Moves to 103. It's been a brilliant knock here by the Australian overseas for Gloucestershire at a time where they really needed him to stand up and be counted, and he's certainly done that today. Defending Sajid Khan this time.
That was a shot where he wanted to get to 100 before tea, I think. Trying to create something that probably wasn't quite there, but he got away with it, and obviously got the 4 that he wanted and got him to that 100.
Flightier delivery there by Sajid, which Harris just knocks to long on.
What's a shandy? For a man who can't drink.
We might get a bit. We actually might be ahead of the over rate here, so we might get a couple more overs before tea. If my calculations are correct, it might be tea might not be till 10 past, so I think we might get an extra couple of overs here, which is unheard of generally in Test match cricket. We normally lose an over straight away, so to get these extra overs in before tea is going to mean the day's going to be finished at 5:30 on schedule.
Yeah, all thanks to Sajid Khan. I think
Yeah.
he's absolutely rapid through his overs. You sort of blink and you miss it.
And the fact that he's bowled almost 20 already on day one, which is probably more than he thought he would bowl when the skipper won the toss and chose to bowl this morning. So, but he's done a very good job for the side, and obviously would have liked a couple of wickets, but a spinner on day one not necessarily going to get that fifer that sometimes he wants.
It's going to be Lammonby again then. Harris defending up to mid-off.
It's looking like a very good wicket at the minute with this ball, so hopefully we can get, being as a bowler, I'm probably thinking, right, we got to keep it as dry as possible now to the new ball. Hopefully we can get a couple with this old ball, but then when that new ball comes at 80 overs old, you've then got to try and get 2 or 3 quick ones and be not very attacking, but you've got to try and get those wickets then, because that's when going to be the key phase of this game. It's looking very easy with this ball at the minute, so we need to try and get 1 or 2. It might not be possible, but it's making sure that we're trying to get to that new ball with little as damage as possible, and then going bang bang with that new ball and getting back in the game.
Who would you give the new ball to?
Well, I was actually chatting to Jace this morning. I think Josh was actually probably bowling at the wrong end with the wind. I think Josh generally likes bowling this end, but with the way the wind was going, especially with the two left-handers, with the wind going sort of across the ground from right to left as we look at, it probably would have suited him bowling from the river end, the Lordie and Botham stand end, trying to go across the left-hander, and then Brooksy trying to swing it back in from the Trez stand end. So it's that was interesting, but it's I'd probably give it to Josh and Brooksy again. Probably just change the ends a little bit and see if that has a little bit of change of luck.
Short ball from Lammonby there. Just pulled down to fine leg. Lammonby actually falls over in his follow through there. Yeah, I mean, what are the discussions around who takes what end? You know, I think I guess the perception is that, you know, the older, more experienced player might pull rank, and that would be Jack Brooks on that occasion. Is that the case, or is there just a genuine discussion around what the conditions are saying and who is best suited at what end?
Yeah.
Do you guys have a preference here as well? You play here so much.
Well, I have a preference of this end generally, but it depends on where we play on the square as well. So, like, as we look at where Tom Abel is fielding now at extra cover, there seems to be a little bit more of a slope on the pitches. So obviously, if you're trying to nip it across the left-hander, bowling this end's probably a little bit easier because the slope's running away towards the car park to the pavilion. So the nip bowlers generally bowl better this end, and the swing bowlers will probably bowl better that end, and that probably helps with the wind as well, because the wind's normally coming across from left to right as we look at. So it's the swing bowlers, aka Triggs, would bowl the far end up into the wind, generally up the hill, and the taller hit the deck bowlers / nip bowlers will probably more bowl this end down the hill a little bit. There's not much of a hill really, but that's probably the ends that you generally go for. But I think all our seamers actually prefer bowling this end for some reason. Just almost helps you carry in, whereas the far end almost you feel like you're sometimes battling to get to the crease. Looks like we're having a change of bowling and going to give Lewis Goldsworthy a little one over before tea to see if he can create something.
Yeah, don't mind this from Tom Abel. Had the change in left arm seam from Tom Lammonby from the Marcus Scofitt Pavilion end, and we're going to see some left arm spin from Lewis Goldsworthy now. Something a little bit different before the tea interval.
And sometimes this is just a ploy just to keep it different, and you might get one, you might not, but it's something different for the batter. They can't just line up an off spinner and face like they have 20 overs from now. It's something different that might just get you a breakthrough that you can take into tea and then gets a bit of momentum for after.
Price moves on to 33 with that shot out to deep cover. Josh Davey just retreating to long on to the left-handed Marcus Harris, who's defending. George Bartlett does the work at short leg there. No, we're not quite at the end of the season yet, Craig, but what's in store this winter? Anything in the pipeline?
So it all depends on selections, really. So obviously there's a tour to Pakistan before Christmas, which would be a good tour to go on. Obviously, knowing this side's toured there in God knows how many years, but I've heard good things about the country. Obviously, we've had Azhar Ali, Babar Azam, Sajid, and Imam with us now, and they've talked about how wonderful Pakistan is and how we haven't been there and how they'd love us to go. So looking forward to that one if I get selected, and then New Zealand after Christmas for I think a couple of tests, and I think that's it for the the test side in this winter, so it's actually quite a quiet winter really for us, which will be quite nice really compared to last winter, where we were probably away for 4 out of the 6 months. So George ducking out the way there. So yeah, that'll be quite nice, and then there might be a few sort of T20 sort of franchise things around the world put my name in for, but obviously that depends on if you get picked up or not. So going to go for them and see what happens. Yeah, so it could be a quiet year, or it could be quite winter, or it could be quite a busy one depending on selection and stuff. So who knows really? That's sometimes what it's like. You get to the winter, you don't know what's going on really until you sort of find out 2 or 3 weeks before.
Yeah, well, wish you all the best with whatever happens. And that is tea. The clock on the Colin Atkinson Pavilion has been toying with me all day.
It's a little bit behind.
It is a little bit behind. So Gloucestershire, 217 for 1. Brilliant 100 to Marcus Harris. He's 108 not out. And Ollie Price, 34. Craig, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks for popping up and having a chat. Hopefully we'll see you out here in a couple of weeks' time.
Yep.
But before that, hopefully next week at Warwickshire.
Yeah, that's the aim.
Cool, good
Cheers,
luck with
thank
that.
you very much.
And we'll be back shortly to bring you the evening session. The sun is still shining here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, so hopefully we've got some more cricket in store for you. Join us shortly.
Latest from elsewhere in the country, starting at Old Trafford, Lancashire 177 without loss against Yorkshire. At the Spitfire ground, Essex 181 for 3 against Kent. And at the Aegeus Bowl, Lancashire 75 for 2 against Northampton. Into Division 2, Nottinghamshire 178 for 8 against Gloucestershire. Derbyshire 199 for 4 against Durham. And Worcestershire 190 for 4 against Glamorgan. Just remind you all our normal catering outlets are open today. And in addition to that, I notice we have the ice cream van just parked up to the left of the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion. Doesn't seem to be a big queue there at the moment, so if you fancy an ice cream during the tea interval, then pop over to the van parked up in the St James Street car park. Give you those couple of dates for your diary again. First of all, our 2022 end of season dinner. Inviting you to spend the evening with our players and staff as we reflect on the season. It's a black tie event and it's going to be staged here at the ground on Friday, September the 30th. And will feature the 2022 Player Awards. Tickets for the dinner are now on sale and cost £50 for members and £75 for non-members. Tables of 10 are also available. That's happening on Friday, September the 30th. The other date for you is Saturday, October the 22nd, when we have that unique Faulty Towers dining experience. Basil, Sybil and Manuel will bring one of British television's most iconic sitcoms to life. It's going to be a brilliant evening. It's a 3-course meal and 2 hours of non-stop laughter here at the ground. Tickets for this special event are available for £60 and can be purchased now from our website or from reception in the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion. That's our Faulty Towers dining experience on Saturday, October the 22nd.
There really is a wow factor here at King's, and every child has opportunities to find out their passions and interests that they didn't even know they had. Whether you are sporty or musical or into drama, the facilities on offer across the schools are incredible. We have a specialist cricket centre, a new golf facility, sparkling cookery schools, modern DT centres. There really is space to do it all.
Bradford is here for the trades and DIYers turning gardens from this to this spring. Come to us for decking, sleepers, topsoil, paving, for the little jobs, the big jobs, to save yourself a few quid jobs. We're here for Kelly and Dan rolling up their sleeves, for Dave and the lads getting it done. But we're not for Kevin. He should probably go somewhere else. It's about trade quality, expert advice and awesome deals, in branch and online. For building supplies, choose Bradford's.
My name's Tom Abel, I'm captain of Somerset County Cricket Club, top order batter and medium pace bowler.
What a magnificent shot that is!
I guess it all started with my family. I used to play with my two brothers in the garden, on the drive. But I sort of played through the Somerset age groups. And then I had sort of a few years playing in the second team while I was at university, and then when I finished university I was lucky enough to be awarded my first contract.
Day one, all done and dusted. How did that go for you then?
Yeah, I come out alive, which is good. So. But I don't think you can sort of fully prepare yourself for captaincy and the pressures of captaincy. I mean, pressure's a funny thing because it's something that we create individually, but there's no doubt that it certainly has an influence. To me, it feels, pressure is worrying about the consequences. I guess it's a fear of failure. I guess pressure is distraction. Nerves are a massive part of it.
Are you a bit nervous?
I am a bit nervous. Dealing with those, I'll get very apprehensive the day before a game. but also it is inevitable, you know, those feelings that you experience, and so it's important that you embrace them as well. And we set pretty high standards as a team and as a club, and you know, when we quite don't meet those standards and expectations, you know, it's not a nice feeling. But I guess that's what drives us. You know, we want to be the best, and I guess that's a character trait of a lot of sports people, is we want to be the best.
Quite a moment for the young man.
I guess when we're playing and when we're, you know, involved so heavily, you know, it feels like the be-all and end-all. That's why I think it's important to, you know, when you have that opportunity to step away from cricket, you know, your days off and things, really try and take a step back, because it probably gives us a little bit of perspective and that room to breathe. And it's important to have people, you know, close to you that you can speak to, because otherwise it can get a pretty lonely place if you're obviously trying to deal with successes and failures on your own. But I do have an incredible support network, you know, both inside of cricket and outside of cricket, and I like to think, you know, we've got a pretty honest environment and we can talk to each other. But of course, I'm very close to my family outside of cricket as well, and you know, that's huge value to me. But it's all about trying to get the best out of yourself. There's no point trying to make yourself someone that you're not. It's important to be authentic, and you know, that's what I think the best players are so good at, is they're comfortable in their own skin, they know their strengths, their limitations. But a big thing that I try and focus on is sort of my preparation. You know, if I take care of everything I can do in my preparation, then, you know, I feel like that gives me the best chance to perform. It's trying to get, I guess, in a mental space where you're thinking clearly, where you're confident and you're happy, ultimately.
Somerset, led out by captain Tom Abel. Gloucestershire resume after tea on 217 for 1. Is what about Ollie Price on 34 and Marcus Harris on 108.
Gloucestershire batters. Marcus Harris, 108 unbeaten. Ollie Price, 34 not out. Gloucestershire 217 for 1 here. If you're just joining us at the Cooper Associates County Ground, session 3 of the first day of Somerset versus Gloucestershire. Sam Dalling and Sophie Luff here with you to start off after tea. Quick wickets has got to be the order of the, let's say, mid-afternoon, late afternoon for Somerset here, so?
Yep, they certainly need a couple of breakthroughs. If they can get those couple, maybe 3 before the new ball, that's optimistic, I know. But yeah, we've got to stay positive up here, and the Somerset players have got to stay positive on the pitch as well. They're definitely searching for a much-needed breakthrough. Harris has played superbly, actually, for his 108. And Price has played nicely too. He's there on 34. So, yeah, a lot of work to do for the Somerset bowlers. Just being told by Polly that play is to end at 5:34 on the dot.
That's very precise,
very
isn't it?
precise.
Very
she is
precise.
on the money. So
is that because Neighbours starts at 5:35? Is that what it is? Straight into that.
I'll never argue with Polly. I feel like she just knows everything.
They've rattled through the overs, haven't they? 66 in the first 2 sessions.
I think that was the ploy in getting Sajid Khan here, just to
get for the
increase
over
their
rate.
over rate. It's going to be Casey Aldridge then from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, starting off to tee. We saw Tom Lammonby with a few overs of his left arm seamers just before the tee interval.
7 bowlers used so far, which is kind of indicative of where it's been at for Somerset. Tom Abel himself hasn't had a bowl yet.
Price defending and wanted a quick single there, but Harris quickly sent him back. Aldridge just playing around with the footholes there. Lammonby working hard on the ball that's currently 66 overs old.
Got to take it straight away, haven't you, really? What do you think, holding Davian Brooks back for it, maybe?
Yeah, when Craig was on, I asked him who would take the new ball, and yeah, he said that he would back Davian Brooks, who were the guys that took it at the start of the day. So yeah, potentially looking to save them. I presume they'll just rotate a couple of seamers from this end and bowl spin from the other end.
Brilliant to have Craig on. For what, did a good stint, didn't he?
He did do a good stint.
I hope he's got his energy drinks after that. Good hour and 40 minutes. Was it 6,000 calories he said in a day? I never would have imagined that.
That is a lot of food.
I knew it'd be hard work, but that is another level.
Short from Aldridge, and Price pulls that into the leg side. It just going to evade a diving Sajid Khan there. That's 4 more to Ollie Price, who, yes, looks to play his shots, that's for sure. Yeah, because I was thinking of other sports as well. So I was thinking, you know, rugby, football. And I was thinking rugby players, they must have to eat a lot, especially these forwards. But 6,000 a day for a fast bowler.
It's endurance, isn't it, I guess?
Just.
It's like rowing.
I mean, I love food, as we were talking about earlier, the Lord's lunches. And I was getting very animated with Triegs. But 6,000 calories, that's just a lot.
It's only a couple of the brownies, though.
I didn't actually ask him sort of like what those snacks were. He said that it was like carbohydrate drinks and stuff like that, but I'm not convinced.
That's still a lot, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it probably would be only a couple of my brownies, to be fair, Sam. There's a lot of chocolate in them. Fuller and down the leg side there by Casey Aldridge.
Is it honeycomb on the top as well? So I haven't quite made my way. Once Pete Trigo delivers us our coffee, then maybe we'll.
That'd be nice.
The ideal time, won't it?
Triggs is currently on the coffee run. Well, this is officially known as flat watch.
The top deck as well, a bit of communal area going on up there. But quite windy up there, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I was going to say, braving the conditions.
We've done well, really. I say we've done well. There's literally nothing we could do about it but to avoid the rain today. I wouldn't, having looked at the forecast when I got off the train this morning, 67 overs I think would have been a push, but here we are. And to be honest, I don't believe the current forecast, which says about 70–80% chance of rain now. And there's grey cloud around, but I don't know, you just get a feeling sometimes, don't you? Sense it's going to rain, it doesn't feel that way. Sajid Khan then to Harris, who's driving into the offside. Tom Abel at cover does the fielding. Batted beautifully, Marcus Harris, for his 108 so far. Just gets on with it, looks completely untroubled, unflustered. Just a very difficult player to get out once he's got going. Used his feet nicely to calm before tee, just to dance towards him really, and just lofted him into the Lord Ian Botham stand. Uses his feet again, just picks up a single down the ground to long on. Moves on to 109.
Yeah, I've enjoyed this innings actually. Not really from a Somerset perspective, but his footwork has been exemplary. Harris, he's played really nicely.
Price cutting away, and that shouldn't have been one, but it will be one. Misfield from Lammonby at cover. Steve Khan just kind of throws his arms up as if to say, well, what can you do?
Yeah, rare misfield there. Talking to Craig about Somerset and how they pride themselves on their fielding, and yeah, Lammonby won't be very happy with himself there.
Who did he say was the best fielder? I didn't hear all of it, because Tom Abel came up the other week and said Casey Aldridge was the standout. Tom said he's brilliant as Harris is driving down the ground, but it'll just be a single.
Well, I think we've got some very good fielders in the squad. We were actually having a conversation about Tom Abel. He obviously finds himself in the ring more often than not, being skipper in all formats now. Just moves very well, very busy, energetic, always fizzing the ball back into the keeper. And yeah, we were talking about that he was sort of fielding extra cover on wicket ends, which isn't always ideal, but at this time of the year, you're going to find yourself on them more often than not. So yeah, the ability to sort of judge the ball off those surfaces is really important. And yeah, they talked about Tom being in sort of those key positions wherever they feel that the ball is most likely to go. They want Abel in the game.
It's phenomenal. That last run brought up the 100 partnership between Harris and Price, going along nicely.
Full from Aldridge, and Harris sort of digs that one out. It was almost Yorker length there.
Yeah, Aldridge, the one man to take a wicket for Somerset so far. Ben Charlesworth had batted nicely for 56, but he tried to hook one and got a top edge, really, that went down to Josh Davey. And Somerset thought, oh, here's our chance. But these two have really given them nothing.
Oh, he's broke his bat.
Clean in half.
Look at that.
How about that?
That's just hit it right on the toe, I reckon, and just snapped right in half. It's quite impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, that's properly gone, hasn't it? And he must have jabbed the ball down onto the floor at the same time. Here's a memento for someone who fancies it. Not sure that one's repairable. I don't think you take that. I don't think you take that into the factory and go stick a bit of tape on it.
No. I like Sajid Khan's got his hand straight on that, though. I'm not sure it's going into a fielding bat or anything, though. That is well and truly gone. I'm sure Harris has got plenty in his bag. We'll see how many get brought out here. I think Paul Van Meekeren's flapping around. Oh, he's only got a couple coming out, to be fair.
How many have you got in your bag?
Yeah, I've always got 3 with me.
Always
so,
3. Are they always different weights?
No, they're all pretty similar, to be fair. But yeah, like my match bat, I very rarely train with, to be honest, just because I like it so much. I don't want to break it in training. So yeah, I sort of save that for match days, or sort of maybe the day out from a game if I'm training the day before to use it. But yeah, I'd be interested to see how many bats these guys go through. I think it's been a new thing for me going into the professional era, that I'm getting through a few more bats these days. And as Treeks has alluded to, I'm hitting it a lot harder. So yeah, that's where you need good sponsors. I'm very lucky that I'm very well looked after. Treeks has just mentioned his sponsor there, Gray Nichols, but I have got a story from the 100 actually.
Oh, go on.
In that we had Beth Mooney with us, who, one of the best batters in the world, Australian, uses Gray Nicks, and Beth Mooney at the end of the tournament. She ended up giving some keeping gloves away to one of the girls in the squad, and I said, "Oh, you don't happen to have any bats, do you?" So yeah, got my hands on one of Beth Mooney's bats, which I'm actually looking forward to using this week in training, see how I get on with it. It happens to be the same weight as what I use, so I was like, oh, it's perfect, if you don't mind leaving it behind, which she kindly did. Never really been a fan of grey nicks, to be honest, but it might change my opinion. Intrigues.
Once you go nicks, you never go back.
Aldridge has come round the wicket there, short ball, and Price is quickly onto that. Beats, I think, Lewis Goldsworthy down at the fine leg boundary there.
Yeah, it's that older ball, wasn't it? Just not getting up. Put all the time in the world. Tall man, Price. He had his own range, didn't he? PT7.
He did, yeah.
I think he's probably the only person to ever use it. But it looked smart enough. No one was good enough, he says from the back. One day one of his boys will get to use it.
But yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? You know, Harris, he's on 100, playing really nicely with that stick, you know. Had to change now, I'm sure.
But for some players are really superstitious, so that would mentally get to some players, wouldn't it?
But yeah, I was actually listening to, I think it was Moeen Ali the other week. He was talking, he was pulling some bats out of his kit bag, and he was talking about when he'd use a heavier one and when he wants to use a lighter one. And
yeah, I saw that. That's why I asked you if they were all the same weight, because I'd seen the same interview. It was really interesting. But you think you must have about 15 in there then, like 2 or 3 of each, probably.
Yeah. And also, he had his name on the bottom of his, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Sajid Khan then to continue. Well, whenever I played club cricket, there was always someone in a club cricket team that would just have a ridiculous amount of kit. There was one lad, Mark, that used to have 7 or 8 bats at any one time, so half the team would be using his bats, because he was the kind of person that would basically spend his entire disposable income on them, I think, as his Price gets in behind that one from Khan. Because that was the problem. And cricket bats, they're so expensive now. You look, anyone good enough to need a bat like that usually doesn't have to pay for it anyway. That's how it tends to work.
Yeah, they are expensive. I wouldn't even like to imagine how much people pay for them now. Like, especially like, I'm going to say if you're an average club cricketer, but you know, it's a lot of money to fork out, isn't it?
And they can just snap like that, just for one ball. I'd be too scared of that. As Price pushes it wide, he scrambles through for a single. Harris wasn't so keen at first, but does get through. All right, it was to Tom Lammonby's right at cover, and Harris just hesitated, but gets to use that new bat by running it into the ground.
What bat did you use, Sam?
What bat did I use? It's a good question. Around the wicket to Harris, who gets in behind it. The only bat I ever bought was from that shop in behind the club shop, the M&H one. I had an M&H original. I think when I was 11, I got the full set. Pads, bat, gloves, all dropped. Harris comes down the wicket to Sajid Khan. He struck that one well enough with the new bat. I think that's a drop catch. The reaction from the fielders, from the bowler, who's kind of fuming with himself. It's one of those that either sticks or it doesn't. 111 Harris had. Just used his feet there, hit hard. He should catch that, really, Sajid Khan. It was hit hard, but he had time to get his hands around into the right place. It was a comfortable height. Marcus Harris survives a chance on 111.
Yeah, he's got away with one there, Harris. Trying to knock that new bat in and whack it into the river. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it, and offered a return catch to Sajid Khan there, but not able to snaffle it.
Deserved it, really, Sajid Khan. 21 overs, 6 maidens, 0 for 44, so he's bowled well, but it just feels, you said quite early, Sophie, it just feels a bit flat out there, and I mean that won't aid it, but it just, at the moment, it's not quite going through the motions, but there's something missing, that spark.
Yeah, it's always tough, isn't it, when you know, wickets are hard to come by, and then you finally do get an opportunity and you shell it, and yeah, you just don't think it's going to be your day. And yeah, Somerset are going to have to find a way to make inroads in this evening session. Price misses out on that short ball there from Aldridge, who's coming round the wicket, and it looks like he is going to try and ruffle Price up here.
He's got that bit of extra pace, hasn't he, Aldridge? He's the quickest of the Somerset bowlers on display.
Yeah, naturally tall as well, so he can get that extra bit of bounce. Price is going to take it on here by the looks of things.
Yeah, I like it. He took on the short ball quite early in his innings, didn't he? He had those one whistled over his head. I think it was from Aldridge.
Jack Brooks just giving the bowler a pat on the back there. Yeah, another play and a miss there. It's an interesting field here, actually. I'm not sure who that is. It's sort of a really fine third man. It might be Gregory, actually. I think they fancy that as a catching position.
It's almost a fly slip, isn't it?
You've got backward point, deep point. Lammonby at extra cover. Jack Brooks at mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square. Tom Abel at a sort of a leg gully. It's played well, actually, by Price. Plays that down. So the one fielder that I didn't mention, that's Sajid Khan down there at long leg. Nothing more frustrating when there's a right and left hand combination at the crease and you're having to search for a wicket and chop and change the field every ball as well. Harris on strike to Aldridge, who fends that off into the onside.
I think this is Harris's last game before he returns to Australia. So it'd be a nice way to sign off for him, get ready for the Sheffield Shield season. Plays for Victoria now. Started at Western Australia but moved across a couple of years ago, and really that's when he pushed himself into the Australia reckoning. All big runs for Victoria.
Again, short from Aldridge, and Price goes for the pull shot but misses out. Have they got anyone coming in to replace him, do you know, at Gloucestershire? Haven't heard of anyone signing.
No, I haven't. It'll be interesting to see. Batter still to come then. Somerset would have hoped to have seen these chaps already, but Miles Hammond, who's been in good nick this season, James Bracey, who batted beautifully last year on this ground in Gloucestershire's victory, 100 in the first innings, 50-60 odd in the second, I think it was, unbeaten. Graham Van Buren, the skipper, Jack Taylor, Price, Payne, Shaw, Dale, they've all had their feet up really. And they'll be quite happy with the way it's going.
Yeah, I think Graham Van Buren would have be glad that he lost the toss.
Yeah, decent one to lose. Sajid Khan then, remember, put that catch down off Harris in the previous over. Harris just pushes that one into cover. Gregory at first slip, then Bartlett under the helmet, I think it is, as Harris digs that one out, pushes it down to the long on, where I think it is it Aldridge down there?
I think it might be.
Tall
Very
man.
tall figure, isn't it?
We come up into the ring for Price. Davey will go down to long on. Drop of rain around, a couple of umbrellas gone up in the river stand.
Yeah, Polly's given me the rain signal.
She knows before we do. She knows it's about to rain. Couple of balls left, 3 balls in fact left in this Sajid Khan over. Only 8 overs until the new ball. Price pushes that to Aldridge. Yeah. Mid-off still just the 1 wicket fallen here. Hants are free down there, 113 for free they are against Northants, only 36 overs there, so it looks like they've had some rain. Oh, that was a very, very slow over 8. This Price keeps that one out. Felix Organ unbeaten on 58. Lanks 188 for 1.
Oh, they've lost a wicket.
Yeah, Keaton Jennings unbeaten on 94. Luke Wells fell for 84. What happened there? Sajid Khan just pulled out of his run-up and then he
Yeah, I think
pointed
the
at
fielders
someone.
are just sort of dropping back. They weren't quite ready. They want to give Price a single here, and I think they're hoping that Aldridge can get stuck into him again from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
They do get that single. Are they going to stay out there? Looks like they are for at least one more, or at least try to make it through one more.
Yeah, it looks a bit grim in the distance now. Got an umbrella on screen. There's a few more popping up around the ground now. As the rain gets slightly heavier, there's a conversation between the 2 umpires who are sending the players off.
With Gloucestershire 237 for 1, play is suspended once again.
It's been about 20 minutes of this evening session. Still 24 overs scheduled for the day. Covers all come on. I wonder, hopefully that's not terminal for the day, although there is some very dark clouds gathering over there behind the churchyard. 237 for 1, Gloucestershire have reached, having been put in. Ollie Price has got 49 of them. Marcus Harris 117, unbeaten, put down an over or so ago by Sajid Khan. A sharp caught and bowl chance that really he'll look back on and feel he should have held on. 111, it's all gone Gloucestershire's way, so.
Yeah, it has. See that the rain's getting a bit heavier now, actually, as I look out. Yeah, an opportunity for, I guess, the Gloucestershire batters to sort of put their feet up. They'll probably be in quite good rhythm out there, but yeah, they're well on top in this game at the minute, so yeah, they won't be too disappointed that they're coming off.
Yeah, who does this suit though, do you think? Somerset quite happy to get off there, and I mean, they've only been out there 20 minutes. Again, they're quite close to the new ball. It's difficult to know, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's always hard to stop and start as a batter. But yeah, I'm not sure how long we're going to be off here for. It doesn't look, it just looks miserable out, doesn't it, really? The groundsmen have only sort of covered the actual wicket here at the minute, so not sure whether we'll see any more sheets go on.
At Old Trafford, Lancashire have moved on to 191 for 1 against Yorkshire.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? They're just loitering to see, is it going to pass? The wind has helped push quite a lot of it through, and it's meant a fair bit of it has missed us so far.
Lancashire 191 for 1. Keaton Jennings there.
I'm looking at the forecast again, but it's been wrong basically all day, so it's difficult to know. They will probably have a much more accurate forecast than we do down there. But as you say, no sign of the sheets yet. Somerset players gone in, or a few of them are loitering down.
Yeah, a few loitering. That might be Jack Brooks having a chat with someone in the stands. A few in the dugout.
Trent Bridge knocks 201 all out against Leicestershire.
What else have we got going on then? Essex, they've got tea at the moment at Canterbury, 207 for 3 Essex. Tom Wesley, skipper, 51 unbeaten. Alistair Cook made 78. Matt Critchley is the other not out batter in that game. Division 2, Leicestershire have bowled Nottinghamshire out for 201 in their first innings. Chris Wright finished with 3 for 26. Ed Barnes 3 for 23. Roman Walker 2 for 49. Rookie for Cal Parkinson and Finnan. A lot of starts in that Notts innings. Montgomery made 43. He top scored. He looks like he's going to be a good player. Joe Clark 20. Lyndon James 16. Mulaney 21. 4 other batters making double figures, but no one pushing on at all. Derbyshire at Derby, 208 for 5. There's Deploy 82. He's been and gone though. Harry Kane has 58.
I thought you said Harry Kane then.
He does like his cricket though.
He does, yeah.
Did you meet him? Because he was at one of your games, wasn't he?
Yeah, I had a photo with him.
Did you?
Yeah. I don't even like football that much, but I was like
Swept up,
fangirling.
were you? Did they play? Did they do anything cricket related other than walk out into the middle? Did they hit a couple of balls or something? Was he with another player?
I think NASA saying gave him a few full tosses, and it was to see how far they could whack it.
Right, because they had that video of the Spurs team last year playing indoor cricket. Spanish lad Reguilon was getting very into it. So I presume that's why they had Harry Kane there. He is not 50 not out for Derbyshire though, funnily enough.
Imagine.
You deserve to see this year out in real style, so we invite you to spend a well-deserved match.
Used to be a big crossover between football and cricket. A lot of them used to play both sports. Man in the back of the box did. Non-league football.
If you want to guarantee that your event will be able to be staged in December, you need to book now to avoid disappointment. For more information, please visit reception in the Marcus Truscothic Pavilion or visit our website or give us a call here at the club on 01823 425 301.
What are we playing?
Yeah, well, I bet I'm sure ourselves here what's going to happen because it's brightening up. There is actually, for the first time, I'm not just being optimistic, there is some blue sky there. Yeah, go on, let's get Triggs on as well in the back here. We'll have the man who delivered these beautiful coffees as well. He did a job for the team actually. Just we went on. Kevin got us some coffee. Triggs. It's a pretty grim picture at the moment for Somerset, isn't it?
It's not an ideal scenario. 237 for 1 after inserting the opposition. I don't blame Abes for that decision. 10:30 start in September. Overcast conditions, tinge of green on the pitch. I just don't think the bowlers have executed their sort of lines and lengths that well. There's a lot of balls that have been hit across the wicket, which normally says that the bowlers have bowled a little bit too wide. But, you sometimes have to credit the opposition. I think Marcus Harris in particular has played almost flawlessly. And the young fellow Charlesworth as well. Great name. Also played, I think, quite a fantastic knock as well. Yeah, I think there was some sloppy bowling. And, as we did discuss, I think looks like there's a couple of tired bodies out there as well. And I think, when you are ailing after a pretty steady workload, you need that bit of inspiration, a couple of early wickets, and I think you kind of get through the day on the crest of a wave a little bit. I don't think when you're tired, you're necessarily as up for those attritional days of cricket like this is. And yeah, Somerset just off the boil. You can sense from even up here, there's not much of an atmosphere, and I do think that bowling without a point just allows the opposition just to dead bat tick over the scoreboard. So I hope that gets changed pretty quick because you can't bowl a good ball as a seam bowler and that go for a run. So I think tactically slightly off the mark. I think execution slightly off the mark. Like I said, I don't blame the decision at all about bowling. I think it's pretty obvious that was an okay decision. I just don't think Somerset have quite been at the races this morning.
A little bit of movement with the covers coming off, so hopefully we'll be back on shortly. You mentioned him already. I mean, had you seen much of Marcus Harris before this, and what's impressed you about him?
Yeah, he's played enough county cricket now. He's a heavy run scorer, and it's almost like described on the tin. Aussie opening batsman loves scoring runs. I mean, it's not an unusual sight to see here in England. An Aussie coming over and doing well. They, you know, have a knack of being very methodical. You know, he looks like he's got a very clear game plan, knows where his off stump is, and capitalises on loose deliveries. And you know, from our point of view, we've served him up enough of the loose deliveries that where he's not really been under pressure, and that's probably the concerning point. You know, if we get a bank of dot balls against him, does he go searching and change his game? And that's probably the one question that hasn't been asked of him to date. And that's, you know, I'm hoping that up in the dressing room that is the conversation. It's not about now going out looking for magic deliveries. It's about trying to contain the scoring rate and bowling with some consistency and a bit of pride, a bit of passion, you know, and try something different. You know, get stuck into him. You know, someone go out there being, you know, Tom Abel tasked one of those, what we used to call it, like Steve Kirby was brilliant at it, Kerb's mad dog time, and we'd have him just run in, get in his face, talk a load of nonsense, just to try and change the atmosphere out there a little bit. I don't know
who's doing that.
You'd think attributes wise maybe Casey Aldridge, but character wise maybe Jack Brooks, but he hasn't necessarily got the pace to go, you know, short at the head. But you don't have to be quick to bowl good bouncers. You know, bowl someone, there's a massive boundary out there, enormous boundary, just well directed bouncers. Use your 2 and over. Get a bit of chat going. Someone get into a fight. Just change the atmosphere out there a little bit. It looks all a little bit too pedestrian at the moment for me.
New ball in 8 overs. Are you going Davey and Brooks again, or do you go to just say to Lewis Gregory, look, Lewis, we need you here. You're the star bowler on this side, really. Off you go.
No, well, I think looking at, I think, and rightly so. At the end of the day, he captained, you know, a winning team in the 100 a couple of days ago. He looks a bit tired. He looks tired to me. I think Brooks and Davey would be the most likely to strike, with Casey Aldridge very close up behind. And just, you know, the only thing from, you know, the captain Lewis's point of view, you know, someone just needs to, you know, give him a slap on the backside and say, come on, you got one spell left of today. You know, get your feet up tonight, have a good rest, come back tomorrow. You know, just give him a short window of time where, come on, mate. I'm not saying it's absolutely knowing Lewis not to do with lack of effort. You know, the lad's been up and down the country for the last, you know, 6 weeks, and he played a final on Saturday night, and rightly so, probably enjoyed himself. But yeah, I mean, he's got one more spell left in him today, so get it as soon as he can with the new ball in his hand, but just say, look, come on, 4 overs, everything you got, and I'll carry you to bed later.
What a line. What looks good from here, Sophie? It's not a great position for Somerset to be in. What constitutes them pulling it back and getting back into this game?
Well, they've got to make breakthroughs before the end of play, which is looking likely now that the covers are coming off. But yeah, I think we just need one of the bowlers to stand up and be accounted for and say, do you know what, I'm going to grab the game by the scruff of the neck here and make something happen. We saw sort of Aldridge just before that rain break roughing Price up a little bit, gone with a different ploy, the short ball, and yeah, we might see a little bit more of that now. And yeah, I think we've just got to have a few of the bowlers sort of take the game on and try and make something happen. And yeah, I'm sure the guys are out there giving their all, you know. You know, they're not wanting Gloucestershire to be 237 for 1. They're trying their hardest, and yeah, you never know if we get a breakthrough in the next few overs, we could make inroads tonight, and I think that's what they'll be hoping for.
Yeah, bit of magic, bit of mad dog, and as my old mate Andy Caddick once said, someone's got to grab the game by the scruff of the horns.
Yeah, he was not bad at that himself, was he? He was up here a little bit earlier on. Andy Caddick, thousands of wickets for Somerset. That man kept going. Was he saying he was playing as well? Did he have a game at the weekend, Caddy?
Yeah, he was playing in a charity game. Plays a bit for the Lord's Taverners. He's playing a charity match tomorrow as well. Fair play to him. He doesn't bowl anymore. He's a batting all-rounder.
Is he?
Or he's a batting sledger now. He'll just sit there and niggle away at someone knowing Caddy.
Yes, I'm sure he's quite happy to stand in the slips and just chat away at someone. A few words. Quite dry sense of humour.
Yeah, if you're going to edge it to Caddy, make sure it's low. I'm not sure he's getting down to his ankles these days, but Top man. Yeah, you're definitely a bit of inspiration needed here this last session, and I think maybe that little break, time to get up in the dressing room, reset, get together, and just come out with a bit of purpose for this next hour or so, however long we've got today. Very, very important session. I think scratching this back is probably only going to be 4 wickets. We've got to take, I think, half the wickets today, otherwise it's going to be an X against the day one box, I'd have said.
We're getting a bit ahead of ourselves at that. But, I mean, the one thing Somerset can hold on to is that Gloucestershire have to win the game, and so will have to force a result. Would you not think that is quite the case just yet?
Yeah, potentially, but the best way to win a game is to put a massive first inning score on the board. So that will put the Somerset W out of the equation. So massively important that we somehow stop Gloucester getting 400, 450. But that looks a real tall order from here. I think if Gloucester get anywhere in excess of 400. Very difficult for Somerset to win the game from there without something very magical happening. But we live in hope. I'll leave you two to do the next few minutes, and I'll come back on a little bit later. Hopefully, a few wickets to celebrate.
Players back out in the middle there. Casey Aldridge has ball in hand. There is a point in. Starts with a short one that really... They call it tennis ball bounce, don't they?
So they've called it a no ball as well.
So his feet. I mean, that was very short. That was almost he bowled it by his own toes, and it just sat up and lolloped over Price.
Yeah, a little bit of sunshine out there now.
Glorious. Height of summer. Lewis Gregory still down at that kind of fly slip position.
A little bit of movement there from Aldridge off the seam by the looks. Look at the replay here. Aldridge in again then. Price defending that. Davey does the fielding point there. Tom Abel, sort of a leg gully, trying to rally the troops.
He's come a bit squarer, hasn't he?
Price well in behind that one.
Took a catch there to get. It was in the Warwickshire game. Was it Sam Hain or Will Rhodes? I think it might have been Sam Hain.
Sam Hain was the one that they got really excited about, wasn't it?
Yes, it was him then.
Was it that one?
It was able at leg slip or leg gully almost that he's at. Yeah, they got very excited. I think Renshaw had planted the seed. So they are trying something a bit different.
Aldridge round the wicket again. Short, and Price pulls that out to deep square, and that is going to be his half century. The young Gloucestershire batter has played very nicely, supported Harris brilliantly, and yeah, brings up a well-deserved half century. Polly Rhodes next door, the scorer, just giving me a quick update on close of play. I think it was 5:49. Still very specific, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Hold on to that. 127 balls for Ollie Price's 50.
Harris just defends that with soft hands down to third man region.
It's interesting, the 50 from Charlesworth, 50 from Ollie Price. Dan Whiting, who's the commentator on the Gloucestershire version of this live stream, he's a friend of mine, messaging saying, you know, is it a bit of a rebuilding period for Gloucestershire, but these two, there's two Price brothers and there's Charlesworth, who they're hoping to become mainstays of this county championship side over the next few years.
fuller from Aldridge there to finish the 73rd over. Gloucestershire 241 for 1.
And you can see why, really. It's a small sample size, but I mean, Charlesworth played some glorious shots, didn't he, through the covers early on. Not quite gave his wicket away, but you can't really say he's been bounced out, I guess. But it wasn't done for pace, was it? It was just a bit of a loose shot.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed, especially given Gloucester's position now. He did all the hard work of, doing his job as an opening bat, seeing off the new ball, and yeah, I guess he'll be disappointed to fall for 50. Harris has obviously gone on, made a well-deserved century. So he knocks that up to long on. Moves to 115.
It's just perfect, isn't it, from your overseas to come in and do that. That's exactly what you're signing for. Just looked at ease. Not always easy on the eye, but frustrating Somerset, certainly.
Yeah, there's been a couple of deliveries, I think a couple from Josh Davey in particular, which, yeah, very unlucky to miss the outside edge of Harris's bat. But you need a little bit of luck as a batter. You don't score too many centuries without a little bit of luck going your way. So
he's a class act, isn't he? His price just pushes that towards mid-off. Keaton Jennings has 100. Another one. Did he get 300 against Somerset, didn't he?
Something stupid.
Push back at Khan. So what are we in? We're in the 74th over, so 6 overs until the new ball, the second new ball. So I'd imagine Khan will keep going until then. Hasn't made the breakthrough yet. Rice just watches that one, pushes it back to him.
Yeah, I mean, I know they're playing at Old Trafford, Lancashire against Yorkshire, but Bess is into his 25th over.
Tucked into the leg side for a single, which actually, although it's Tom Abel sweeping, they had to scramble through. It's not a big boundary at all out there. There's a little bit of light drizzle in the air again, which is odd because it's beautiful sunshine.
Yeah, it's got to be a rainbow somewhere.
There is drizzle.
I can't see any drizzle though. It's trying to look at the trees to see if I can
try and
pick it up.
Distinguish. Need to get Spencer Bishop out to clean these windows, that's why.
Still going to be Aldridge from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Still going with the round the wicket ploy. That's played nicely by Price.
He looks quite comfortable. It's not really working, is it? Aldridge has tried it. We've tried it for a few overs now, but he looks pretty comfortable. Anything he's pulled, it's been all along the ground.
Yeah, there's been a couple where he's almost sort of played and missed, but I guess those are the ones that have climbed on him a little bit more. But yeah, when Aldridge does go short, he's looked to get on top of the bounce more often than not, and yeah, doesn't look in a whole heap of danger. Harris just defends that one. Abel busy again at cover, just trying to create something in the field, trying to create a little bit of energy for his Somerset team there. He's working really hard on the ball as well. Oh, false shot there by Harris. He's going to pick up 4 through the vacant slip region. There's only one slip in at the minute.
Yeah, I think he was trying to work it, wasn't he? But it wasn't. He wasn't trying to play it as fine as that.
Just haven't seen much hit down the ground, have we, today? And probably suggests how Somerset have bowled. But yeah, it just looks all too easy out there for the Gloucestershire players. We were talking about that deep point position. We've got third man. There's just so much space for Harris to, well, pick up boundaries, but also knock it into those gaps and keep rotating the strike. And well, we spoke earlier about how annoying that is with a right and left hand combination at the crease as well, always having to change the field, change your attack as a bowler.
He's not under any pressure, is he?
No, Aldridge working hard on those footholds. He's kicking the turf away there. Two balls left of what is the 75th over. Aldridge in. Harris defends to the cover region. Abel doing the work again. Ooh. Gonna sneak one. Lammonby's quick at mid-wicket there, but not quick enough. Gloucestershire moves to 249 for one. Harris, 120 to his name. Price there on 52. 5 overs to the new ball. Things moving very slowly out there for Somerset. Not too much movement in the field through these overs. Looks like Rollo van der Merwe's coming on the pitch. He might make things happen out there. He's always full of energy. As you can see, the QR code to donate to what is a worthwhile appeal. Pakistan flood appeal. Great work by Somerset. Set up an auction that you can donate to. Just scan that QR code.
Power of technology, eh?
Yeah. I didn't really know what a QR code was until COVID. And then everywhere you go now, if you go out for food or anything like that, you just scan this QR code and a menu pops up and you can pay for your meal. It's you don't have to talk to anyone anymore, do you?
The inventor of QR codes is someone who's benefited from COVID. You're absolutely right. I'd heard of them, but I didn't really know what it does. There you go, WW appeal there from Khan. He was interested. He moves quite quickly, doesn't he? He's very animated in his movements.
Yeah, he certainly stares at the umpire as well. Pleads with him. Doesn't get any luck on that occasion. So just looking at the replay.
I think it's hitting him on the roll of the pad, perhaps sliding down leg side as Harris comes down the wicket. Pushes him firmly to mid-off, so firmly that there won't be a run taken there. 2 balls left in the 76 over. Somerset just with the 1 wicket to their name. Gloucestershire 1 shy of 250. They're going about their work very nicely as Harris just pulls away. Something in his eye line. No run taken.
Do you think Sajid Khan would have been expecting to bowl as many overs as he had on day 1 of his Somerset debut?
He's into 24, hasn't he, as Harris comes down the wicket, picks up a single to long on. No, probably not. He's bowled nearly a third of the overs. He's got 4 frontline seamers. And Lammonby. Bowled well, Mike. Bowled well. Just going at 2 and over for 24 overs. Would have loved that wicket of Marcus Harris, wasn't it? That sharp corn bowl chance put down. Harris did already have 111 on at the time. There's your rainbow.
There's my rainbow, yeah. Not that I can see it from here. Where's that looking at over? Oh, I can see it actually. It's over the Andy Caddick Pavilion that way, I think. Can hardly see it in the distance, to be honest. Yeah, Sajid Khan just having a long conversation there with umpire Lungley. just as to why he chose not to raise the finger on that occasion. Don't mind that. Just having a little bit of a conversation and, you know, just you justify your reasons there, Rob.
Yeah, as long as it's polite. There's got to be a reason why they've made a decision or otherwise.
Yeah, we're going to see Lammonby again then. 4 overs to go before the new ball. Abel probably just saving his frontline seamers. And Lammonby bowled pretty nicely actually before the tea interval. Left arm seam into Harris, who defends.
Just swing the ball around, Lammonby. Greg said he'd been carrying an ankle knock for most of last season. Lammonby, that is.
Yeah, he said he was struggling with his ankle last year. Perfect sliding conditions out there now, I reckon.
Yeah.
Just with a little bit of drizzle on the surface.
You're a fan of getting a slide in.
Yeah, I love a slide. Stupidly slide on the square, and it's not very clever. But you only realise once you've done it that it's not very clever. Yeah, try and stay on my feet as much as possible.
Yeah, those pitches in August, the Royal London Cup, there was plenty of lads with bandages on their arms in those games, sliding around in the field, not very forgiving.
With the weather as well, the ground's just so hard and dry. Lammonby in and Price defends. Abel again, busy in there at extra cover, just fizzing the ball back into James Root. Yeah, once you get one of those like grazers as well, you just can't get rid of them.
Keep opening it up again. You were right. You were playing at Lord's, Lush and Green.
Yeah,
the
don't.
outgrounds.
I've got one on my leg, Sam, where I fielded in shorts in the warm up for the last game. And it's actually the last ball I was fielding in the warm up. Why did I slide? Lord's is not the place to slide either.
Right, okay.
It's like a carpet. You don't go anywhere. And now I've got a massive carpet burn on my shin. Wasn't clever. But we live and we learn, don't we? Won't be doing that again. Let's get the trousers on. Lammonby's in. Oh, he's got him. Invites a drive from Ollie Price. It's pretty wide. Price went after it. He has been playing his shots his whole innings, and Lammonby, Overton said it earlier, got a bit of a golden arm and he strikes for Somerset. Rue does the rest behind the stumps. Price has to go for 52. Well played, 52, should I add.
You can see how annoyed he was as well as soon as he played that shot. He just had a waft at a wide one with the new ball coming as well. Done the hard work. Second wicket then for Somerset. Could that be the way back in? Tom Lammonby, the man to get it. A little bit of probably some relief there from Somerset, to be honest. It's been a struggle.
Yeah, and perfect timing really. Just before the new ball, we're going to have a new batter at the crease. Who are we going to see here? Is it Bracey carded at 4? Can't really tell who that is.
Yeah, I'm still hedging my bets from here.
No, it's going to be Hammond.
He was carded at 4 and he's carded at 5 ahead of Bracey. So Hammond, well, he's their leading run scorer this year. Miles Hammond having a decent season, 739 runs.
Yeah, had 100 at Cheltenham Festival. I'm not sure who they were playing there, but I'm sure he had 100 there.
I'm trying to think who they were playing.
Northants?
They played Northants their
Yeah,
last
no, they
game
played
because they set them up to Declared and they lost Declared and they chased them down.
So it's going to be 2 left-handers at the crease. one ball left of this Lammonby over. And should we get Triggs back in the box, Sam? I'll swap out for Mr. Trigo. Leave you to have a chat with him for 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're all right with that, I don't mind disappearing. We're all trying to basically skirt away from work, aren't we? Here? Leave him on his own.
He'd love that.
Left alone by Hammond. Finally then, the wicket that Somerset really needed. Can they sneak another 1 or 2 in before that new ball, so?
Yeah, 3 overs to go then before that new ball. Hopefully, Somerset just going to have a little bit more energy out there before that new ball as well. Just got 2 wickets on the board now. Can they sneak another couple? I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Sam, and Mr. Trigo is going to come back into the hot seat.
Executive decision there. So we're both very British and polite about it. So 3 overs left to the new ball. Sajid Khan's probably going to bowl 2 of them, and then there'll be 16 overs left for the day. He fires that one down the leg side just to give James Rue a bit of a test, which he passes by skipping to his right and taking it cleanly. Slip and a leg slip in then for Harris. Something to smile about, Triggs.
Yeah, nice there, Lammers. Picking up a sneaky little pole there. 251 for 2. Sajid Khan is probably bowled a few more overs than he was expecting on his day 1 in the county championship. Into his 25th now, but he's done a grand job. 0 for 49, and if he had slightly sharper reflexes, you've had a nice little sneaky wicket of the Aussie Test opener. Harris on 122 and playing very well. That's the only real half chance. He's offered a couple of LBW potentials that, let's face it, weren't out, but yeah, he's played very well, and Sajid Khan has certainly been tested as he drops one fractionally short, and Marcus Harris cuts through gully for 4 runs. So just around, well, he just snuck over the 2 and over mark here, Khan. I think he's done a really good job for Tom Abel in light of, you know, some relatively ill-disciplined seam bowling today. Run rate's kind of got away from the seamers, let's be honest.
Yeah, that's the thing. Davey going over 4 and over. Gregory nearly 5 and over. Casey bowled all right-ish, but it's gone at 4 and over. Brooks just the 3.5. It's too much on day 1 of the county championship game, really.
Yeah, they are figures synonymous with this ground. When you get yourself in as a batter, fast outfield, decent pitch, it can be hard to contain the opposition sometimes. I mean, for years it hasn't been, you know, in the sort of early mid-2000s, you know, a 400, 450 day was pretty much regulation. Hasn't been the case for quite a while now. So 20 overs to go. Gloucester on 256, so 250. Yeah, you're looking at Gloucester will be eyeing up sort of 340, 350.
Lammonby is going to continue then, having got the wicket. Harris cuts him out. Where Sajid Khan does the fielding at deep point, which will irk. I didn't even have to look to see the shake of the head. It's just an easy run there.
I genuinely don't get it, because point to catching position as well. If you slightly slash a cut shot, point can get you a catch as well. And if he was just in regulation point, that would have been a dot ball. I think, you know, 20, 30 runs have just been plinked to the point region, and it's just a free run. You get my philosophy of what I'm trying to say. If you put cover out, or slightly straighter, you know, an extra cover out, at least the batter's got to play a proper shot to get it through the infield. There's so many different aspects of what the batter has to do well to get that run then. It's just very frustrating. Never mind. Not everyone sees the game my way, and I don't expect them to, because I would make a lot of mistakes myself as well, but having point out would not be one of them.
They've not really put Harris under that much pressure, not sustained pressure at any point today, and that's just an easy release. The point is up for the new batter Hammond, and Tom Abel is across at a kind of short cover point catching position.
I get why Tom feels like he has to have him out, but if you actually go back and look at the runs that have scored through that area, they've been absolute pies, and he probably could have hit them anywhere, and that's just a reality. But what has happened is Tom's reaction to those pies means good balls are going for runs now, and that is what you need to stop, in my opinion.
That wasn't such a good ball. It's a leg stump half volley, really. That helps Hammond.
Yes, that was another pie that has now resulted in the fielder going out onto the boundary, creating another single opportunity. You can't just you lose control of the game. You have to put the bowler under pressure to bowl good areas.
Yeah, after just one ball, that just feels a bit reactionary, and I'm not really in a position to say. But Hammond's been out there, 3 balls. Yes, he's got 1 boundary, but he's still the new batter.
Yeah, where did that man come from? You've lost a slip, I think. There was two slips in a gully. Now it's 1 slip in a gully. So, you know, what happens now if he nicks one through second slip and you've missed an opportunity to? I don't know. It's a bit chase ball at times. But like I said, it's if good balls like Lambenby's just bowled there start going to areas consistently, then you've maybe got to look at it. But you can't set a field for bad bowling. That's literally like under 13s cricket.
And Somerset aren't in contain mode here either. They shouldn't be. They need to pick up wickets. So
Yeah.
actually setting a field to save a boundary for a leg stump half volley just doesn't work. It's a nice drive, but straight to Aldridge at mid-off. End of the over then. 2-6-1 for 2. Just the 1 over remaining until that new ball is available. Sam Dalling and Pete Trigo here. They take it straight away?
Yeah, I think they have to, really. I think Lambert's done really well. You know, he's just bowled that poor delivery that's gone for 4, and he's, you know, 1 for 13 off 6 overs. I think sometimes you've just got to go, well, you're going to score boundaries from time to time, but, you know, keep the catches in, especially the new guy on the strike. Marcus Harris, with the angles that a right-hander bowls to a lefty as well, a lot of balls dribble out towards point as well, so maybe that's a conversation that I'll have if I catch up with the great man anytime soon. Just it's always good to toss ideas around. You know, sometimes it can create a little bit of a different way of thinking. As Harris plays a very nice sweep shot off of Sajid Khan. Way too fine for the man that was out there, Lewis Goldsworthy. He's got only the job of collecting it from underneath the underneath the covers, I think. Well done, Lewis. Lucky Lewis can just sort of limbo dance underneath them and go and fetch the ball. Ideal. Looks like there's a little bit of moisture on the ground. Captain Tom Abel's doing a bit of a dry up job. It's another factor to consider. That actually might be a big factor in terms of will they take the new ball, because if there is a lot of, I can't tell from up here, but if there is a lot of moisture on the ground, a very quick way to make a new ball go soft is to use it when it's wet. So that might genuinely have a slight decision swaying factor to it.
Give it 10-15 minutes and then wait 5-6 over burst each from Brooks and Davey.
Yeah, I know there is a school of thought that if you leave it to say, you know, into the last sort of 5 or 6 overs, because 5 or 6 overs the ball's still pretty new, you almost get 2 new balls, you know, across the 2 days. Bowlers are fresh and warmed up after a night's sleep as well. So yeah, a few factors to consider, but I think there will be a desperation for the Somerset attack. That looks a very good appeal, that. Maybe again just sliding on with the arm down the leg side. Hard to see from behind. It'd be interesting to see the replay. He looked very confident there, but as I've said before, he does deliver from quite wide of the crease. Must have been close if we have the other angle. Hard to tell. Hard to tell from behind, but the voices in my head have told me that we're going to get the other angle at the end of the over, which I'll be very interested to see as Marcus Harris cuts again through gully. Another 4 runs. It's starting to really become the Marcus Harris show here today at Taunton. Here we've got the replay of the LBW decision. As you can see, all 3 stumps at the moment. Oh no, that is the 4. My apologies. As you can see, it's interesting actually. Marcus Harris is batting and showing all 3 stumps to Sajid Khan. So obviously that says to me that his game plan is to capitalise on anything slightly short to cut, setting his game up to cut.
It's very strong there. 59 of his runs have come behind square on the offside.
Yeah, a lot of left-handers score a lot of runs through that sort of, you know, almost gully to square cover region, and the wagon wheel does suggest that is the case.
Virtually nothing down the ground. I mean, Somerset haven't pitched that much up. He had that one nice 6 off Sajid Khan where he just danced down the track and hit him over the top. Otherwise, it's a few singles to mid-on, but it's so strong in that little quadrant.
Yeah, I think, well, the wagon wheel is overwhelming, really. It suggests that the Somerset bowlers have bowled too wide and too short.
Change of bowling, change of ball as well. Josh Davey is going to take the new ball. They're going to take it straight away. So if there is any moisture out there, it's not enough to put Tom Abel off taking the new ball.
Has he gone straight in with the newie?
I think he has, yeah. I'm pretty sure he lofted it up. I know they sometimes have one to start. That looks pretty new to me.
Sounded crisp, didn't it?
Deep square leg goes out immediately as there's a fine leg in, couple of slips in. This is Somerset's time, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think of it, really, but, you know, you do get a sense, you do understand the stats of cricket, that if the first innings is posted at 400 plus, the chances of turning that round and winning are very, very slim in first-class cricket. So even though it is day one, you do kind of feel like the game is right here, right now, in terms of Somerset being able to get a win out of this week. Crazy to say it after day 1 of 4, but like I said, when you understand the stats, they are quite heavily stacked in favour of the first innings score of 400 or plus, which Gloucester are rocketing towards, and they have been all day.
Going to take something special to turn this one around. Josh Davey, a man capable of it. Around the wicket to the left-hander, that's probably his preferred mode of operating. He does like bowling at left-handers. Harris cuts that one away, and it is
fielded by Point.
Fielder in there at Point, Casey Aldridge, which is where that man should be. See a young lad who you know a bit from down this way, James Hayes, signed a 2-year deal with Notts.
Yeah, Hayes done really well. He came up while I was there and impressed, and has secured himself another couple of years. So well done to James Hayes, a local lad.
Bridgewater,
Taunton way. Yeah, he's local. I know he did a lot of work with Ben Phillips at Taunton Vale. Spent hours and hours running in those nets, bowling to the Somerset staff in the winters, trying to catch the eye of the coaches. Didn't quite work out down here for him, but he's gone up to Nottinghamshire and has got himself a deal. Yeah, he looks like he's matured. He's sort of leaned out a little bit. He was little chubby teenager, and now he looks, you know, he's a good athlete now. Ben Phillips, like I said, ex-Somerset player, has trained him up well. Lots of hard work. So fair play to both of them for working together and creating that opportunity for him, as JD just slides onto the thigh pad of Marcus Harris, tucks that away. 138 Marcus Harris is on, doing a quite fantastic job for his team at the moment. Yeah, it is very pivotal time of the game and the season in some ways. It'd be great if Somerset could pick up 3-4 wickets. Kind of sense that tonight we really need 5 wickets on the board for this game to look a little bit rosier than it does at the moment. We've got bowlers capable of doing that for sure. There's been a couple of absolute beauties played and missed today. Lewis a couple, JD a couple. It's one of those days where the batters have held their lines. They've played nice and tight. They haven't sort of chased the ball to get the edge. Josh Davies first over with the new ball comes to an end. Who's going to take it from the other end? Looks like Lewis Gregory. Come on, Lewis.
I was going to say, it would have been odd for him not to get another bowl today. A man capable of producing some absolute pearlers. Could this be one of his spells? Because when he gets going, there's days where he just looks like he's going to pick up a wicket every ball. Here's a slow-mo of the second wicket to fall, 1 of 2. Price eyes just lit up there a little bit, went for the expansive drive. You could see the head straight away. He knows he's given that one away, really. The Lammers did bowl well.
Yeah, he did bowl well. Good spell. Great point of difference. Always useful to have a left armer in the locker. So I'll be up to Lewis Gregory now. I'd go all sort of like alpha, get in his grill. Come on, mate. Come on.
We're not in pirate mode again, are we?
Yeah, definitely. This is the pirate mode. Just pick the bloke up, get him fizzed up, make him angry. Come on, son. Lewis with his with his tail up is such an exciting bowler to watch as well. Sometimes doing things a little bit different outside the box just to try and get someone in that performance mode. Worth trying. Not every time you can just pull the cord and let someone go. You got to change the message sometimes. I think he looks flat. Try something different.
Cut away in front of square. Just a single though, because there is that deep point out. Everyone's favourite fielding position.
Yeah, but deep cover would do that job, because that's gone way in front of point. If you're going to have a man out, he would have also fielded that. But if he would have skewed that, point was there for the catch.
Is Gregory a man you can fire up?
Yeah. There's no one you can't fire up. You just need to understand the character. You need to have. I'm not saying go. You don't have to be Churchillian in your speeches or anything like that to get someone going. But there was some players or captains I played under. They only have to give me a look to know. Then I would just know that. Right, I need to show up here.
Her name springs immediately to mind. Lammonby comes in to gully. Still a deep point. Davies gone around from third. Hammond flicks into the leg side for no run.
Everyone's got a button to push, haven't they, somewhere? You just have to poke around and find it.
Just need that.
Wake up the bear.
Yeah, Lewis, you see it. You've seen some of those behind the Wyvern videos. He's got the ability to really get up for it. Some of his team talks he used to give a skipper.
See, that's a good sign. Even that little reaction post, it's little inside half there, and there's a reaction from Lewis. I've seen him bowl a lot today where he's just bowled the ball, no matter what's happened, he's just turned and walked back. And for me, Lewis does enjoy watching, what he's just bowled, and he sort of hops and oohs and ahs and a bit of excitement. I haven't seen enough of that today. Just tells me that he's just trying to put it down there. I must say, the last couple of balls does look like he's really making a conscious effort to try and put in a shift here. So we'll see how that plays out. There's a slightly wayward throw from Jack Brooks, tipped onto the shoulder of Tom Abel by James Rue. James Rue's following Aves around, saying, sorry, Captain. Sorry, Captain. Yeah, he's taken one on the old shoulder there, but he's a muscly specimen, is Tom Abel. He'll take it.
Did well, made sure the new ball didn't go to ground there. Off his back and then picked up by Casey, using it first slip. You almost want them to nick one through wide of slip or something, don't you, just to get him fired up? Is that how the kind of football saying when people get fired up with a little bit of an injustice? A red card against. Let's have a look. End of the over at that. Sajid can't appeal. It looks like it's just sliding down, doesn't it? He liked it, but I get the sense he's a bowler that always likes his LBW appeals.
It's got to straighten on that angle, and I don't think there's just enough spin there. No, it's comfortably going down.
It's the shock with which he turns around, the speed.
Yeah, I know, you know, we're talking about this intensity and creating, and I don't want to bang the same drum over and over again, but if you see a good ball dribble out to point and they get a run, it's so hard to stay motivated and up when that is happening. That's a better field. Plenty of room out there if it is cut through sort of gully region where Marcus Harris's wagon wheel shows a lot of runs. Sajid Khan is down there to cut that one off, but also Casey Aldridge is in there for anything miscued in that area. His great big long arms, long levers. Hopefully we'll be able to reel something in. I'm just looking across to the scorebox at the moment. Magnificent handwriting on the scorebook of the Gloucester scorers pages. It's
half an appeal there from David. I don't know if there was a bit of inside edge or just a little bit too high. They do. It's quite complicated now, isn't it? The scoring. Polly's there. She's gone the kind of newfangled way. Has to update the computer as well.
Yeah, Polly's multitasking here, but the other chap has got a fantastically. Well, what's the? Is it? There's a posh word for somebody who writes well, isn't there? Is it calligrapher or something?
Yeah,
like Cliptographer, something like that. Anyway,
calligraphy.
this geezer next to me, very good. That's the point I'm trying to make. Almost like Sophie Luff and her baking. Does it with pride.
Calligrapher, yeah.
Calligrapher,
It's an
yeah.
art form.
We haven't got the old feathers and dipped oil or anything like that. It's not at that level. I think we were using a standard Bic pen and pencil.
Is it multi-coloured option?
Yeah, we've got black, blue, and red. We go in primary colours, which is decent. But yeah.
You see some of them where it's a different colour for each batter or bowler. It's just too much.
There's a lot going on, isn't there? Very, very rainbowy.
Were you when you play? Oh, you've never played. You'd be a long time since you played club cricket where you've had to either score or umpire.
What,
You'd
Saturday?
have appointed umpires. But do you have appointed umpires though, presumably?
Yes. Yeah.
You wouldn't have played at the level where you don't have them for a while.
No, I think on our second pitch there was a lot of controversy yesterday, actually, last game of the season, where you umpired your own innings, and I think a couple of our lads gave some positive decisions, and then the word on the street was nothing was given the second innings, and it caused a little bit of a stir, as it often does.
Yeah, that's the issue with those kind of things. Would you score or umpire given a choice then, as a schoolboy?
I think I'd rather umpire than score, to be fair. So I wouldn't be able to keep my crayons in the lines. Josh Davey bowling nicely today, just getting that little bit of nip with this new ball. A couple of overs old now. Miles Hammond, quite a destructive player in the shorter formats. Haven't seen him play much four-day cricket. In fact, Somerset very, very rarely have played Gloucester in the last 15 years. Due to Somerset being in the first division and Gloucester not so much. Yeah, there's a lot of outs in the Gloucester squad. I've noticed in the press, Sam. You probably know more about it than me. As a number of players seem to be leaving, going back to old clubs, and
yeah, so Benny Howe's gone back to Hampshire as the end of that over. Ian Cobain's just not been offered another deal. Ryan Higgins re-signed for Middlesex, and then it was announced a couple of days ago he's gone back on loan for the rest of the season. I do wonder if, like in a lot of sport, there's a bit of book balancing going on, a bit of tightening of budgets. I think
Ian Cobain's a really, really good player as well, isn't he? That's a surprise.
But then again, if he's not playing all three formats, I think these financial decisions you do have to look at if you're on a full summer deal and you're not playing all formats. But yeah.
Would that be because he's playing 100 ball? Is that what you mean?
Well, I don't know if he's plays T20. I don't think he plays much red ball cricket in Cobain. So I don't know what his contract status was.
I always thought he was quite a regular in the
not played this
4-day team. I suppose him bursting onto the scene in the Big Bash in the winter may have changed his aspirations as a player.
Yeah, they're looking to build the side around the likes of Price and Charlesworth, I think, moving forwards. Gregory's in and just cuts one into Harris. It goes through to Aldridge.
Nice piece of bowling there, Lewis. Just that little bit of energy on the ball. You can really see, as opposed to the spells earlier, he's really trying to pick up those thighs and run in. Just getting that little bit extra off of that new ball, nipping it back in to Marcus Harris. Nice piece of bowling there, Lewis. 279 for 2 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. In the 84th over, Gloucester are on top. There's no doubt about that, but a couple of wickets could change the prospect of day 2 very much, especially at this time of the day. You get Marcus Harris out and one more, and all of a sudden you're into a middle order with a relatively new ball. The game does change quite dramatically, but I've got to say these 13 or so overs left are going to be quite crucial.
300 for 5 looks a more even day, and it gives you a chance in the morning, doesn't it, to come in and blow a side away. Bowled the Yorker. Harris digs it out well.
Nice. I think that's the difference. Like deliveries like that, I saw Lewis there, oohs and ahs and a big smile on his face. So that was an absolute beauty of a Yorker. Well dug out in the end. Big booming in swinger. Well bowled, Lewis Gregory. Yeah, a couple of those would be nice. Leather meeting the willow of those blue stumps would be the order of the day. It would change how you'd sleep overnight, I think. And the vigour in which you get up the following day as Marcus Harris cuts again through the vacant point area to the point that's on the boundary for another easy to come by single.
Imam Hack doing the fielding there. Been a long day for him on his Somerset debut. Not had a lot to do. Sajid Khan, the other debutant, he's bowled well from 25, 26 overs. Imam Hack might have been hoping to be having a bat sometime after tea, but it feels a long way off right now.
Yeah, old Imam's had a nice graze, hasn't he? First day at the Cooper Associates. Have a little graze out onto the boundary, get to know Tractor and a few of the other locals. I'm sure they've said their hellos, knowing the friendly crowd here at Taunton.
Bit of pressure on him really, coming in as about, you know, he's an overseas quality Test cricketer, but coming in, expected to make runs, expected to make an impact in a short period of time.
That is one of the great things about professional sport. There's always some sort of pressure on. Yeah, he's a fine player, no doubt about that. Watched a bit of Test cricket in the winter. I think he may have been possibly playing in the UAE, scoring a lot of runs. The scoreboard there dominated by Marcus Harris, 144 not out at the moment. Good starts for Charlesworth and Oliver Price. The two men out both getting to their 50s, so good contributions, but the mainstay of the day, Marcus Harris, on 144 off 238 balls. The bowling figures aren't amazing to look at. Sajid Khan, I thought, did a reasonably good job. Let it go a little bit towards the back end of his spell. Couple of loose balls outside off stump that got cut away. But all in all, bowled about 25, 26 overs at touch over 2 and over. So did a good job of containing the run rate. Lammonby just half a dozen overs, picked up a wicket. Casey Aldridge, the other wicket taker today, bowling a nice aggressive short bowling spell, you know, a lot of bounces, got a top edge out of Charlesworth and smartly caught down at fine leg from Josh Davey for those who didn't see the wickets to fall today. Josh Davey coming into bowl from the Trescothic stand end, desperate to get off the mark for himself today. 14 overs for 56.
Yeah, it's been a tough start. Josh Davey missed a decent chunk of the season. Injured, he'd like a couple more, at least one wicket, a couple of wickets, just to get back into the rhythm of things. They've just been few and far between for Somerset, unlike up at Nottinghamshire, where Luke Fletcher has 4 for 9 from his 6 overs at Trent Bridge so far.
The big fella.
Serious bowler, isn't he?
Yeah, he does a pretty grand job, does Big Fletch.
One of the great characters of county cricket as well at the moment.
Yeah, he was also in and around the victorious Trent Rocket squad for the 100 ball. Everyone back on duty the following day, ship shape or whatever you want to call it.
Yes, I'm sure it was quiet.
Ship shape and prompt. Yeah, I saw enough of the posts as Miles Hammond is nicked off by Josh Davey. A smart catch there at second slip by Casey Aldridge. That's what we're talking about. There is a little bit of a door of opportunity, a window of opportunity, I should say, here for Somerset to pick up 3, 4, 5 wickets. That is an absolutely must-needed wicket there. Gloucester now 281 for 3. Josh Davey is struck. Could this just turn the tide for the day's play?
Yeah, just Somerset will be hoping. It's a lovely delivery from Davey. Can that just be 10, 15 minutes or half an hour that just goes Somerset's way that can change the course of this day? Nothing wrong with a door of opportunity, I don't think.
A door of opportunity,
Bigger
yeah.
to get
But
through.
let's make it a barn door. We need a barn door of opportunity. Nice, like 4, 5, 6 wickets in the next 10 overs. That would be...
Not asking for much then.
Well, it's only 3 more from here. 10 overs. More than doable with a new ball.
Going to be James Bracey, the new batter, though, who is a quality player. Made 100 here last year. Made his Test debut last summer for England. Didn't have the best of times, but a serious performer, James Bracey. Got Josh Davey and Lewis Gregory, though, bowling well with the new ball. Never easy for a new batter to come out this stage in the day. Can Somerset take that opportunity? They've had a couple of chances before. They've taken wickets and then not been able to push on and pick up that flurry that would bring them back into the game. Josh Davey's up and running, though. 1 for 56. He's got into his 15th over. A couple of balls left of it. Couple of slips in, gully as well, as Bracey just goes through his final mental preparations. Another left-hander, Bracey. Much wider stance than Harris. Much more going on there as well. Down the leg side, good take by James Rue, half an appeal. I think it clipped the pads on its way through to Rue, who tumbled away to his right. To take that one, so 1 ball left, the 85th over. Then Sophie Luff is going to come back in alongside Pete Trigo to see you through to the end of day 1.
Absolutely fine.
Ooh, that's it, got him. He has got him. 2 in the over. There we go.
Little beauty, Josh Davey.
1 brings 2. Just feathers it behind James Bracey. Got one to pitch, nip away from him. James Rue takes the catch, and all of a sudden that...
Someone always misses out, don't they? 2 Gloucesters have missed out. Nice little piece of bowling there. Just bowled a nice tight line to off stump. Little bit of nibble away. James Bracey is back to the pavilion for a globe.
Just a little feather, wasn't it? A few smiles down there now on Somerset faces. And the Gloucestershire will be kicking themselves. They lose a couple more wickets here and they undo all that good work. It can be done in just a few moments. 2 wickets in the over for Josh Davey, has them 4 down. 281 for 4 now. Marcus Harris still there, unbeaten on 145. 11 overs remain in the day. Pete Trigo and Sophie Luff going to see you through to the end.
The incoming batter, number 12, Graham Van Buren.
Hi, Soph. Welcome back. Good timing. Wickets are a tumbling.
Yeah, I feel like
4 down.
Sam should have stayed on, given how well that last over's gone. But
4 down. 281 on the board.
it's looking slightly different out there now, isn't it? Graham Van Buren is the new batter for Gloucestershire. He joins Harris, who's, well, batted beautifully, hasn't he? 145 not out, but Gloucester have got some work to do to make it through to the close of play. Somerset will be chomping at the bit for a couple more before that happens, though.
Yeah, it does create an opportunity for the rest of today. I mean, it will change, you know, even the in-batsman, Marcus Harris. You know, he's going to have a job now to sort of rebuild the innings. You know, 280 for 4. Put another couple on it, and all of a sudden, you drag this day back to somewhere near even, and that would be a miraculous turnaround from the Somerset boys. Just keep hanging in there, keep hanging in there.
Yeah, different mindset as well. You know, you've been waiting around all day, Hammond and Bracey, to get out there, and probably sat there with their pads on for most of it, and then don't make the most of their opportunity. And sometimes almost harder when you've seen the top 3 get runs and make it look easy out there. Yes,
those the 4. I kind of feel for the 4-5 batters in particular, because they would have had a heavy amount of pad rash watching Harris and Charlesworth bat in particular, and then Oliver Price. You know, they batted a fair few minutes. You know, sat there with the old thigh pad on. You know, in that weird concentration zone when you're next in, where you kind of want to be focused, but it's, you know, if you sat there for over an hour, your eyes start to glaze over, don't they? And it's, you know, the nervous yawn start, and you know, you're up and down like a jack in a box, stretching, trying to keep the blood flowing in your legs. It's horrible. I reckon it's the worst place to be, is next into bat, especially when bowling like that. Lewis Gregory getting that one to nip away. Could easily have caught the edge. 5, 6, 7. Can we? It's on now, isn't it? It does feel like the whole game is has just changed on its head a little bit. A little bit of movement. Little bit gloomy. That time of the day where the light's probably not as good. You know, Marcus Harris would be fine because he's out there. He would have adapted to it. But you know, coming from the dressing room out to the middle, very tough to get yourself going.
Yeah, Somerset got a little bit more energy out there as well. Not surprising, having picked up a few wickets.
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, wickets do give you, you know, when you are flat, when you are tired, and it looks for all money that you're going to be just bowling all day and someone's going to churn off 100. Very hard to get yourself in, but your partner up the other and getting a few wickets just picks the spirits up a little bit. Lewis actually, he hasn't got his wicket yet, but he's bowled really well this this current new ball spell. You can tell he's visibly put in an extra bit of effort in. Like I said, it's absolutely understandable why he might be a little bit tired, but he's really putting in here that extra little bit of zip on the ball that we know works so well for Lewis, the amount of wickets he gets for the club. With a very, very good delivery there, very nickable on that length.
That was Goldsworthy in there doing some decent work at cover. Never easy with the matting in front of you there.
Yeah. Doing some stopping. Just stopped it, didn't he? That's what it's all about. Yeah, the old Hessian matting just popped off the ridge a little bit. You're never quite sure. Do you want to? It's very sticky with the spikes, isn't it? As well, I was worried about.
I'm always worried about tripping up over.
I was
it.
always worried about doing a knee or an ankle with the studs gripping in on it. It's horrible to run over. For those who haven't seen one on a cricket pitch, I think if you go to a fruit and veg stall on a Sunday market, they've always got a bit of a few potatoes sat on a bit of Hessian matting. JD's bowling a beautiful line and length there to Marcus Harris. Should have been cut off by the point fielder, but he's not there.
No, and I guess at this stage they probably just want Harris off strike, don't they? But it just looks too.
Yeah, but
too
it's happened
easy
all
for
day.
him.
That's
Exactly.
what's ground my gears. It's been all day. I mean,
it's been too easy for him to rotate, and then he's cashed in when we've aired.
He's been doing that since he was on 30.
But yeah,
I'm over it now, Soph. I'm over it. We're gonna move on.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, the deep point has been a discussion of the last month. I tell you, in our dressing room, there's
just
been
concede that it's slightly different playing white ball, 100 ball,
yeah.
or 20 over cricket to a 4-day match.
Yeah,
I mean,
agree. But also deep point in the women's game is almost unheard of as well. But yeah, you'd have played against Chris Liddell, wouldn't you, in your time?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was our bowling coach. And
is that it? I would say that theory that he's come up with would be his mind's eye, because he's a left armer that didn't really swing it back and bowled across right-handed, so he would have got slashed to point a lot. Do you think that's something to do with why he would feel that deep point's a massive fielding place?
Yeah, could well have been.
Are you with or against? Are you in or an out of?
I was probably against, to be fair, as was a lot of the girls, but mainly because we're not used to it. We tried it in a few of our practice games actually, just to see. I'm just not convinced there's enough pace, and I think it is a wicket opportunity and just a massive run scoring opportunity to get point in the game.
Well, I'm glad you said that, Soph, to be honest, because it feels like it's me being as a male cricketer being critical of the pace, but you are exactly right. To get the ball in that area, that backward point, it's got a slash off the bat at quite a lot of pace, hasn't it? And I don't think there would be enough on it for that to be a viable. And it's catching position. So many people, if you play, a medium pace bowler or a spinner, if you do get a drive wrong, point's a massive catching position for me, I think, anyway.
Yeah, and I think he was talking about having a deep point, and then you can have your third man up in the ring. And then that gives you a catching opportunity. If someone slashes hard, then you bring your short third into the game. I saw that a few times in the 100 where that happened in the men's game, but I believe that's due to the pace and the carry that those guys get, that brings that into play. I don't think we'd necessarily see that in the women's game at this moment in time. I think there's girls on the circuit now that are cranking up their speeds, and we're going to see fast bowling hopefully come more and more into the women's game to present those opportunities. But yeah, it was a good discussion point anyway. Actually, it probably got us talking about the game a lot more than, we didn't go with the deep point in a game, but it got some really good discussions about what our field set should be and why the girls wanted certain fields and why they didn't go with that.
Yeah, I mean, that conversation you had, even though you might not have agreed, has probably spat out the right fielding place. I mean, you know, unless you've got the higher paced girls in the or bowlers in the women's game, you know, there would be an argument for a seam bowler. You could almost have a 45 gully line and a point protecting that area, because again, there's probably not enough pace on the ball for it to slash over that far. I mean, the one thing I think you've got to be aware of in the women's game, I did notice that a lot of the women are brilliant ramping and sweeping towards the leg side, but not necessarily to the offside. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I'd probably say that conventionally they'll ramp leg side. There's a few girls that will go both ways, but yeah, I think predominantly you're working almost with the ball coming in and just using that angle down to sort of fine leg.
Yeah, interesting. So, but the point is that we both want that point up. I think Josh Davey into bowl here to Van Buren. Short of stature, very hard to get forward. I think you can risk being a little bit further forward. Typical sort of short of stature player, likes to play a lot of back foot shots, cuts, pulls. Really important to drag those guys forward early on in their innings. I was chatting recently to James Taylor about batting and methods and all that kind of stuff. I think James Taylor is literally about 5'3", 5'4", and you just couldn't ever get him to come out of his crease. But he used to just thrive off bowlers bowling their length that they'd bowl to a 6-foot guy, is you know, the same to him, and it was just totally different, and he used to score so many runs. Get the batter pushing forward. A couple more edges here would be nice. 300 for 6. Oh, I mean, am I teasing myself there? Just thinking that's. Does that constitute an even day? 300 for 6, do you think?
Could well do, to be fair. I mean, Somerset will be, if that happens, Somerset would, well, given the first session of the day, they'd bite your arm off at that.
Yeah, I think
Gloucester would be
right.
disappointed, I think, if they went in at close of play 6 down.
Yeah, 6. I think 7. 307. It's not going to be 300, is it? 'Cause it's 10. So let's be realistic. So they're going to get 3 and over. So it's 320. 320 for 7. So you've got a chance to get them for under 350. I think under 350 would be a draw. 300 to 350 is a draw. If Gloucester get anything over 350, they've got the upper hand. I think that's probably where mine would go.
Lights are coming on, Treeks.
Well, they better get them on before this price cap goes up. Get them on now, make the most of it, because all of a sudden, just pressing that button is going to be just cash flowing out the coffers, isn't it? I wonder what they will cost when the price cap changes. It's quite scary, isn't it? Some of the things that you read about pubs bills going from 10 grand to 100,000. Nicely bowled, Lewis Gregory. Yeah, I can't imagine the old floodlights would be cheap to run. Sort of things you think about when you get a bit old, so you're not there yet, are you?
No, I'm not there yet.
Tell.
No, not yet there yet, thankfully.
That's all I hear from myself. Turn the lights off, boys.
Didn't seem to get that dark out there, but
no, I think it's. I don't know what this glass in front of us, the window in front of us, will bring the light down a little bit, but I think they're always quite cautious of keeping the game flowing. Definitely a good thing for the Somerset bowlers. It does seem to be when the light transitions from light to the artificial light starting to take over, it is quite well reported that the ball starts to appear to do a little bit more and create opportunities. So hopefully that's the case for Somerset. 290 for 4. Lewis Gregory steaming in to Graham Van Buren. Plays a rare shot off the front foot towards extra cover. Sajid Khan doing the fielding.
Yeah, there's a nice drive there by Van Buren, but bounced up comfortably to Sadly Khan. I think he wanted a shy at the non-strikers then, but thought better of it.
Yeah, the last thing Lewis needs today is 5 overthrows or anything like that. Lewis looking like he's really steaming in at the moment.
Oh,
and he's cleaned him up. What a beauty. There are 2 kinds of leaves in this game, and that one's a shocker. Yes, Lewis Gregory, 290 for 5. He's deserved that. Great bit of bowling.
Yeah, that's a great delivery there from Lewis. Just got his tail up, hasn't he? And yeah,
That's
it's not a
excellent
great leave
bowling.
by Van Buren there. I'll say not great, Triggs. You absolutely rinsed him, but
That's a shocker.
you can get away with it.
That's it, the middle of off stump. Do you know what? What I want to see from the team is the 2 balls previous to that, even the drive, because I reckon Lewis has gone away, away, sucking him across the crease, and then wobble seam, innie, boff. Thank you very much. I love that. That gets me going. See, proper piece of bowling there. Great skill level from Lewis Gregory. Unfortunate from Graham Van Buren. Let's face it. Come on. That's a shocker. 2 kinds of leave.
Yeah, Somerset really got their tail up now as Taylor's strolling to the crease.
Jack Taylor, awkward customer, plays some pretty unique shots. The ball can sort of fly off to all parts. Certainly when he plays in one-day cricket, he does have a very sort of individual technique, let's say. But I mean, the door is open now for Somerset. 290 for 5. Brilliant piece of bowling from Josh Davey to get the first couple of wickets, and then Lewis Gregory. I don't know. He's running in. He looks totally different this spell as opposed to earlier on in the day, and I totally get it. You know, that daunting feeling that he's got another 6 hours to do it. He knows this is his last spell of the day. Maybe that's just the difference, but he's running in, he's smiling, he's oohing and ahhing, and his skills are absolutely on point there. Away, away, set you up, in. Off you go, son. Love it. Brilliant bowling, Lewis Gregory. And he's got a point up. I am so happy. Doesn't take much, Safe. Just have a point. I'm the happiest man alive.
Okay, have a point.
Have a point
bowl
and
at the
half a
stumps.
brownie, and I'm content.
Well, it might be 6 down before 300 here, Triggs. You never know.
Be over the moon with that. What do we reckon? Production team, was it an away, in? So happy if it was.
Catch.
Catch it! Oh!
I feel like we're out there, Triggs. I'm
Yeah, no, it's changed.
getting too invested in it now.
Changed, hasn't it? Amazing what a couple of wickets will do. The energy in the crowd, the team.
Yeah, making things happen out there. Great over there from Lewis.
I think that again was the innie, slightly too greedy on the line there, Lewis, but he's earned the right to have a little search for that one. 1 for 50 now. Not the ideal figures, but I think he's really turning his day around. I think he's going to be dangerous for the next few overs, Lewis, if he can just get a couple more out today.
Yeah, it looks like we've got bowling change as well. Jack Brooks wants a bit of the action.
Yeah, it started to swing. Brooks has put his hand up, but I'm not going to announce him to the wicket until he's put his headband on there.
Oh, he's just going to don it now.
Jack Brooks into the attack. It's not even real until that headband comes on. If the ball's swinging, he'll certainly find a bit of movement as well. So exciting little period here. 6, 7. 7 down. What have we got in the shed? David Payne. He comes in with the roller normally, doesn't he? There's a chance here. Ajit Dale, don't know much about him.
And,
No, he's a seam bowler. He's got a bit of pace, so I hear. Too easy there for Marcus Harris. I mean, there is a case where he's just going to be rotated off strike as he gets to his 150. absolutely high-class knock here, it's got to be said. He is the reason why Gloucester in such a strong position. He's pretty much been flawless all day. Bar a difficult return catch to Sajid Khan. Marcus Harris has been seeing it like a balloon today.
Yeah, he's batted beautifully. Gloucester 295 for 5. Brooks is in again. Taylor defends that back up the pitch. Yeah, Jack Brooks, 12 overs, none for 43. He wants a bit of the action. He wants a wicket in that column. Can he make it happen? I'm doing the fielding at cover there. Couple of slips, a gully. Points up in the ring. Taylor plays that down to fine. He moves on to 5. Just looking at other scores in Division 1. Lancashire have lost a few more wickets, 251 for 4.
There are other games going on today, are there, sir?
Yeah, there are.
Saw Keaton Jennings was backing up the truck for another big score. Is he still?
No,
still
he's
going?
gone. 119.
Oh, just the 119.
And Hill has got all 4 wickets for Yorkshire. Don't know too much about him.
Has the big man Fletch got 5 wickets for Notts?
Let's have a look at Notts. Where are they? They're a bit further down because they're in Div 2, aren't they? No, he's still got 4, but they are 5 down. Leicestershire 57 for 5. Oh, could be a run out here if he hits.
Oh!
That was Goldsworthy in there. Taylor wanted a single. Harris did not, and probably a wise decision from Marcus Harris there to send Taylor back.
Bit too late in the summer for a barbecue, isn't it? But Jack Taylor has invited the overseas opening batsman to one, and he said no. That's not a good judge of a run, I don't think. There we go. All breeds welcome here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. A little pup there having a little wander around, sniffing out Brian. See you later, pal. Off home for his tin of Sheba or whatever they have. That's cat food, isn't it? Win a lot. There we go. A bit of win a lot. That's dog food. Bold Lewis Gregory.
7 overs to go here then. Gloucestershire 297 for 5. Down at Canterbury, Essex are 309 for 4. Not been too many wickets in Division 1 today. Hampshire 182 for 5. Down at the Aegeus Bowl.
It's one of the other nice things about county cricket, really, isn't it? Is there such a thing as a bring your pet day, or am I advertising something that would be absolute chaos here for the club? I actually think we should do that, a bring your pet to the cricket day. Unless he's an aggressive, he or she are an aggressive barky type. We don't want any barky types. Bring your pet to the cricket day. Dogs, cats, parrots. What else?
Goldfish?
Yeah, goldfish, couldn't we?
Yeah.
Mind you, after a couple of beers, you might end up drinking at the bowl. Yeah, let's make that an unofficial day at the county ground next season. I'm sure the CEO will be delighted with me for that one. I'll bring Thor and Hulk.
Yeah, they're a fan of the cricket?
Yeah, yeah, they love a bit of cricket. They like going to Western Cricket Club. Holt likes a little sniff round. Thor will try and hump anything upright. You know, he's one of them sort of dogs. Likes to assert his authority. 6 and 7. It's been a really, really good spell of cricket here from Somerset. Does coincide with that little drop of light, the floodlights going on. All of a sudden, just looks like there's a little bit of nip, bit of moisture around maybe.
Yeah, good fielding there by George Bartlett, mid-off. Gregory enticing a drive from Taylor. He'll be hoping if he can find the edge. I do feel like Lewis, the way that he's running in, you just feel like things are going to happen. Haven't had that feeling for the majority of today, but this evening session, Lewis bowling from that end, certainly have felt that.
Yeah, Lewis is one of those. He's a make it happen. You know, he's got that magic little bit of je ne sais quoi about him. You know, he's got that bit of skill level, that sort of action that when it clicks, it just kicks off the surface a little bit. He's always had that ability to take a cluster of wickets. You know, you can always tell. You know, when I was playing with Lewis, it was like you knew that some spells weren't going to go particularly well, and then all of a sudden you're like, this kid looked like he's going to get a wicket every ball, literally every ball, and he's somewhere in between the two today. I mean, those last couple of overs, he's looked really, really good. I think he just needs the ball. If he sees the ball just moving off the straight either way, I think it kind of it turns him on as a cricketer. I think it inspires him to you know, put that little bit more in. If he sees a little bit of movement, just gets his juices flowing. He's bowled really well there. Decent sized spell as well. I'm not sure if he'll bowl any more tonight. Hopefully he will, because he's looking really good. Jack Brooks coming on to bowl. Gloucester have stalled here, 298. They're now 5 down. Marcus Harris is going to be the key wicket. I mean, imagine being a bowler thinking about not having to bowl to him tomorrow morning. That would be quite a big moment here if we could just manage to dislodge the main man today.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a dream end to Somerset's day, I think, if they could snaffle Harris here. He's played beautifully all day, but you don't want to make a mistake in the last 6 overs of play, do you? Brooks is in. Harris drives that out to that deep point fielder.
Well, he's just leant on the ball all day, hasn't he? He's played so well. Really has looked high class. But you kind of expect that, I suppose, don't you? He's got a very good record. He's played at the top level. Am I right in saying he played locally?
Apparently so, yeah. Just down the road, I think.
Taunton? Yeah, I think. Yeah, because I think a couple of Somerset fans, you know, I think they went over. Might be wrong. It might have even been the Coopers. They went over to watch him make his Test debut.
Oh right.
I'm sure I'm not dreaming that up. Sam's going to join us here. We're going to have a little bit of a third wheel for the last few overs to see it on home.
No, you're not dreaming it at all. He came over. Played the season, I think, in 2010, just got a rookie contract. He had his 18th birthday in the ale houses of Taunton.
Brooksy just straying down the leg side there, clipped off pads of Jack Taylor. 4 runs, brings up the 300 Gloucester for the loss of 5 wickets in the 91st over. Looked like they were going to cruise there, only 1 or 2 down. A few inroads from Josh Davey and Lewis Gregory of late have changed the complexion of the day so far.
And he came back in 2015. He was well. I think he just got the Man of the Match award in the Sheffield Shield final for Western Australia, and he came over here. Taunton had dropped down in division and scored nearly 1,000 runs.
Underachieved then.
In about 10 games, he went home with 4 or 5 games of the season left. But yeah, the Coopers played as well. Played in the same club side as Tom Abel. I think there might be there was a club game between Taunton Dean, I think, in which Devon Conway, Marcus Harris, and Jack Leach all played, which is they all went on to have decent careers so far.
Better things, you would say.
Yeah, better things. Well, I don't know. The Convent Field over there.
Jack Brooks hitting a nice length there.
He would have played twos, I suspect, Marcus, a little bit for Somerset at that point. People might not have known, it probably wouldn't have known who he was, but I'd be very surprised if he didn't play. You know, a lot of the overseas players that do come over do end up playing twos, or did back then.
Yeah, Devon Conway played quite a bit, didn't he?
Kept a whole season, I think, in the twos.
Yeah. We obviously didn't rate him.
Josh Davey doing the fielding there at point.
Point?
Point, yeah.
What's point?
Not deep point.
What's point?
Point. In the game.
Me and Soph cut from the same cloth tactically.
Looks like it's going to be, we said that unlikely to see Gregory again. Looks like it's going to be Davey. He's probably going to finish things off from the river end. Just sorting the footholds out there. Five overs to go here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Gloucestershire, 303 for 5.
Ball from the river end, Josh Davey.
Davey in, and that's defended by Harris. Are you on comms all week, Triggs? Are you off golfing?
I can confirm I am in tomorrow, and I am looking forward to it, because at the rate the game is going at the moment, Somerset are going to be reversing the momentum of the morning two sessions, and we're going to, as Tractor would say, get in the ascendancy. Yeah, yourself?
No, unfortunately, I'm not in the rest of the week. Only today. Got training tomorrow. Got to get back in the.
Where's that?
Back in the swing of things. Meant to be just down the road at Vale, but forecast is looking shocking. So
What's the next game? What's the next game coming up?
we're at Hove on Friday. Got a bit of a drive on Thursday.
The we being Western Storm.
Yeah, Western Storm back in action for them. So got to get my captaincy hat back on.
Have you filled out your visa to get back into the West Country after defecting to the London Spirit?
No, but I was very glad to be home. Good fun for a month, but I'm not sure I could stick it long term.
So how did that turn? Was that a redraft or?
No, not really drafted in the 100 at the minute in the women's game. I think it will go that way in a few years' time. But yeah, there was just sort of a period of negotiation. You could either, the team you were at last year could choose to retain you, and that was a conversation whether you wanted to stay or not. And then, yeah, if you didn't choose to stay at the side you were at last year, then you could obviously try and get snapped up elsewhere. And
so your options this end are the Welsh Fire and the Southern Brave. Is that right?
Well, they're the closest teams, yeah. But you can't really class them as sort of local, can you? I was obviously at Fire last year.
Yeah, you probably dodged a bullet there, not going back to the old Welsh Fire. That didn't quite happen, did it, that season?
There's a lot of people were saying there's not much fire about them this year.
Not convinced the pitches that I've played on in T20 cricket are overly conducive to great short format cricket.
In Cardiff? Yeah. Well, I have the same viewpoint actually, having played there a few times. It's never usually that high scoring, is it?
I'm not sure if that was like tactically because it suited the Glammies when I've played there, or just because that's what the pitch is like. It was always a bit grippy and not conducive to sort of clean striking, and always turned out to be a bit of a nudgy, nerdly affair with lots of twos run, which isn't a particular spectacle.
Yeah, it was so wide square there, isn't it? It's massive surface square of the wicket. So yeah, off to Hove. Quite enjoy playing at Hove actually. It's just miles
nice,
away though, isn't
lovely
it?
ground.
It is
Good-
a nice ground.
good
Yeah,
place,
bit of a
Brighton as
slope
well.
there, from what I remember.
Yeah, yeah. If you're, yeah, you want if you're bowling, you want to try and get up from the top end. That's for sure. Yeah, nice ground, nice part of the world. I used to always stroll down the beach to the game. Always used to deny the bus ride in and have a nice little walk in the morning. Have an early cornetto.
I think it was a few years ago, wasn't it? The Somerset bus got stuck down there. There was a car parked terribly. Were you on the bus at that time, Triggs?
Well, I was. Me and Trez were out there trying to bounce or roll the car off its line. Some clown had parked right across the road as Josh Davies changed ends here, and same result, getting a lot of little nip away from Jack Taylor. So close to the outside edge. That's a really smart delivery there. Fueling the narrative for Josh Davey that he is the world's unluckiest bowler that has ever lived. Love JD. Top bowler. Top team man. Be even more top of the tree if he can pick up another pole here tonight. Hunting that front shin, outside edge. Well fielded there by Casey Aldridge at mid-off. Gloucester 306 for 5. A couple of overs left here. Today 4 overs remain. Quite nice, even with a couple of rain delays. We're not going to be running over time too much. That's nice. As a number of the crowd are starting to disappear off, home for their tea. Catch up with the evening news. Jack Brooks, headband adorned from the Marcus Trescothic stand end. Can he be the man to make a breakthrough? Very rare for him to go a day without a wicket. A beautiful delivery to Marcus Harris. That's the one we want. Can he just chip an edge of the Australian star batsman here? Come on, Marcus. You've had a good enough day. You can have a Nando's and a nice sleep. Then put your feet up for half an hour tomorrow morning. Surely he's bored of batting now. You don't want to bat all day, do you? That's a bit greedy. By the looks of it, he does, though. Clipping away into the offside. Jack Taylor scampering up and down the wicket. Imam Mulhaq doing a good job out there on the Somerset stand boundary side. Reels that in. Well backed up Casey Aldridge. Somerset desperately seeking this 6th wicket. An extra point to the tally as well. Don't forget, 110 overs, you've got to get your points in. Marcus Harris playing a sublime cover drive out to Lewis Goldsworthy. Running rain from deep point to, cover, which is where he should be in the first place. He'd have only got one.
Yeah, I just think there's too much space there, isn't there? From extra cover round to wherever Tom Abel's going to pop him. Is he going to point? He's going to point.
Yeah. Well, that's a better field. But if you want to keep your catches in as much as possible as well, though. So here's another thing, right? So as a batter, so I'm Marcus Harris, shaping up to Jack Brooks at the moment, and I look to my offside and I see point and cover. Okay, so I know that my good shot goes to cover. Does that mean in my head I might have that half volley, and instead of hitting its cover where I'm owning it, I might try and create an angle to get a 4, be greedy, create a mistake? I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that's the extra level that that you might bring in. So instead of sort of out of his eye line blocking off a boundary, you're putting a guy where he wants to hit the ball. So he's going to maybe try and get a ball that deserves to go to cover to point, which will bring in an outside edge, squirt it to point. Do you know what I mean? Just try and make him do something funky with his angles.
Yeah.
You know, not many batters want to hit great shots for one. They want their great shots to go to the ropes.
Three overs to go here then. Gloucester 310 for 5. It's felt a little bit more sedate the last few overs, but you never know. Somerset could sneak a 6th wicket in these next 3 overs.
I'd go as far to say so. I think they deserve a 6th. I think they bowled really well this last session. They've really pulled it together. Lots of really good, close, near misses, playing misses.
It's going to be Davey again then. Tom Abel's just had a chat to his bowler. He's going to settle in at second slip there.
Tom Lammonby very straight down the wicket there for...
Yeah, almost didn't notice him there actually.
Popped up. Yeah, it sort of gives the impression with the leg side field that he's going to attack the knee roll. If it nips back, LBW in play, nips away, outside edge in play. With that man in his face as well, might be a little bit tentative on that on drive just in case he spoons it in the air a little bit. So nice little bit of thought process there by Tommy Abel.
Davey does the work off his own bowling there. I thought I did see a flash over there actually.
Yeah, we have had a report from our camera crew that there is lightning and a bit of thunder on the horizon, so we're indoors, so we're okay. Cameraman might be struggling, so but we're all right, so don't worry about that. We're all right, Jack. Davey coming into bowl now from the river end. Can he pick up the 6th wicket? Just slightly too short. Marcus Harris on 158, Jack Taylor on 9. 310 for 5 here in the 94th over. A couple of overs to go afterwards as we look at a very moody sky in Taunton over the famous, beautiful church we have here in the centre of Taunton. But that is an almost DC comic level moody sky, isn't it?
Yeah, great camera work there as well. Back to the cricket though. Taylor's defending. Davey.
There we go.
Somerset flag.
It's like the start of a vampire movie. Somerset flag
zooming
there,
in now as well.
Proudly flapping away. Wyvern facing the right direction. Charlie Taylor will be very happy to know. There's actually another one that's popped up on the wall of one of those flats. Jack Taylor plays one of his out of nowhere shots over mid wicket for 4. Yeah, we have another flag popped up on the old Pegasus building. One over the Somerset stand sign, lower level, facing the right way. The one in the top right-hand corner facing t'other way.
Yeah, Davey just going a bit too straight there onto Taylor's pads and flick that away.
Yeah, you can fair club it, old Jack Taylor. Sometimes looks a little bit sort of unorthodox and messy at times, but he's a very, very good timer of the ball. Davey in again, and well bowled, well played. Really get a sense that the light has dropped quite dramatically here at Taunton. Luckily, there's only a couple of overs to go. We'll get our full quota in today, which is great. I think the forecast early on this morning suggested we might not complete a day's play, but the full 96 will be bowled today, which is awesome. As you can see there, they better hurry up though, because that does look a little bit gloomy back there in Arkham. Little bit of drizzle coming down from the sky. I'm surprised Polly isn't banging on the window next to me to inform me of something that I can also see in front of me, but Come on, Polly.
Yeah, she does love a little
I'll
rain signal.
woman. She does the little, like the piano sign, doesn't she? Like the, you know, the piano fingers for rain. La la da 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 da. Thank you, Polly. I can see.
Lammers is. There's only 2 overs left in the day. Lammers is warming up there at mid wicket. Are we going to see him bowl the last over of the day?
Wow, that would be. Who's Davey bowled? He's bowled a few, hasn't he? He's 18 overs, 2 for 68. He's done a fair few. I'd be surprised if someone comes on for an over, but as he's left-handed, you know, maybe that might be the case. As Marcus Harris plays his 150th stunning drive into the offside. He's played absolutely magnificently today. Credit to him. Will we finish the day's play today? It's getting very dark out there. I'll see by the shadows on the ground now.
I can't see any rain at the minute though, Triggs. But
it's more the light. I think I think one of the sort of phrases was, as soon as the artificial light takes over the natural light, it's time to go. And I think that's often judged by if you can see the shadows springing off in all 4 directions from the floodlights. That's normally a sign that, as we see there, Casey Aldridge, you know, he looks about 19 foot tall there. You know, those shadows are far-reaching. Jack Brooks
got him!
And edged! Marcus Harris has played absolutely magnificently today, but right on the stroke of the end of play, Jack Brooks has got the vital wicket. Marcus Harris gone for 159. A smart catch slipped by Lewis Gregory, safe as houses. That has changed the complexion of this game, Soph.
yeah, I was just looking at the scoreboard thinking we're near enough our 320 that we estimated, Triggs, at the end of the day. And now we've got our 6th wicket as well. And I told you Jack Brooks wanted a piece of the action, and he's delivered the goods there. He's gone wicketless all day up until this point, and he's got the big scalp of Harris there. He's played brilliantly. It's been fantastic watching him bat all day. Unfortunately, he perishes right before the close of play. He's fuming, as you can see on camera there. He's already broken 1 bat today. He won't be wanting to break another, will he?
Fair play. Deserved applause from the Somerset and Gloucester fans that are here today. I mean, everyone in the ground respects an innings of that quality. We've all been treated to some magnificent shots that always just have a sprinkle of special on them when they're played by a left-hander, don't they? He batted superbly well today, but credit to Jack Brooks. Don't think it's the best I've seen Brooksy bowl this season, but he has come up with an absolute trump card there. Takes his figures to 1 for 56 off his near 16 overs. So he's dragging it back, and there are 4 wickets left out there. Always nice as a seam bowler to have a new-ish ball in your hand when the lower order are in. Get yourself a few dividers, as the old school bowlers used to call the wickets towards the end.
Well, it's going to be Tom Price then.
Used to get accused of being Elmer Fudd, the old rabbit hunter. New ball with the old tail enders in, but there's no such thing as a tail ender these days.
Brooks is in again then to the new batter Price, who leaves that alone. That's 3 slips in. Lights have just come on here in the commentary box, actually. We were probably sitting in the dark for a good hour there, Triggs. Good point, Sam. Sam said we're saving that money.
We will be plunged into darkness as of next month. So make use of the electricity while we have it. Brooksy coming into bowl here. Oh, lovely bit of shape away.
Now, we said we'd seen Lammonby
Tom Price
warm up for this last over. Are we still going to see him, or are we going to see a slightly different plan now that Harris is not at the crease?
Lammonby has been given the
thanks very much.
Call your jets,
yeah.
Chief, and the big nasty fasty Casey Aldridge has got the nod. So interesting turnabout there. Lammers looks a bit savage because he's gone through all his hamstring, lower back stretches and dynamic flexes and this, that and the other. And he's been given the old not now Chief from the captain. I'm sure he would have bowled that over if it wasn't for that wicket. So the last over of the day today is going to be bowled by Casey Aldridge, who got the first wicket of the day. Can he get the last wicket of the day as well? Wouldn't that be great? 316 for 7 would, I think, really change this game into quite a honours even kind of day. Been a great last session by Somerset as he goes very greedy for the Yorker first ball. He's got the new batter on strike now.
Yeah, 5 balls left then in today's play. Deep square legs just come into normal square leg for the new batter Price. It's gone full and straight. It's a big appeal by Aldridge, but I'm not sure what Jack Brooks has done down here at fine leg. He's slid for that one and he's not looked too comfortable. Didn't look too comfortable in getting down to it, to be fair. They picked up a couple of runs there as well.
Well, I'm very sad, Soph. I've been criticised on Twitter for teasing Polly about our rain signals. Nobody loves Polly Rhodes more than us here in the commentary box. Only, what, 30, 40, 50 minutes ago, we were out in that hallway critiquing the brownies together. Having a lovely time. Great vibe up here in the Somerset Media Centre, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
we have a good time.
Great team to be a part of, isn't it?
Yeah, we're team enough that we can tease as well, which is absolutely fine.
Yeah, I'm sure she's in there having a giggle at us most of the time, and we're getting animated about things.
But you're exactly, the chap who messaged did say you're exactly right. She is almost exactly half my size, so I would not, absolutely not, pick on Polly.
It's full and straight again.
Oh, has that got a bit of bat on that?
Not sure. I'd want to see that again, I reckon.
Oh, that looks like it's straight on oof. Oh.
I'll replay the clouds first before that.
Oh, wow, that looks very close.
It's full,
What's
isn't
wrong
it?
with that? Oh, unless that's hit the bat, that's salmon and trout, that.
Yeah, umpire Lungley, though, hasn't been moved all day.
Must have been a bit of bat involved. Well bowled, Casey Aldridge. Close of play here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Gloucester 320 for 6.
That was a good call by us, Triggs.
Which I think
we did. I think we did call that, didn't we?
Yeah, I think if you just said 320 for 6, you'd think sort of Gloucester's day. But in the context of the, how the first half, second half of the day went, I think Somerset have done really well in that last session to clutch back, which something that could have been a very, very difficult situation, into a position now where you take a couple of early ones in the morning, get them for 340, 350. Let's be optimistic. And I think you've got a game on your hands. So congratulations to the Somerset bowlers. Josh Davey and Jack Brooks, Lewis Gregory in particular, who looked like he was having a tough day earlier on, I think have really stepped up to the plate this last session and taken some very valuable wickets. So well done to the team for scrapping back in this second half, and it sets up a very, very exciting day 2.
Certainly does. We talked about one, if not a couple of the Somerset bowlers taking the game by the scruff of the neck, and yeah, fabulous evening session for them. They've clawed themselves back into this game. Jack Brooks walking very gingerly off the pitch there, isn't he? It's been a big day for Somerset and their bowlers.
He's milking it. He'll be back out tomorrow. He'll be bouncing around like the Duracell bunny, but a fascinating day's play here. Dominated, you have to say, by a great Marcus Harris, 158 that he got. Thanks to everyone that's joined us here today on the live stream, supported by WPA Health Insurance. We've had a fantastic slow start to the day, but it's ended up a really, really positive day from a Somerset perspective. 3:20 for 6. We'll be back bright and early tomorrow. Just remember, it is now September, and we will be going live from about 10:20 in the morning, 10 minutes before the start of play. 10:30 starts here in September. You have a look at the scorecards there. That 159 correction from Marcus Harris. A couple of 50s at the top of the order by Charlesworth and Price. I think they played nicely, but then all changed. Josh Davey, Lammonby with a key wicket, Lewis Gregory with an absolute 3-card trick to remove Graham Van Buren. So the game is very evenly poised now at 3:20 for 6. Full day's play here at Taunton. We hope for much of the same tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow morning bright and early if you can't make it to the ground yourselves. Thanks a lot and have a great evening.
Sorry, I meant my sister.